刻の中で永遠を見ていた。どれだけ月日が巡ったのだろう。寄せては返すようなさざ波の中で思い出したのは遠い過去の記憶。崩れ落ちるような争いを見ていた。何度傷つき迷ったのだろう。繰り返しの果てにやっと気づいた。変わることのない大切なものが。世界は光で満ちている。果てしない愛で地平を包むように体が確かに覚えている。そのぬくもりも眼差しも日々もすべて記憶の旅は今日も続いてゆく。誰も知ることのない遠い世界へ。争い生きる人も救いに生きる人もどれも等しく呼吸をしている。正しい生き方などどこにもなくてみんなそれぞれに今を残している。せわしく過ぎる日々も全てに理由があって一つ一つが意味をなしている。争いや慣れ合いを繰り返しながら長い時間の果てに今日も広い世界は回ってゆく。誰もが今を歩んでゆく。果てしない空と地平を結ぶように無情な日々を受け入れてゆく。光り輝く明日のためにいつか振り返った時にきっと輝いている。永遠の時静寂の光限りなき愛に包まれ。世界は光で満ちている。果てしない愛で地平を包むように無情な日々を受け入れてゆく。そのぬくもりも眼差しも日々もすべて時のかけらをつなぎ合わせてゆく。何も遮るもののない世界へ。さざ波を待つ静寂の中遠い声が聞こえる。それはいつかの懐かしい景色朝焼けに溶けてゆく。
going on, everybody? Hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. That's the wrong straw to point at you with. That was the effect I was trying to achieve there. It is November 4th, 2025. This is NCC TV coming at you live from Sumaru City. We're live, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there. All my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real. Synthetic lifeform streamer. Trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. And to clean the lipstick off of this bottle, which I very easily could have just put a straw in. I don't know, Chad, it's so much easier, right? It's so much easier. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and whenever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the not too distant cyber future. Right? The cyber future with Mayor Mamdani to fight the evil corpos of NYC. This is gonna be interesting. This is gonna be very interesting. But yeah, the election came, the election went, and from what I've seen so far, it's not even close. It's the wildest thing to hear people talk about, you know, oh, I talked to my friend in NYC and they're all scared. That's like, I don't know. Like 40% of NYC didn't vote for Zohran. It's like the vast majority of people are, not only are they like not scared, they voted for the guy. They're more scared of the guy that's killing grannies and slapping fannies, as Curtis Lewa said, than they are of the Mohammedan mayor, the Islamo-socialist, you know, terror that is Zohran Mamdani. And I just hate it. You can see it in the debate. You can see the double standard at work, right? Saturday Night Live actually made fun of Mamdani for this. The fact that after everything that he says, he smiles, right? I mean, that might seem normal or that might seem weird, but the reason for it is that there's a constant attempt to, I don't know, Chad, I almost want to say, like, there's a constant attempt to portray this guy as evil, as dangerous, as murderous, as I don't know, wanting 9/11 to happen again and again and again all over the place, right? There's this constant thing that he's fighting against. So yeah, of course he's smiling, because if he's doing anything other than a smile, it's gonna be portrayed as they're gonna do him up like Jafar. You know what I'm saying? It's like straight up like just the Islamophobia is so strong in this media ecosystem, even amidst the just like blowout victory that we've just seen, right? There are still a lot of people that are not accepting the reality of a Muslim man from Uganda being elected mayor of New York City. Of the fact that he yes comes from the DSA wing of the Democratic Party. The 3 Pennsylvania. Is my music too loud? Maybe it's just too loud in my ear. Oh no, it's legitimately loud. There we go. Yeah, maybe it's better if I'm not competing with vocalists. Something like that. But yeah, chat, really glad to see you again. It's so hard to explain where I've been. It's so hard to explain what I've been dealing with. I've been trying to kind of put my life back together for the first time since COVID, and get back into like the regular habit of working out and doing all the things that that I should be doing, all the things that I need to be doing, all the things like, you know, living a life and everything, and just like the the frustration of being yeah, like on the opposite side of the world from most of you, right? If you're on the East Coast, we're literally 12 hours apart. Is that like twins in some ways? Yeah, let's make with the free stuff, says BCatK. Cheap groceries. Oh no. Oh no, the grocery cartel not being able to fucking gouge everybody? Not being able to, you know, take advantage of the perception of higher prices to make the prices even higher than they need to be? Oh my god. You mean that there might actually be this is the thing about capitalism. People think of capitalism as being markets. All right? Capitalism is not markets. In fact, capitalism abhors a free market. Every impulse in capitalism drives it not to a free market, but rather to a monopoly. It's 3 a.m. where we are. Whoa. Wait. Oh, yeah. I know that place. I've been to Europe. Wait, am I even right about that? No. That's not making sense. It's 1 o'clock. Oh my gosh. Where is my phone? See, I can tell. Oh, it's just out of reach. Just past midnight where you are. Wait, where is it? 3:30 a.m. in like the Canary Islands or something? I'm still trying to figure this. Oh no, maybe Brazil? It's 1:30 a.m. on the East Coast. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where it's 3:30 a.m. Oh, Brazil, I called it. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's my second guess though. It was my second guess. I don't know why I said Canary Islands. That's way, that is basically Europe at that point. But yeah, then I was like, you know, actually Brazil does extend quite far. 10:30 in the Pacific. Yup. My home. I was like trying to show my friend a restaurant that I used to eat at in Seattle, and looked it up, and it turns out it closed down. It no longer exists there. The Seattle that I knew, the Seattle that I loved, the Seattle that was affordable to me, I don't think it exists anymore. It feels like things have just completely changed there. Progressive Democratic candidate for mayor in my city lost to the incumbent Republican, but only because of a video of him saying the N-word as an edgy teen. Oh my god. Well, we all know Republicans don't do that shit. Yeah, RIP Seattle restaurant. Yeah, it really is. It sucks because it was a family business, right? It was a business started by the chef there, you know, of the, you know, I don't know. The chef of this restaurant comes from parents who owned a sandwich shop, and then, you know, they spun off like I guess a fine what do you call it? Fine dining? How far do Canarians travel anyways? I don't know, but they used to be T-Rexes, so can you imagine it like that? When I hear that Canaries used to be T-Rexes, I mean, that's not literally true, but you know what I mean? There's like an evolutionary relation. Okay, actually, I don't understand. That's something I've always heard. I gotta admit, I don't understand what the claim is there. The Canaries, what is it? They're from like if you go back in evolution with the canary and with the T-Rex, you'll eventually find a common ancestor. Is that the idea? But it just makes me think of isn't there like in Looney Tunes, like Sylvester always like tries to eat Tweety Bird, because he's like, they live with the grandma and she leaves, and then he's like, all right, Tweety, I'm gonna eat you. And Tweety Bird, you know, usually gets away somehow, but there's this one time where what is it, like Tweety Bird gets replaced by like a giant bird that just beats Sylvester's ass. Sorry to hear about the Seattle restaurant. Yeah, no, I mean, it happens. Yeah, so it's an area that a lot of businesses and a lot of people are getting priced out of too. But I used to live around there. I used to go to school around there too. And it was weird because I was like, yeah, no, let me show you this restaurant that you got to check out. And it's like, yeah, you'd need a time machine to go to that restaurant. Birds are dinosaurs. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out about Big Bird. Can anybody explain to me what kind of bird is Big Bird? I thought I had it narrowed down that Big Bird's got to be an emu or an ostrich, right? It's got to be one of the two. Like, what else could Big Bird be? Just a big bird, like a big Tweety bird? Like a big yellow canary? A big yellow bird? A guy in a suit. That's true. I mean, that's... Well, I don't know. I actually don't know that it's a guy, but... Someone in a suit. Neither are yellow. Neither... Well, yeah, but like, I don't know. Maybe, But the shape of Big Bird, right? Is a bouncer species? Yeah, like that keeps the bird club safe. Google says he's a canary. Okay, I mean, I guess that's the color of chocobo. Actually, that makes sense. Yeah, we got to pull in Final Fantasy logic. We got to pull in gaming logic. Oh my God, chat. So chat is saying a giant canary. Buffy Geek says maybe a giant silky chicken. Oh my gosh, I feel like if there was a silky chicken, I would pet it. I don't know if chickens like being petted, but if it's a chicken and it's silky, I would have to. He's the biggest bird. Wait, he could be isn't there a giant chocobo in one of the Final Fantasies? Anybody remember? Like, I think we had this at some point. It was like a cuteness overlord meme. Like the giant chocobo is the cuteness overlord. The overlord of cuteness. The birds like being petted a little too much. Wait, what? A little too much? Oh, I thought I should mention this, right? I've noticed some people, I mentioned this before, but let me just mention it again because, you know, it's a constant problem. I've noticed some people having trouble with the Discord. You join the Discord, you see, I'm imagining one channel and there's not really anything in it, and you're like, where am I? What is going on here, right? And some people just don't know what to do because they're like, okay, well, I mean, I joined the Discord, but there doesn't seem to be a Discord here. And I don't know. We probably need to have rules in there or something. It's this realization that I'm coming to that's probably what's got me, you know, I wouldn't say depressed, but a little bit like overwhelmed. Narwhal, good to see you. I did get your message, Narwhal. I'm sorry I didn't respond before I went to stream, but apparently it took me this long to get this going today. But yeah, we're here on the other side of all of the elections. Pretty much all the elections are in, and other than some local ones like what General Public was mentioning earlier, a local mayoral election involving a 14-year-old version of a candidate being on video saying the N-word. You know, it's been kind of a sweep. It's been looking pretty good for the blue side of the aisle. But no, I mean, the revelation that I had, right? The realization that I had is that I gotta do this series. Prop 50 passed. Yeah, I believe so, Sasha G. Yep. Prop 50. Well, now here's the thing about Prop 50. Trump is talking about Prop 50 as if he is not going to, as if he's going to try to claim that something untoward happened in the election, right? He's talked about wanting to end mail-in voting, wanting to secure the elections. And in that, I don't know if do people realize the Dominion company, the company that sued Fox News and a bunch of those right-wing stations that made claims about Stop the Steal. Dominion has actually been sold, from my understanding, to a ally of Trump, right? So they got that going for them too. They got a whole bunch of people that after the 2000 election, like kind of infiltrated the election, you know, volunteer corps, I guess. Is that a dancing ferret? Close. I believe it's called a weasel. But yeah, the realization I've been making is this. I'm doing this professionally. I'm, you know, since I live in Thailand and things are a little bit more affordable, I'm, you know, living off of streaming, and I still don't feel, it's not like I don't feel like I'm doing it like, I don't feel like I'm full sending. And I should be full sending. If you're gonna full send anything, then it should be your dream career. And it's just because there's like some little detachment from reality there of like, is this really happening? Is this really going on? Is this really a reality? Is this really viable? Yes, yes, and yes. Are you gonna get to stay in Thailand? Yes, yes, yes. You have the visa. You know, like, yeah, everything is, you know, working out, and I don't know what kind of, like, it's one of those things where you get everything you wanted and you don't know what to do with it. And I just know that, like, I don't like the way that I've been. I just feel like I've been everything needs to be balanced, right? The stream needs to flow a little bit better. That being said, I am watching the time now because we're gonna transition into the stream itself in an hour. No more waiting 2 hours before I start talking about the actual subject. I should get to the actual subject as soon as I possibly can. I've had some time to look at other people's streams, and it's instructive. Some in a good sense, like some people doing things that I kind of want to adopt, some people doing some things that I like realize that I do. And, you know, it's like a more extreme pronounced version of that. And I realized, well, you know, this is like, you know, I'm not this bad, but yeah, you know, like I could be better, right? So yeah, I really want to change some stuff up. I've been talking about it forever and I never do anything because it's always just like this whole thing of, you know, having to be on stream. And then my hair looks pretty tonight. Oh my God, thank you. Yeah, it's been, I don't know, I switched shampoos, so maybe that's it. Glad that you got to stay in Thailand. Yeah, I mean, like for now, right? You know, I mean, that's the other thing. If I want to stay in Thailand long term, like I've got a year-long visa. I'm good until, you know, next September, which is pretty freaking amazing. And then the next goal has to be to upgrade that visa to the, you know, kind of visa that somebody doing my kind of work should be doing in Thailand. And that is a DTV visa. That's a 5-year visa. Not that I'm necessarily going to stay here for 5 years, but you know, it's a visa that you can multiple like entries, multiple leaving. You can like leave, you can come back, and you can do so for like 5 years. And the streamer, yeah, it's yeah, I guess it would be the streamer visa. It's the, what is the word for it? Digital nomad, I think. I guess being a streamer sort of kind of fits into that. Does that mean does the star wait. There's a star? Oh no, a star means you've got a membership. And in most of your cases, if you've got a star by your name, that's the other thing. We've got memberships, right? There should be cool stuff that comes with those memberships. But for all of this, I need to get better at all of the skills that help you cope with ADHD. Yeah, it's a member badge, and I think the color of it maybe says like how long you've been a member. So yeah, I mean, like take Hassan's stream for instance, right? What do I like about Hassan's stream? He covers a lot of things, right? He goes in depth on things, right? So that, I mean, like, I don't want to give up the depth. I don't want to just shallowly cover, you know, just watch a clip and be like XQC, like, whoa, bro, that's crazy. You know, I don't want to, but at the same time, you know, there is a way to cover it just enough, rather than what I do now, which is like feeling like if I don't watch like all of this video, then I'm gonna miss the part where Ethan shits his pants. And we can't miss the part where Ethan shits his pants. Speaking of Ethan, I don't think we're gonna get into him today, but there is some Ethan that we do have to get into. Has anybody watched the Cruel World Happy Mind thing? This is like a T channel that made a video about Ethan that finally did something that I've been thinking should have been done a long time ago. Like, that there, you know, with all the videos about Ethan, you know, Ethan, his debate with his son, Ethan suing 3 people, you know, all this kind of stuff. There's never a video that is just like, hey, this guy used to be huge. This guy used to be influential. And now he is less so. Because that is a realization, that is a reality that I feel like a lot of the H3 community just aren't dealing with, right? There's half as many of you as there were like a year and a half ago. You know, what happened? It's not nothing. It's not like an unfair cancellation or Hassan lied about you and you got to straighten it out. There's just a whole, yeah, when you watch her video, I mean, it's a long video, it's a 3-hour video. I don't think I'm gonna react to the whole Cruel World. I don't know, chat, do you want me to react to the whole Cruel World Happy Mind video sometime? Oh, she conceded too much? Yeah, I mean, look, we've seen this before, right? You remember when Noah Samson, back when he was new, he made a video about Vosh. Yo, Randall, thank you for the super chat. Hey, speaking of super chats, I better put this on a, I mean, I guess we're doing, I don't know. I got butterfly. Since I can't think of anything else to do my hair for the, I hate I just kind of low-key hate like gatekeeping the butterfly behind a paywall. Because I like to wear a butterfly in my hair. It's not like you have to twist my arm and be like, oh geez, does chat want me to put, sometimes the cat ears, to be honest, right? Sometimes the cat ears were like that. I mean, I like cat ears. I like, you know, I like cats, but I don't know. I think like, because that was so much identified with my brand, it became this thing of like, there's a responsibility to be a cat girl at all times was like a little bit much. Because sometimes I'm talking about like a series, like I'm talking about Israel, Palestine. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be wearing cat ears. I just, that's not a, you know, cat ears are cute, cat ears are wonderful, cat ears are beautiful, but, you know, people don't, treat you like a professional when you look like that, or when you have a, you know, a blue pixie cut, and B, you know, I don't feel as professional as I could be. I don't understand why she would go on the H3 podcast. I do, Benjamin. So yeah, Cruel World Happy Mind is similar to the Vosh issue. Noah Samson made a video, mostly just taking the piss out of Vosh and the rest of the debate streamers. I think it was like Vosh, Xanderhall, I can't remember who else got kind of called out in that video, but it wasn't as much of a call out. It wasn't like, geez, these guys are really bad people. It was mostly just like making fun of them. Oh, like, you think you're cool, you think you're edgy, that's great, right? And so, you know, Vosh's community got up in arms about Noah's video, thought it was super unfair. They started kind of harassing Noah, brigading Noah, and he went on Vosh's stream in order to kind of put the, in order to quash the beef. I think that was Noah's idea, right? He was gonna go on and be like, listen, some of the things you do are a little bit silly, you gotta admit it, but, you know, you do you, I'll do me, you know, we're okay with each other. I think that's what Noah expected, and he didn't realize he stepped into the arena of blood sports. That's not what Vosh does. Vosh does 2 men enter, 1 man leaves, right? And what I mean by that is, like, you are going to be called, you know, a genocide apologist if you debate Vosh on something like the self-determination of colonized people. You are going to be called a Nazi if you challenge Vosh on his ahistorical position that the Nazis, like, on a material level had a point. This was a real Vosh take against non-compete back in the day, chat. If you challenge Vosh on the point that, you know, Vosh trying to defend the idea that there was something materially to the Nazis' claim about Jewish people disproportionately having influence over the banking industry. And his point was supposed to be, but that doesn't justify anti-Semitism, of course. And in reality, it's like, no, Vosh, you're right. That wouldn't justify anti-Semitism if it was true. But if you actually knew about the historical details on the ground about Weimar Germany, you would know that that is not a historical, that historical claim doesn't apply to that event, right? And so it's Vosh who's kind of, in a weird way, defending Nazis, and then feels like obliged to turn it around on Luna and EJ and be like, oh, I guess they think Nazis had a point. They clipped Luna out of context, characterizing Vosh as saying, I guess he thinks Nazis have a point, and then was like, oh, look at there, Luna, Oi says Nazis had a point, right? I don't know. That's the way that game goes, right? And is it more true or less true of Ethan? I would say more true, right? Ethan is kind of like a metastasization of the debate bro, right? Now he's late to the game, understand this, right? Ethan is not like an originator of he was not around in the original days of like the kill stream. He wasn't there when Vosh said the N-word on the kill stream. He kind of got into debates much later, but he got confidence, I think, after the Just Pearly Things debate and maybe the Fresh and Fit debate, and then just kind of applied, I guess, a lesson that he had learned incorrectly. That this is what I learned from watching the Cruel World Happy Mind video, right? The little Cruel World Happy Mind, oh my gosh, Lore here says Katie Joy. She was the smaller anti-MLM YouTuber that Illuminati went after with false plagiarism accusations. Years before this, I remember hearing about a blow up between, Illuminati and Cruel World Happy Mind. Did she get bullied in that situation like she did by Ethan? But anyway, what I'm trying to say is that the impetus of my streaming career was kind of opposing the way that debate bros roll over the discourse with a steamroller, right? The sort of the fact that they are, staking their claim on we're gonna have the battlefield of ideas, right? Come out here, gird your loins, defend your point if you can, ground your axioms, and we will let the marketplace of ideas choose which is the correct viewpoint, and that's gonna find us truth. That doesn't find you truth. Can you beat somebody in a debate when you're wrong? Yes, I've done it. It's not, particularly hard, but is it something to brag about? Is it something to create a career over? No, it's fucked. It's sophistry, right? Yeah, you could make untrue shit seem true. You could make true shit seem untrue. Congratulations, Napoleon from Animal Farm. You can argue that day is night and night is day, and sometimes you'll win. But that doesn't mean that you're right, and that doesn't mean that you're better than the people that you're, kind of bullying. And so, yeah, I mean, we dealt with, the Vosh Clout Network, the Destiny Clout Network. Those were the two main ones that were in power when I came up. And then, the Twitch poll Clout Network being kind of the third axis that was heavily overlapping the other two, so I almost don't mention it separately, but these were the prevailing forces that I had to deal with, and by deal with, I mean you couldn't get the truth out even when it was obvious, right? Because if other people had bigger megaphones, bigger bullhorns than you did, you just got shouted down, right? And it was more about like clout and collabs and friendship and your sort of network, right? It was more of a network sort of effect where, if you're in the Vosh network, Vosh is your meal ticket. you defend the network, and you especially defend Vosh, because if he goes down, all of you go down. Same thing with Destiny, right? And so even beyond their own reach, their own, you know, clout, their own ability to project their opinion, you know, these networks give a large streamer like Vosh or Destiny or whoever the ability to tap into their network to also, you know, roll over the truth with a you know, with a road roller. So she's faced off with an unreasonable person with a huge audience before. I don't know if I asked you before, Katie, if like, how did that go? I'm curious. Between Cruel World, Happy Mind, and Illuminati, because yeah, I mean, people are complaining a little bit in here that it felt like Ethan was just gaslighting her, and she felt obliged to go along with it. I sort of understand where she's coming from, because she just wants to present herself to Ethan's audience in a way that's gonna maybe make them think twice about bullying her off the internet. Yeah, Mom Donnie won, Talia. That is like an understatement. Yeah, Mom Donnie won in a, well, let's take a look at it, Chad. I said that I was gonna try to stay on time. So yeah, I've teased the, you know, coverage of the Ethan Cruel World Happy Mind thing, because I do kind of want to take a look at that as much as I can. Like I said, it's a 3-hour video by CWHM. A 4-hour stream by Ethan. Ethan spent 4 hours talking about this woman's video. And then there's what, like there's at least two responses post the video going up from Cruel World Happy Mind. One apology to people that saw her as both sidesing the issue, you know, took her not using the word genocide as a reticence for her to call it a genocide, when in reality it was really more like a concern about the, you know, the algorithm, the you know, possibly getting the video demonetized or limiting its reach. And then I think the second one, I'm guessing, was the second one about Ethan. Was the second one an apology to Ethan's audience? Because yeah, if you make a 3-hour video about somebody, you're bound to get some stuff wrong, and they're gonna concentrate all on that, and they're gonna typify your video by what you got, like, you know, 1% wrong. She didn't agree with him. She just didn't argue, and would say they didn't agree. Yeah, it's very similar to the Noah Samson, you know, confrontation with Vosh, which, you know, got characterized as him walking it back, even though it's just, you know, you're stepping into a debate lord's battlefield. You don't know the rules of that battlefield. And I don't think that Cruel World Happy Mind was exactly trying to debate Ethan. I don't think that's the point. I think she was just going in there to be like, look, I'm a human, and this has really fucked up my life, right? When you're harassing me, you're not just, you know, giving a middle finger to Ethan's ops, right? You are actually making me cry, and she did. So far, the Republicans who won can be counted on one hand. That is a pretty good feeling, Katsune Cavalera. That is a pretty good feeling indeed. At some point, it's absurd to argue reality with someone. Yeah, especially somebody who lives in their own personal mind palace like Ethan Klein. She let him dig himself into a hole. Well, yeah, okay, so yeah, I mean, this is making me think that maybe I should at least respond or like react to the discussion that they had. Right? So is that what I've got from people? Maybe not get into the whole, even though there's so much stuff that I didn't know. There is so much stuff that I didn't know that I found out from watching the Cruel World Happy Mind video, so I'm glad that I did end up watching it. Yo, Sasha G, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. And like I said, I am looking I'm looking to do something with those memberships. So if you've got ideas for stuff that you would find fun to do, for like, you know, kind of, I don't know, members only content, like special content, for members, for Patreons, for subs, and for anyone that we let in the back door, because I don't like to shut people out just because they don't, just because they're not, you know, supporting me financially. There's a ton of ways you can support me, including some pretty cool ways that you can do that cost you nothing. For instance, hitting that like button, making sure that you're subscribed, maybe even ringing the bell if you're one of those people that wants to be notified when I'm going live, when a video's coming out, when something's going on, like a members event, right? You know, it's a great thing. Obviously, don't ring the bell if you're going to be annoyed by notifications, because I'm not trying to add annoyance to anyone's life. Like a secret symbol or comment from the mods to help you stay on track. CBT, wait, what is, oh, that kind of CBT. I'm sorry, that was not a different thing. Okay, yeah. There's two, Katie Joy, thank you for becoming a member. There's two types of CBT. One, possibly more therapeutic than the other. Yeah, I didn't know. I guess I don't know that much about. Wait, what is there? Cognitive behavioral therapy. Is that the one that's like all about? Oh my God, what is it? Cognitive distortions. You become aware of cognitive distortions. Two types of not entirely mutually exclusive forms of CBT. Yeah, I was thinking of the other one. All right, well, so one thing that I've instituted is this, because I feel like, oh God, I gotta adjust this, don't I? I feel like we need something to, oh my God, is that right? Yeah. We need something to let people know like where we're at now, what we're doing now, and what we're gonna be doing next. Right, so what I've got here is my now and next window, right? I will try to improve this and make it a little bit more professional looking. But yeah, like I want people that watch the stream to know that, you know, not just like, you know, here's what we're doing now, right, in the black, and here's what we're gonna be doing after now. So, I mean, that's useful, that's helpful, and it'll help me keep on track too, and it'll help me, oh, you're right, I think it is, yeah, one, it'll help me, like, cause like, okay, so what did I learn from watching other streams, right? Like I said about Hassan, the good thing about Hassan's stream is that he has a good balance between depth on each topic and covering multiple topics. So unlike me, you never see Hassan getting stuck on like, you know, very rarely, right? Very rarely will Hassan spend 5 hours on the same topic. And yet for me, that's very, very common, right? So I want to do like less of that. And I want to do more of getting to more topics. If I do more topics, I can do more videos. If I do more videos, we can reach more people. I can take the pressure off some of the people that have been very generous in chat that always donate. And you know, kind of spread things out, right? Because that's the idea of a community, right? That, you know, you appreciate the content, you like the content, you get something out of the content. If you've got, you know, extra money, you support the content. But you know, there's enough people where it's not always like the same person having to, you know, do so all the time. So yeah, we want to make the community bigger. I want to get more serious about it. I want to make it easier to figure out like what I'm doing now and what I'm going to be doing. I want to make the stream maybe more friendly for ADHD people, because that's my struggle is ADHD. That's why I have so much trouble pulling it together. And that I've kind of like just like gravitated towards this process where I go in like super depth, which I guess it's okay for stuff like commentary. You know, if it like sometimes if there's a big topic that like everybody's like just talking about, then maybe like a 5-hour deep dive might be appropriate. I just don't want to be stuck on it. I don't want it to be like my default. And I want to be able to balance things better. Obviously Hassan's got an editor, so he's not having to balance like his streaming time with his editing time, but I do probably, at least for now, need to do that. Eventually, chat, I don't think we're that far off from me being able to afford to pay an editor. I don't think that's too unreasonable to be able to figure that out, but at the same time, right now, I'm the editor, so I gotta keep my streams shorter, too, and keep it moving along. Trying to do more of a teacher-like stream? Haven't really thought about that, but yeah, so the thing that Hassan, does really well is sort of managing the balance between depth and breadth, so to speak, covering multiple topics, but giving topics that take a little bit more understanding the time that they need to actually breathe. So that's a strength of his stream. Now the weakness, and this isn't so much of a comment on Hassan himself, right? But if anybody saw the recent stream when he was in New York City and he had Adam Friedland and Noah, oh my God, chat, what's the other Noah's name? Not Noah Samson. Anyway, he had Adam and Noah on, and he's trying to react to videos with them, right? Get them to sort of chime in. Is it Noah Colwyn? That's who he had on. Yeah, he's trying to do that, right? But they're sort of just wanting to talk, and not realizing that the chat is really interested to see this video. And so it ends up in this sort of ADHD, I don't want to call it a train wreck, because I mean, I don't know if you like Adam Friedland and you like, it's not like it's bad content. It's not like it's worthless content, but it wasn't quite what the chat wanted. And I realized that, I don't have 2 other people with ADHD on with me ever, but I kind of do that. Yeah, I think it's true, chat. I think that the people that complain about me pausing the video too often, the video being sort of hard to follow because I'm pausing it at weird points, and there not being that kind of narrative continuity, right, with the video. I think that really is a problem. I think it makes for a substandard viewing experience, and you could really see it you could see it in a more pronounced way on Hassan's stream with Adam and Noah, because there was no discipline because they're not normally streaming, they don't react to content, and they were just in the mode of wanting to talk. And yeah, it is frustrating to try to watch something with somebody when they're more interested in shooting the shit than talking, which is what I'm doing right now, which is why I'm going to take notice of it. Yeah, it was very pronounced with 3 people with ADHD. Our powers combined into the Captain Planet of executive dysfunction. But I do bear a little bit of that burden of executive dysfunction myself on a regular basis. So I'm going to try to make that better too. I'm going to try to, maybe even have a schedule, a schedule, an idea for how long everything should take. Tonight was awesome. Still worried about the next 3 years and beyond. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely stuff to be worried about, Mozart. Like I said, Trump is already paid lip service to maybe challenging the California vote, Prop 50, the vote that is going to, kind of ruin his plans to steal the election in 2025, hopefully. It looks like the Democrats have actually got their asses in gear on this, and some of the gains that the Republicans thought they could get with redistricting may not come. Now, there's a wild card here, right? And the wild card is the Supreme Court. They're going to render a decision pretty soon. Yo, Canadian Brunch, thank you for the resubscribe. And good to see you, as always. Oh, we got to fix this. We got to fix this. Look at that. This was literally to troll Demon Mama, all right? Demon Mama's not a streamer anymore. I don't have to troll her. We don't need to have alerts that are like as big as, you know, like, I don't know, like what is that level? Chat, what's the level of Mario where everything's giant? Like Mario's like regular size, but like all the turtles come out and they're like giant, like they're, you know, the little mushroom dudes, they're giant. And then a big fish comes and swallows up Mario. Westmore is now redistricting, even though there's only one red district in Maryland. Anybody know what I'm talking about? Like, it's one of those shows like where everything is giant. Oh, also, yeah, we gotta put this forward to 26. But yeah, we don't need giant, you know, we don't need to troll anybody with giant stream alerts, all right? I've heard if it came down to it, the GOP would be able to carve out, is it called Tiny Huge Island? Wait, is that what it is? What Mario is that even from? It's the one where he gets eaten by a fish, right? Although, you know, if they were smart, they'd program a level where you get eaten by the fish and then you're like in a level inside the fish. And if you complete the level, then you don't die. You don't lose a life. You go out of the fish's mouth. But if you die in the fish, you die in real life. Yeah, well, so yeah, the whole thing about the redistricting is that there's only so much that can be done before the 2026 primaries. Like for instance, New York. I think that the Democrats would be able to do something in New York, and they will be able to do something long term. But it's gonna take too long. How severely did Zohran blow out Cuomo? Chat, the last I saw, we're talking about, it's N64? That is an old one, right? N64 is like contemporaneous with what, the PS2? I always have to relate it back to the PlayStation because I'm a PlayStation girl. Tiny Huge Island is from Mario 64. Yeah, I mean, that could be it. That's the one before, late 90s is N64? Oh, so it's like contemporaneous with PS1. Is it a first? Wait, oh my gosh, I get it mixed up. Like first generation before the PS1 even came out, the N64 was a thing? It just so it's the same generation, but it got there first. I got it. Anyway, people are asking me how bad did Cuomo go down? We need to check that out, right? We need to take a look at it for ourselves, because last I checked, it was like 60. Zohran had like 60% of the vote. It looks like he's for sure gonna have more than 50%. Everything I've seen puts him above 50%, but some of what I've seen puts him as high as 60. So I got an N64 in 96, I think. So in first grade. Kitsune Cavalier says he's up by 12 points. No, it's a pretty convincing blowout. We'll see what the current state of it is in a second. Which means that I gotta get to, oh my gosh, where is it? There it is. The bonus content. All right, so look, there's lots of interesting things that can happen on stream. Contingent on you as a chatter, contingent on what you do. For instance, if you want me to put a butterfly in my hair, which I've got the butterflies over by my bedstand, because I don't know. I'm not sure. We might change this, but like, we got to have some kind of super chat goal, and I decided to make the goal that there's no poll. You're right. Oh my God, there's no poll. No, and I pressed the wrong button. Fuck me. Let's see, what do I have to do? Pop out chat, then I have to reload this. Oh yeah, so I mentioned the things that you could do to support the stream with at no cost to yourself, right? Liking the stream does that. Subbing to the stream does that. Clicking on notifications if you want to be notified does that. The other thing that does that is if you're on Twitch or if you have a Twitch account, you can connect your Twitch account to if you're on Twitch and you have Prime, there's a special thing you can do called a Twitch Prime sub, right? That's you hook up your Prime account to your Twitch account, and it gives you a free sub to use on the streamer of your choice. If you use it on my stream, you'll get all the emotes, you'll support the stream, and you'll make that number go up at no cost to you. So I thought I should mention those. I want to know who Ezra Klein voted for. Yeah, he'll never tell. He'll never tell, I'm afraid. I've got to set up the poll, don't I? All right. Start a poll. Bonus content. Yeah, so the butterfly goal is just so that I can put a butterfly in my hair. Right now, you can see the super chat goal. It's at 0 out of 10. That thing ticks up every time somebody does a teal or beyond a super chat. Just for the record, chat, teal on this one, it's more of like a green teal. Has he started giving each person in New York a free bus yet? Well, they gotta pass their CDL first. But yeah, once they I think he needs to start with a free CDL certification. All right, so yeah, the butterfly goal is just that, right? I put a butterfly. You got 1 hour and 30 minutes left. We're looking for 10 teal super chats. If I get those 10 teal super chats, I will put a butterfly in my hair. And in the future, I will think of a better thing to do so I can put butterfly in my hair from the get-go and just always have a butterfly in my hair. But until then, we're doing the butterfly goal all the same. Green teal is delicious. That's what I'm drinking. How did you know, Mozart? It's green teal with ginkgo. $10 Peter Thiel super chats. Yeah, 10 TLDR super chats. No, they don't have to be TLDR. It can be short and sweet. It can be whatever you want. You can even chat butterfly, as some people often do. So that's one thing that you have control of that can happen. Whether or not I have a butterfly in my hair is entirely up to you, at least for now. At least for now. Right, so if you want to make that happen, super chats are the way to do that. The other cool effect that super chats have is that they make the bonus meter go up. You can see right now it's at 26 out of 100. That's a fourth of the way there. Oh god, I gotta fix the this one. Yeah, I got too many things to futz with, don't I? I need to streamline, so there's less futzing and more other stuff that's non-futzy. All right, so yeah, the one thing that you can make happen is a butterfly to appear in my hair. The other thing that you can do is possibly keep me around for a second, a segment after the stream, right? So you know, the stream has a fixed time. In fact, I need to actually set that up so like I do have like a time, an official like time limit. Maybe even put it on the screen. I don't know. Politics of One Piece. Has anybody seen the new Politics of One Piece video? Supposedly it's pretty good. It's by Mother's Basement. So there you go. So like I said, the 26 out of 100 number, that goes up not just when you do a super chat, but anytime you do a super chat, if you get a super sticker, which is a way to, you know, the sticker will be on screen, or if you get yourself a membership, or if you gift memberships on YouTube, right? That's what makes on YouTube, that's what makes the numbers go up. It also goes up if you support me on Throne, which right now I am trying to crowdsource a new computer because apparently this computer will not run Windows 11 and they have phased out Windows 10. So I'm at the point where, you know, I've had this computer since I started streaming and I need to replace it. So if you want to help me do that, then you can support me on a throne. That's the item that I have open on Throne right now, or on Patreon, right? Which also, if you support me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, you get a fancy shout out. More on that in just a second. You can also support me on Twitch, which also counts towards the bonus goal, through, like I said before, Twitch Prime sub, which you can get for free by hooking up your Prime account to your Twitch account. Or if you get yourself a sub, or if you gift subs to other people, or if you throw bits my way, that all counts. That all makes the number go up as well. And why do we care about the number going up? Because we want bonus content. Where's that bonus content? What's that bonus content? It's right up there. It is, yeah, in fact, I've now got it live so you can vote on it. You can vote on what bonus content you want, right? So what do we got available for today? We have Xander Hall versus Dark Brandon. Does that sound fake? Because it's real. Anybody know what you can bypass to install Windows 11? I'm running it on my Ryzen 1800X. I'll have to look into that. I've talked to a computer knower who says I have to get it replaced, but I'll see if that's a possibility for me. But anyway, yeah, so the bonus content that we could possibly get today depends on you. It depends on you voting for the items that are right up here, right? Which one of these items do you want to see as the bonus content? Which one item do you want me to hang out and cover? Well, go ahead and vote. The vote is open. The poll is open now on YouTube. If you're watching on Twitch, feel free to come over to YouTube and vote. I'm not trying to tell you to watch on YouTube. You watch wherever you damn well please. But the vote is going to be on YouTube, so if you want to vote, you're going to have to come over to YouTube to do that, right? We've got Xander Hall versus Dark Brandon. There's a blast from the past. Xander Hall, how is he doing? You want to find out? Vote for Xander Hall versus Dark Brandon, right? He's actually taking on a AI slop channel called Dark Brandon. It's the Leopards Ate My Face channel, if anybody knows that. They've got like cute little like leopard avatars on there. Basically doing like AI reaction videos. The Computer Knower, Sundays on NBC. You can install Windows 11 on an older computer using certain methods you can look up online. Huh. I will have to inquire into that. So yeah, Xander Hall is probably, I guess the first, like, look, Dark Brandon's been around for a long time. My understanding is when it began, they were doing like an AI Biden kind of thing. Like it was like Biden dressed like Batman, and that was Dark Brandon. They've kind of experimented and tried out different things, and they've gone into like you know, they've gotten into content where they find like a it's usually like a MAGA person being like, I didn't know Trump was going to cut my, you know, Medicaid. Now I can't pay the bills. And they're like, oh, well, you should have known. I guess this is why leopards ate your face, right? It's that kind of stuff. It's like, you know, it's stuff to feel good. Like, I guess, you know, people are pissed off about the, you know, Trump second term, right? So they want to feel good, and they feel good when they see a right-winger fucking around and find out. That's the majority of what Dark Brandon does. They do it with AI. I'm not sure. The discrepancy, I guess, that Xander Hall has his video has brought up is like, how much are they doing with AI? Like, how much is there like a real human actually creating this content, and how much is this just AI slop, right? Is kind of the question. So the Dark Brandon channel, they're defending themselves. They're saying it's not all AI, like, right? But they've been a little bit cagey about what is AI and what's not. So we'll watch it with eyes unclouded by bias. Any of my past interactions with Xander Hall doesn't mean that he couldn't be right on this subject. Of course, you know, it doesn't mean he couldn't be wrong either. We'll find out if we pick that one. Right? Does Xander Hall have a substantive criticism on this AI slop channel? Is this AI slop channel an AI slop channel, or is it just a nice leftist making you know, helpful content that happens to use a little bit of AI here and there to kind of make the you know, to make things go easier, right? Find out, pick that one if you're interested in that, right? We also have TYT goes after the majority report. The Vanguard have been covering this one. Apparently there's like a whole ass thing that we missed out with TYT trying to pick a fight. Jink and Anna trying to pick a fight once again with the majority report. I think I know why this happened, right? If I was to guess, it's that Anna has actually got a little bit of her own audience now. I showed you what it's like the other day, and it's not great. It's actually really scary shit. It's far-right Nazis that want to that have, they're gooning to Anna. They're thirsting for Anna. They have that's what TYT has turned into, right? Anna thirst content for Nazis that just love the idea that she's leaving the left, and I don't know. It's pretty scary. It's pretty. It hasn't translated into views. I think what they wanted was for the stuff that they're doing on Twitter, for the stuff that Anna's doing on like Pierce Morgan and Jink as well. They've had a few like good debates, right? They've had a few debates where people have clipped them and been like, yeah, get them, get that Zionist Anna, yeah, Jink, get them, right? They've got, you know, some motion, as Hassan would say, behind them, but it's not really translating into being views for their channel. I think what they want to do is start a fight with Majority Report, maybe take it to Twitter somehow. And yeah, if you look at Anna Kasparian now on Twitter, you're gonna find like 9 out of 10 of those videos are gonna be like, Beast Anna takes down Zionist talking points of, you know, right? It's stuff like that. So, you know, they've got some sort of motion. Anna's got some sort of following, people, or even leftists, you know, occasionally I'll see kind of giving Anna a little bit too much credit, a little bit more credit than she deserves. Maybe they don't know about her past, but she remembers it, and she remembers how they absolutely canceled her just for saying that she didn't want to be called a birthing person. So yes, she does want to relitigate that. And who better to relitigate that with than the Vanguard? So we'll take a look at some of their videos and see if we can find the like corresponding content from TYT and Majority Report. Because I've got to be honest, I've been sleeping on this one just a little bit. So if you want that, TYT goes after Majority Report. Third bonus content item is Hutch welcomes a What? Hutch. Do we remember Hutch? Hutch was the DGG orbiter, just absolute lord of the cringe, the final boss of the, you know, neoliberals, I guess is essentially what. Yeah, Hutch is like Destiny without the baggage, basically, and with all the same people. So yeah, Hutch went on or his podcast Live and Learn, and they brought on an old friend in the form of Prime Kai. Prime Kai used to be the man over on Twitch in terms of having debates that got a lot of views. He would bring on Destiny, he would bring on Vosh, he would bring on all kinds of people, do all kinds of shit show debates, and I don't think he's really doing those numbers anymore. But he is coming over to Live and Learn to share his wisdom. I actually, you know, I gotta be honest, I haven't paid attention, or I haven't like thought about Prime in a really long time. I remember, you know, him identifying as a leftist when we were friends, and just being an absolute tool for the Twitch poll right as a panel host, right? So I don't know where on the map he is, but he came over there to have a conversation with Hutch, and he got into it. He picked a fight with Hutch, and it looks like Hutch is like he got Hutch to bite the bullet, you know, when talking about, you know, the standard for like what kind of Democrat would you support, right? And Hutch's thing is anybody. Can we get to 51 in the Senate? Can we get to 51 in the Senate? I will support them. And Prime is like, you know, really? Anybody? How about a segregationist? And yeah, Hutch bites the bullet. Yeah, I would vote for a segregationist Democrat over a MAGA Republican. So great. That's a startling admission. Anyway, that's going on Live and Learn, and that is a possible bonus content item too. And then we have a video essay. Excuse me. The politics of One Piece. Yes. I don't know if you know this. One Piece is political. At least so says Hank Packer. Hank Packer had a take on One Piece, where he said that Luffy was a like a, what did he say, that Luffy was a communist? Did he say, I can't remember what exactly, a militant, what words he used for Luffy, but this caused a little bit of an uproar on the internet years ago, and then this is a rehash of it, not really a rehash, more of a deep dive on it, by a channel called Mother's Basement, one of those anime channels, and people are saying it's a pretty amazing video essay, so that's an option too. He's the perfect liberal. He really is the true omni-liberal. Anyway, so let us, yeah, Hank Pecker has some takes about One Piece, but we'll see what the, and actually, yeah, there's a Hank Pecker mention. There's a Hasanabi Piker mention in the One Piece Mother's Basement video. So those are our options, right? You're gonna see right below that, it says Vox Populi. So, like I said before, these are the items that you can vote. Sorry, I should be pointing there. These are the items that you can vote for. And if this number gets to 100 by the end of the stream, I will stick around and cover one of those. If it gets to 200, I will cover the top 2 of these. Right now, how do we decide on which is the top 2? Yo, Paige Larson, congratulations on your 7 stream streak that I didn't even see earlier. Yeah, shit. Wait, Cuomo is shitting his pants? I can't tell what if you're saying Cuomo is shitting his pants. Actually, both Cuomos. Chris Cuomo's shitting his pants a little bit too. Haven't seen the Mother's Basement video yet. Luffy is an anarchist. His father, Dragon, is a communist revolutionary. A communist invading radical. Wow. So, yeah, if this number gets to 100 by the end of the stream, I'll stick around and cover another topic. If not, I'll peace out and have an early night. Of course, you know that I want to cover more topics, so I'm perfectly happy to stick around. But yeah, the first half is something that I program. I decide what we watch. The second half, the fun half, is something that you get to choose and program. And you choose and program that by voting over on YouTube. You also can put your thumb on the scale a little bit if you want to by when you donate. In addition to raising this number right here and getting us closer to 100, where we'll have some bonus content. You can also influence the poll by telling me which of these topics you want to see covered, and I will add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. So do you get what I'm saying? We're doing a poll. That poll's gonna end up with, various percentages for various items, right? And then when you donate, you can say, I want my donation to go to Xanderhall versus Dark Brandon, or I want my donation to go to Hutch welcomes the segregationist Dems. Or whichever. Oh, look, Hermit Horologist also has a 7 stream watch streak. Damn. Either way, chat. Either way, this is yeah. So basically, when you're doing a super chat, super sticker, if you're getting yourself a membership, if you're gifting a membership, if you're supporting me on Throne or on Patreon or
Narwhal_by super
on Twitch,
$5 for segregation. I hope you're proud of yourself, expressionless.
$5 for segregation when it used to be free. Goddamn. I mean, fuck this Trumpflation, right, chat? Fuck this. That's Trumpflation for you right there. Like, what's worse, segregation or paying $5 for segregation? I don't know. It's this is late stage capitalism. Wait, how is the? So is my? Oh my god. Tech issue here. Let's see if I can fix this. No, not that one. This one. Oh, Cuomo, New York perverts are in shambles. Paying for oppression is the true dystopia. Yeah, this is welcome to the network state, right? Oh my god. But that puts us to 1 out of 10 on the butterfly goal and to 31. So we're about a third of the way there. towards the bonus goal. If we get to what am I trying to say? If we get to 100 by the end of the stream, I will stick around and cover some bonus content. Let me give you an update on what's winning right now. What is winning right now? Xander the commander. Xander the Clit commander is in first place here with 29%. Now, chat, only 28 people have voted so far, so make sure to vote. You can still change the outcome of this poll if you want to. It's very close. Xander at 29. TYT goes after the majority report at 25. Hutch welcomes segregationists at 25. And the politics at One Piece at 21. So they're all very close. They're all very stacked up there. Make sure that you have gotten your vote in, and that if you donate, you let me know which of these topics you want to see, because I will allow you to put your thumb on the scale just a little bit and put your money where your mouth is. Now, the Vox Populi, that's the last thing. This is the one that gets everybody. This is the one that confuses people. So let me try to make it really clear, right? When you're saying Vox Populi, you're saying, hey, I don't like people coming in here with their donations and altering the results of the poll, because that's what the donations do. They alter the results of the poll. I want to unalter those results. And when you say Vox Populi, your donation goes to like fight against all other donations, basically, right? So that's what Vox Populi is. And that's how it works. And hopefully it's simple enough to make sense. Speaking of making sense, one group of people that is always making sense are my Patreons, who I actually sourced one of the items on the bonus material from. Yeah, thank you, Direful. I'm not sure if you're in the audience right now, but Direful gave me the idea to cover the Hutch Prime Kai debate. So yeah, but there's a lot more to that you can get out of supporting me on Patreon than just, you know, me reading your DMs, which, you know, you could also send me an email if you want to suggest some content. I want to make that sound like that part is paywalled at all, because I do take suggestions from various sources. But yeah, one of the benefits of being a member of Patreon at the $5 level or above is that I give you a shout out. I read your name out at the beginning and ending of every stream. So yeah, so let me do those now, right? Shouts out to User, shouts out to JMB, shouts out to Brian, shouts out to Emily Fridge, shouts out to Big Owl, shouts out to Direful, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Izzy Mandius, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Animus, shouts out to Oral's Ellipsis, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Choki, shouts out to Moino, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Good for Gabby, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Buffy Geek, shouts, and a fancy shout out, right, to the fancy weasels out there. Shouts out to Sherry, Safira, Rachel, Hey, Omega Star, and to Zara Xerix. There we go. That is the Patreons. That is, I think, the last thing I need to do before we actually get to Xander Hall. Only kinda sucks? Wow. I mean, I think that's a compliment. Maybe. Oh yeah, another thing you can do to support the stream is to interact. If you're on Blue Sky, I've got a pinned tweet. That is the blast off tweet. So if you want to get the stream out to more and more people, bring more people in here, you can go over there and interact with the stream. Sorry, you can interact with the, what am I trying to say? Shouts out to Irene Geller. Wait, thank you, Steven. That's really nice of you. Boom. All right, what is the latest? Yeah, the first thing I want to do is like kind of catch up with the exact 8 hours ago, 5 hours ago, 4 hours ago, 2 hours ago.
แซลมอนจากนอร์เวย์ความ 9 p.m. Eastern, and polls have just closed in the race for New York City mayor. The NBC Decision Desk characterizing that contest as too early to call. This race has thrust 30
That's old.
Democratic socialist Zohran into the national spotlight after he ran a fiercely anti-Trump campaign that also focused on economic issues and affordability. President Trump has threatened to cut off funding to the city if he wins. Moving to Virginia, NBC News Camberjack, the Democrat Abigail Spanberger has won the governor's race, flipping the governor's mansion back to Democrats. We just heard from the governor-elect as she delivered a victory address before an electric crowd of support.
All right, let's get to...
It is the honor of my lifetime to be elected the 75th governor of the...
Fired up crowd there. We are also watching the return to New Jersey's governor race. That race right now is too early to call, but the quick call for Democrats in Virginia perhaps boosting Democrats' hopes in the Garden State tonight. NBC's Steve Kornacki is at the big board with more results coming in from New Jersey. Steve, we are watching some of these hotly contested counties, particularly in northern New Jersey, very closely in the suburbs. What do you got?
Yeah, we're at a pivot.
So this was right when the NYC polls closed, right? Steve Kornacki, if you remember, was our man for the 2024 election night about exactly a year ago today. I think we watched this guy. There was like a separate channel that was just showing him like basically preparing for his segments on the election night coverage. And so we were getting to see him like look at polls sort of behind the scenes and stuff like that. And yeah, it was obviously not a good night. I found since then that this guy's kind of a shit lib. And we like Harry Enton now. So maybe we'll have to spend some time with Harry Enton if we get a chance here. Let's just look at the initial results, and I'll try to move us into a more like updated count of the vote.
Pivot point in New Jersey right now with a third of the vote in statewide. Cheryl continuing to lead the tally here. But again, what you are almost entirely seeing right now are votes that were cast by mail or votes that were cast in the early voting period. So these are the most Democratic friendly votes in these counties. The question now is, how Republican friendly? How much does Chitterelli get out of the vote that was cast today, the election day vote? Because he's going to need it to be extremely Republican friendly. Democrats had been talking for the last few weeks in New Jersey about being very encouraged by the early voting numbers and statistics that they were seeing. And that has certainly borne out in the results that we're seeing.
So yeah, something to watch for is Trump trying to cancel early voting, right? He has said as much. He is especially directed this towards California's Proposition 50, which you can imagine he does not want that to pass. He wants to try to use gerrymandering to make it impossible for Democrats to do what they are very, very likely to do in 2026, which is capture the House of Representatives. If not, the Senate's a much bigger, a much heavier lift, right? But that could happen too. But yeah, he's trying to make at least the House put it out of reach with the gerrymandering, and Gavin Newsom and Proposition 50 kind of put a monkey, thrown a monkey wrench into those plans. So he's wanting to I don't know. I don't know if we're gonna see him actually try to challenge the results of Prop 50, but you can definitely expect him to try to do something in 2026. As far as mail-in voting goes.
So far. I'll give you an example because we do have some of the same day, and this is Gloucester County here. This is blue-collar, middle class. This is south of Philadelphia here. Now, about half the vote is in Gloucester County. You see Cheryl leads the
watching Harry Emden
tally by 15 points. Gloucester County, 4 years ago, when Jack Chitterelli nearly won the governorship, was one of the big surprises in New Jersey. In fact, there was talk that there was a red wave.
Oh, yeah. So this is the other thing. Like, they want the Republicans, part of the narrative they're trying to sell is to, things like they want to sell the idea that New Jersey, New York, and California are becoming more conservative. I mean, there have been polls in which that's happened, but you got to remember, New Jersey elected Chris Christie. He's not exactly a MAGA Republican, but he was, he was a Republican. So it's not entirely, it's not as much of a change as just like a constant back and forth in New Jersey. But yeah, this is based on Trump's performance in New York and New Jersey. They would like to see, I don't know, Trump scoring higher with minority voting blocks, or overall higher in certain counties.
South Jersey in 2021. If it had extended fully to North Jersey, Chitterelli would have won in 2021. Well, Gloucester County in many ways was the epicenter of that red wave. He won it by double digits. That was a big surprise. He's down 15 in the tally right now. And why that's important is because we have gotten a little, I don't want to say it's a ton, but it's one of the few places where we do have some of that same-day vote that has now been tallied up. And Chitterelli is doing better.
Isn't there an independent gerrymandering board that's supposed to handle this? If you're talking about like a executive branch type thing, that may be one of the watchdogs that Trump and his team have taken out, right? A lot of the problem with the, naked corruption that's going on right now is that the watchdogs have been replaced by lapdogs for MAGA, right? We've also got the issue of the Supreme Court. Now, look, as far as gerrymandering is going, right? Texas is going to gerrymander. I think Florida is going to gerrymander. Indiana, maybe not. A lot of these right-wing states are going to at least try to make some more states easy wins for Republicans, difficult for Democrats. They do this with two techniques mainly. One is called cracking. Cracking is when you take, like, let's say that there is a district where a lot of minority voters usually vote Democrat, right? If you crack that district and you put it into two other districts, then you can spread the influence of that voting block so that it doesn't have the ability to win in either of the two districts it's now split between, right? That's cracking. And then packing is kind of the opposite thing, where you've got you make a ridiculously ugly district in order to be like, all right, this is where all the black people live in Texas, right? So they're gonna be able to vote. They're gonna have influence on this one candidate, but nobody else, right? So those are the two techniques that they use. Now, in addition to that, we've got the Supreme Court taking another look at the Voting Rights Act, and what is it, Article 2 is kind of in their crosshairs now. And so they might make it even easier. There is some like judicial, guardrails in place when it comes to gerrymandering that's based on race. Right, but that could be defanged by the Supreme Court in the near future. NYC polls closed at 9 p.m. Yeah. So this is just when the polls closed, where Steve Kornacki is going over the initial results. I think I'm just gonna switch to. I'm gonna pull us to the end of this and try to find. Try to get us. I want to see exactly where the polls are at now, because I'm curious about exactly how much. So glad that you could contribute to the bonus list. Well, nice contribution.
In the same day vote, although with the same day vote that we've gotten so far, it's not at the kind of margin that it needs to be better. The same day vote that we've seen so far from Gloucester County is pro-Chitterelli, but it would not, if it becomes the trend, be pro-Chitterelli enough to lift him past Sherrill, let alone to the 10-point margin that he got out of this county. So again, let's see. There'll be more same-day vote to come there, but it's going to have to get a lot more pro-Chitterelli. And we're seeing that.
Doesn't the cracking and packing kind of remind you of the eat the poo-poo guy? Do you remember that? Does anybody remember this guy? He was like a preacher in Uganda when the like kill the gays bill was going through. Like, it just reminds me of, like, they have a sex practice called crack. They do this thing called cracking, and where they insert the man's fist into the. Anyway, how could we forget? Yeah, they eat the poop. How could you ever forget eat the poo poo? There was I think what wasn't there one of those? What is that? What is the channel that did the Hairy Legs song? Didn't they do a song about eat the poo poo that was kind of viral?
Adding counties, around the.
But yeah, cracking and packing. I mean, this is electoral. It's not debate perversion exactly. It's more like electoral perversion, and it's a perversion of any semblance of democracy. Which, look, if you fully understand the concepts behind manufactured consent, you know what a dog and pony show this democracy is. You know how much of the democracy is more of a theater than anything, a theater for the rich and powerful to justify always getting their way. But yeah, the gerrymandering and this kind of like open corruption makes it even more twists the will of the voters.
State, here you go,
Yeah, it's absolutely the effect of American evangelicals seeding Uganda with far right evangelical Christianity and homophobia.
Monmouth County. I mean, this is a big one. There's a big debate. Do you believe Central Jersey is?
But I'm just saying the way that he's like, they have a sex practice called fisting, and like, right, it kind of like I don't know. I could see him talking about cracking and packing in a similar way. They have an electoral practice called cracking, where they take the district. Anyway.
Place or not? Well, if there is, Monmouth County.
I'm just saying that cracking and packing sounds like very niche sex acts, maybe.
The capital of Central Jersey, about half the voters in. And again, most of this is early, same day. But to give you a sense of the scale of the challenge for Chitterelli, he leads by about 3 points. He wants to win this county by 20. He won this county by 19 points 4 years ago, and it was a near miss statewide. So this won't do. He is going to have to absolutely romp in the same-day vote. Those are the kinds of margins Democrats have amassed in that early vote. Just show you again, Hudson County, we do have some same-day vote here. We started the night with this one, and we're watching this one because this has a very large Hispanic population, and Donald Trump did extremely and surprisingly well for a Republican in Hudson last year. The question was, could Chitterelli tap into those gains Trump made with Hispanic voters? And again, the same-day vote that's coming in here, it's a little bit better, a little bit less bad for Chitterelli than that initial batch of early vote and mail vote was. But again, this is what Trump was able to pull off in Hudson County. This is what Chitterelli is looking at right now. So he's got a mountain to climb in the same-day vote. It's coming in awfully slowly, but trust me, when we start getting big batches of it, I
gotta wonder, chat, does he just not want to, like, is he procrastinating talking about the New York City vote? Like, is this a bad night for Steve Carelli?
Scream, and I'm just going to check in here in New York City because I just want to tell you the way there it is.
Okay.
It all comes in at once. And
wait, oh, no, okay. So yeah, this is right as the polls closed. The first numbers that came out, 51% Mamdani, 39. No, I'm so disappointed, chat. I mean, yeah, Mamdani, Mamdani won. You all know by now, right? Cuomo lost, but I wanted to see Sliwa like outdo Cuomo. Look, the Cuomo dynasty is dead. It's not coming back. Andrew Cuomo will be forever remembered for killing Granny and grabbing fannies, but and his brother will be known for highlighting the ugly specter of Fredophobia, of anti-Italian American sentiment in the United States, and what an obstacle it's been for him and the entire Cuomo family. Right, that's what they're going to be known for. Yeah, and showing up on Adam Friedland's show as well for Chris Cuomo. But I really wanted to see Andrew Cuomo just go out with a bang and get stomped by Curtis Sliwa and the Guardian Angels. Not like literally stomped by them, Although, I mean, he does bear, some vengeance for the, having been shot in the back of a yellow cab. What was it, by the Gambino, and what was the other crime family? I don't know. Could this, either way, I just wanted to see Curtis Lewa come in second place, but maybe it's better that he doesn't. Curtis Lewa is the exact kind of nutter that could actually have a future in Republican politics post-Trump, right? Part of the reason that Trump did so well, part of the reason that the Democrats are doing so bad, is that Trump, despite being an absolute ass clown, is able to show up as a real human being in a way that has eluded a lot of the top Democratic candidates, right? So Sliwa has that same realness, right? It's a lack of self-awareness, let's just call it, right? That gets you somewhere in today's politics. And, just the sort of give and take with Cuomo and Mamdani had me thinking that this guy might have an electoral future in like national politics, right? He's definitely got the, the personality, the larger than life personality that it takes to compete in the attention economy. But yeah, I don't know, maybe this is, it's definitely not Sliwa's night here. Somebody asked me earlier about the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. Let me just give you a quick little update on that. So it's a good night for the Democrats in Pennsylvania. We've got 3 Democratic justices for the state Supreme Court: Kevin Dougherty, Christine Donahue, and David Wetch, and they have all been given new 10-year terms. So yeah, this was basically a vote to keep the justices, or to bounce the justices, and the voters of Pennsylvania have decided to keep them by 61 to 38, 61 to 38, 61 to 30, pretty much across. Yeah, I doubt that there's a lot of Pennsylvanians out there that that know the difference, that are like, oh yeah, no, I'm gonna vote for Justice Donahue, but not for Justice Wetch. Yeah, fuck Wetch. Right, I'm most people, it looks like, either voted yes or no on all 3. So there is your results from the there's a bunch of kind of smaller profile elections that are still pretty important. The Attorney General of Virginia is an important race. We'll catch up on that in a second, in terms of the ability of Virginia to fight against some of the things that Trump is trying to do in the state, and to take the Trump administration to court if need be. That's important. We've also got a Georgia election for, I think it was like the PSC. Chat, what is PSC? Wait, is it because PSC, Pennsylvania Supreme Court, Georgia PSC, I think it's like the Power Commission or something. Anyway, Democrats slipped 2 seats on the Georgia Public Service Commission, right? That's going to impact the I think the has some influence on what people pay for their electricity rate. So there are some like minor races that we're going to try to still keep our eye on, because they could have effects, especially in 26, if not in 2028. So yeah, let us is he going to go? There's not much depth he can go into here, is it?
There it is. Okay, we just got.
Because he just got the results. 36 in.
More than a third of the vote. How about that for timing?
How about that?
We just got more than a third of the vote in. Now, what you're looking at, these are votes that were cast early, and this is vote that was cast by mail. Stay with me here, and received by last Friday. So there is.
Ooh, yeah. So one of the things that they thought was looking maybe better for Cuomo was that it looked like he was doing well on the mail-ins. It may be because older voters use the early voting or whatever. But if this is in fact like the best that Cuomo's gonna do, that kind of points to if Mamdani is over 51% in the early vote, and then it's just gonna go uphill from here. I mean, let's fast forward. You wanna? Okay, looks like they got the call for Mikey Sherrill and Spanberger. I keep on wanting to say Spamberger. She's the CIA. Yeah, I was joking around in the Majority Report chat when they were watching some reporter saying that it's a good night for the far left of the Democratic Party as well as for the more conservative candidates like Spamberger. And I think I said something like, yeah, it's a good, like the DSA and the CIA together at last.
We're going to feel emboldened, as we should. But the reality is here, Democrats, the question is, I'm a strategist, what is the day after plan?
Yep. Yeah.
What's the day after the shutdown? Win, lose, or draw, it doesn't matter. We need to advance a proactive agenda on the economy.
And don't go anywhere because we're still sticking around.
Sorry.
We're not
done, girl.
We're waiting for the results of Prop 50, and it is now just after 11 p.m. Eastern.
Okay, so the update on that, a little slippage from Mamdani over the course of, I don't know, 2 hours. I don't know, it doesn't look that much different. Yeah, a little bit of a increase for Cuomo there.
Eastern time, and we have our final big call of the night. And like all the others tonight, it's a win for the Democrats. NBC News can now project that voters have approved a ballot measure on redistricting that could boost Democrats in next year's midterm elections. It's the theme of the night. Voters turning out, signaling they want change, and they are not happy with the president's party. In New York City, NBC News projecting that 34-year-old Democratic socialist Zohran Mamdani, who ran a fiercely anti-Trump campaign focusing on economic issues, will be the next mayor of America's largest city. And we want to take you to live pictures of Mamdani's election night headquarters, where we are expecting the mayor-elect to speak any moment now. We'll bring that to you. In New Jersey, the governor there, NBC News projecting that Democrat Mikey Sherrill has held off a tough challenge from Republican Jack Ciattarelli. In Virginia, Democrats sweeping the statewide races. NBC News projecting that Abigail Spanberger is the next governor of Virginia. And Democrat Jay Jones projected to win the Virginia Attorney General's race despite facing major headwinds after he was forced to apologize for violent messages he sent in 2022 about Republicans in his state.
Now, I gotta say that I slept on this one a little bit, right? The thing that she's talking about right here, Jay Jones, this is Attorney General of Virginia. I was worried about this one, based on the fact that all I hear about this race is that, oh, geez, Jay Jones's messages. Let's take a look and see what those messages actually are, because I've heard that they're not. Jay Jones. It's probably just going to be election stuff on Twitter. Jay Jones, what is it? Text messages that he had? Because I've heard that these messages aren't actually, he's not, it's one of these things where they're twisting what he's saying. Texted that he wanted his opponents and her children to be murdered. Okay, let's take a look at this. I'm skeptical about this. I haven't looked into this yet, right? I assumed that because of the way the media was talking about it, that there's really something to this, but I've heard since that they're taking they're taking him out of context here. Let's take a look. So this is what the op of Jay Jones, this is what, or somebody that is, against him has posted, right? So we'll see if there's more context maybe. They say nice things about everyone. Okay, so Jay, that means this is the person in that's how it works. The person in gray is talking to Jay. Jay's in blue, I think, right? If those guys die before me, I will go to their funerals and piss on their graves. Send them out awash in something? Wait, Jay Jones? Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, why are they saying? Oh no, he's saying Jay. Stop! It's like when your mom says your full name. Whoever he's talking to here. Wait a minute. Okay, so the blue is not him. The blue is the other person. The blue is the person. On the typing side of things. All right. Or the person that sold them out, the person that published these, or whatever. All he's saying, if those guys die before me, I'll go to their funerals and piss on their graves. Obviously, he's not going to piss in their caskets. Come on, chat. The only one who does anything weird with a casket is JD Vance and Erica Kirk when they make out on Charlie's casket, right? That's not oh my gosh. So anyway, 3 people, 2 bullets, Gilbert, Hitler, and Pol Pot. Okay, so Gilbert is that his opponent? No. Who is Gilbert? J. Jones Gilbert. Oh my god. J. Jones Gilbert. Okay, how it was at that time the Speaker of the House of Delegates Delegates. Wow, the House of Delegates. That sounds very fancy. No, the House of the House of Delicatessens. No, the House of Delegates is. I'm saying it wrong again. The House. I can speak. The House of Delegates. Delegates being the the parallel organ of state to the U.S. House of Representatives. I suppose, right? Or is it one of those states that they only have one house? Anyway, it doesn't matter. Speaker of the House, Todd Gilbert. Okay. Text messages from 2022. Got it. All right, so Gilbert, Hitler, and Pol Pot. Gilbert gets 2 bullets in the head. Okay, so that's the joke, is that you're expecting him to say that the 2 bullets would be for Hitler and Pol Pot, given that they're, genocidal, authoritarian, they did genocides, but no. Instead, he shoots neither Hitler nor Pol Pot. Hits Gilbert instead with 2 in the head. It's not a nice thing to say. It's not a professional thing to say, but it's not. I'm not worried about him shooting people. Spoiler: put Gilbert in the crew with the 2 worst people and he receives the 2 bullets. Okay, so he's saying that the Speaker is a piece of shit. All right, Jay, please stop. Lol. Okay. It really bothers me when you talk about hurting people or wishing death on them. You weren't asking simply asking questions, and you know it. I generally was. I wasn't attacking you. Okay, so somebody he doesn't get along with too well, it sounds like. Trying to understand your logic. You weren't trying to understand. You were talking about hoping Jennifer Gilbert's children would die. Okay, so that's where, yes, I've told you this before. The only people, wait, so they're alluding to a conversation where Jay Jones was hoping that the children of the House of Representatives would die. Told you this before. Only when people feel pain that sounds like Destiny. Only when people feel pain personally do they move on policy. So it sounds more like he's saying something like, I wish, this, if he's going to be against gun legislation, I wish, he had some personal stakes that would change his mind. But okay, so there's another conversation. There isn't. I point blank asked you more than 3 times, and you dug in that you meant it. I honestly am questioning a lot today. I mean, I do think Todd and Jennifer, so that's Todd Gilbert and Jennifer Gilbert, the speaker and his wife, are evil, that they're breeding little fascists. Yes. It's not as out of context as or it doesn't sound like, I mean, he is, you know. Did he kick a dog? Oh no. Oh no, chat. What's up with this guy? He didn't kick the dog, for the record. He missed.
And then he wake up tonight when you get this sweet. Goodbye, Red. Say bye-bye. See you soon.
Wait, he knows this person, right?
And then he wake up tonight when you get this sweet.
Do you think he's trying to kick the dog, or do you think he's fucking around?
See you soon. Make you rest. Make you rest.
I don't know. I don't know if that's the big deal about it. Okay, so is there more to this? You say John Jones didn't say he wanted a Republican, wanted Republicans dead. It was rhetoric. That's a lie. Here's the text messages. Wait. Now, please do what I said and write out. So wait, this person's arguing with Grok. They're having a fucking knockdown, drag out fight with Grok. Oh my god, they're trying to berate Grok into. Okay, so. Oh, Tim Pool is showing Grok being liberal, I guess. In what is this? So I know there's 2 ways that you could use Grok. One is like this: when you at Grok, if you have the $8 check mark, that means that you absolutely cucked yourself out to Elon Musk. Then you can use Grok on like this. I guess you can also DM Grok. I don't know if that's what Tim did. Grok.com. Yeah, I guess I don't really know how Grok works. Your local House of Delegates, right, is on your sample ballot. Mecha Hitler. So they're asking where the Grok sourced the opinions. I asked you in a chat, and you said you sourced your opinions from PBS and Washington Post, which are left-leaning. Never claimed to source my opinions from PBS or the Washington Post. My responses draw from broad data, real-time tools like web search across. Okay, fuck. Where's the J John? Where does the J Jones come in? J. Okay, so your position is still to vote for J Jones, even after you know he's fine with killing Republican children, and Spanberger still endorsing him afterwards. Is that your logical conclusion? Spanberger, obviously the governor-elect, after beating out Youngkin's lieutenant governor. Okay, so Grok says, I provide a factual analysis, not voting endorsements or personal positions. The hyperbolic claim that about J. Jones requires specific evidence like a quote or action to evaluate. Without it, it's unsubstantiated rhetoric. Spanberger's endorsement signals political alignment, but doesn't imply shared views on extremes. Assess candidates via their full records, cross-verified. Okay, so did you respond? I will not tell lies. They're talking about Dolores Umbridge from Harry Potter. Oh my god, do people talk like look at how he's talking to Grok. Hey Grok, cat got your tongue? Hey Grok, can you not ground your axioms? Hey Grok, facts don't care about your feelings. They're like art debate broing Grok. What the fuck is these people think it's a real intelligence. Oh my god, boomers do not understand AI. You are talking to predictive text, a sophisticated version thereof. Okay, it looks like this is. Oh wait, here's something new. All right, fuck. You can't see this part, but I do have another set of messages from Jay Jones. Hence the glowing tributes from what? Hence the glowing tributes from the Republicans. That was for Mark. Sorry, Charlie. Charlie Kirk, right? So the Charlie, I'm guessing, is the person he's talking to. No worries. Talking about Joe Johnson, a D, but basically an R, so a conservative. Leaked everything to your caucus. This is why Gilbert gave him such a glowing tribute. Served with my dad, who okay. There's nothing really in this last row of texts. Yeah, I don't think Rock replies to you unless you add it. No, I guess it does, but it didn't reply to him this time. Thanks for sharing the text. They're genuinely disturbing, showing Jones expressed violent fantasies towards a GOP lawmaker and her family. My prior view hinged on needing to verify evidence beyond claims. This qualifies revealing unfitness for AG. No lie intended. I adapt the facts presented, urging voters to weigh full records over party lines. Spanberger's backing merits scrutiny for overlooking. So he kind of successfully berated Grok into changing its endorsement. I feel like there's more to this. I feel like I'm kind of missing Jay Jones text messages. Anyway, regardless, chat, despite the text messages, and look, like, this says something, okay? Because look, you got Trump is at 37% approval right now. Somewhere between, I don't know, 30 and 37 is probably the size of like the MAGA people, the unshakables, the people that will always support Trump. And then you've got, I don't know, 40% of people that are just decidedly against Trump. They're never going to vote for anything associated with Trump. And then you got the squishy middle, and usually the squishy middle reads stuff like that text chain, and they'll be like, well, I guess I'm not voting for this guy. I was kind of on the fence before, but let me go for the guy that doesn't do homicidal ideation in his text messages. But this is I think, exemplary of people in the state of Virginia hating Trump more than they hate wishing death upon people's kids. You know what I mean? And you could understand, because the state of Virginia kind of hit hard by Trump and his policies in terms of the number of federal employees that he's fired, many of whom work in the state of Virginia or live in the state of Virginia, work in D.C.
Do you want to go back to NBC News chief data analyst Steve Kornacki, who's been following all of the races all night long. So let's talk about this ballot measure.
He's trying to get it's like the Bart Simpson thing. Oh, now I remember. Yeah, Dolores makes him. Doesn't she make Harry write it on his hand or something?
Prop 50, NBC News now projecting it has passed. Show us what you've got there.
Sorry, Charlie is a tagline from the 1980s ad campaign for Starkist. Charlie Tuna from the...
Yeah, well, I want to explain what we have here because folks might be a little bit confused. We are calling this, you see the check mark, you don't see any numbers, you don't see any counties filled in. So what happened? What happened is we took exit polls in all of the key states in New York City tonight. In the exit poll...
Yeah, like they think Grok can vote. They're trying to vie for Grok's vote.
On this proposition, the margin for yes was so overwhelming in the exit poll and so consistent with all of the data we had seen in the run-up to the election that our decision desk is going to call this based on that exit poll. I want to make it clear That's not an unusual practice. You probably don't notice it a lot, like on a presidential election night. But a state like California will be called like this. We don't tend to pay much attention to it on a presidential election night because we're in the middle of North Carolina and Georgia and Wisconsin and showing you results from all the swing states. But there are a lot of states out there that are very lopsided states, either Democratic or Republican states. And when you get an exit poll that really just confirms that, the state will be called that quickly. So that is what you're seeing happening here. Our decision desk has made the determination based on what they've seen in the exit poll and some other data that they can call this for yes right away. And again, we will start seeing big batches of votes come in here very shortly.
All right. And Steve, Callie, go ahead.
I just want to say one super interesting thing that's coming out of our exit polls here. And I know we want to get to California, but when you talk about this redistricting, when you talk about the exit polls, as Steve does here, there was a really interesting data point because we asked, the exit pollers asked, do you think each state's congressional district lines should be drawn by the party in power or by a nonpartisan commission? Overwhelmingly, look at this. 92% of people said it should be a nonpartisan commission. And yet, look at the breakout here, right? More than half of those people who said they want to see a commission do it said they voted for Prop 8, for Prop 50.
Is that confusing? The only way I could find this confusing is if you think that voters are like really, really dumb, right? Yeah, they realize that voting should be representative of the population, right? That whatever kind of, republic you construct, it should be a republic that reflects the view of the, majority of the people. So they want that. They want a representative democracy, right? But they also realize that Texas is that the Republicans are gerrymandering all over the place. So yeah, this is what you have to do to counteract that if you want to, kind of undo the thumb on the scale.
Wanted to actually see California redraw these lines. What does that say? Due credit to our political unit, Ben Cameron, Bridget Bowman. Yeah. Partisanship can be a hell of a drug, right? That even as people say that they felt like they wanted this to be nonpartisan.
It's not partisanship. Like, are you, like, it's such a weird thing that they're doing here, right? If Californians rejected this ballot measure based on a sense of fairness, it would be incredibly naive, right? They would have to be either ignorant towards the movements by Trump to try to steal 2026, or they would have to be, I don't know, impossibly naive.
These drawing lines, as we talked about, this has more to do than just redistricting, right? Like this is something that is going to be impactful beyond simply the lines on the map here. We talked about the Gavin Newsom impact, et cetera. It looks like California voters want to send a message here with this vote.
Well, I'm glad that you bring that up, Hallie, because it is fascinating. And it was one of the hurdles. You talked about this being a risky move on the part of Governor Gavin Newsom. It was one of the hurdles that he faced, making this argument to essentially go around the independent commission and redraw the maps of California. I want to go back out to Liz Kreutz in California, because, Liz, part of what Governor Newsom was contending with was the idea that initially some top Democrats had historically been opposed to the idea of redistricting. That includes former President Obama, who then said, no, he supports what Governor Gavin Newsom was doing here in California because the game has effectively changed.
Yeah, Kristen, I mean, when Governor Newsom first announced this, there was definitely a sense that this was going to be an uphill battle. Right now, up until now, there is this independent bipartisan redistricting commission that was put into place by former Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger, extraordinarily popular here in the state, that draws the congressional lines every 10 years. So this is overturning that. The big message here by Governor Newsom was that it would be just temporary. It's just for 2026, 2028, and 2030, and then it will revert back to this independent commission. He has stood by.
Yeah, the Virginia DA makes me think that Graham Plattner stands a good chance of winning in spite of a tattoo. They're willing to give up a degree of representative democracy temporarily in order to, yeah. I mean, you're in a place where you would like to, you would like to just vote for things. I think most Democrats, at the very least, they don't want to live by the Electoral College anymore. They want the president to be elected by popular vote. And they want, you know, the districts to represent the state.
That, however, former California Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger says that he feels that's a scam. He has been adamantly against it. I'll toss it back to you, Kristen.
All right, Liz Kreutz, thank you so much. We do want to go to the headquarters of Zohran Mamdani. He's about to address his supporters there.
Okay, so we'll take a look. We'll catch up on the latest statistics, the latest, you know, count. It's not spoil. I'm looking at it now. It's not that much different from what they're showing here at the end of their broadcast. Then we'll watch the Zohran speech. Then maybe we can get into Hassan on the majority report from there.
The mayor-elect, 34 years old, Democratic Socialist, and he has not yet approached the podium. But he ran on a campaign of affordability, promising to make things like bus fare free, government-run supermarkets, subsidized preschool for children. Yeah. And Hallie, clearly that's a message that resonated not just in New Jersey, the message of affordability,
sure, but
in these other races. But Zohran Mamdani, as a Democratic Socialist, had a very specific, targeted message.
He did, and when you look at that message, young people resonated with. And then there was something interesting here. I'm going to ask our team. I know we're juggling some graphics in the control room. I'm going to call for what I'm calling the manosphere graphic, or at least young men, for example, because when you look at our exit polling on young men, so this is men under the age of 30, right? In not just New York City here, but in New Jersey and in Virginia as well. How interesting is this, right? Abigail Spanberger, plus 14 there in New Jersey, Mikey Sherrill, plus 10 in New York City, Mamdani, obviously plus 40. I mean, way up there. Young men, when were we talking about young men in 2024 turning out for Donald Trump, right? Coming out for the Republican here. And so I think this is an interesting dynamic. Clearly, Zohran Mamdani tapped into it, but so did Abigail Spanberger and Mikey Sherrill, and I think that's worth noting.
Hogan, what do you make of those numbers?
I mean, young Democrat men voting for Democrat candidates. I don't know what to tell you. It just seems as though...
And yet, Trump was able to win some of them over.
Trump was able to win some of them over, but we're not talking about Trumping on the ballot here. I understand that they used him in their campaign ads. I understand that they wanted to try and...
I got to point something out, all right? Trump's popularity a year ago, probably at its height, right? For getting shot, Trump was probably as popular as he has ever been at that point. Since then, he's lost a lot of the constituencies that he gained some ground with. All the, you know, the much hyped, you know, Latino vote. Obviously, a lot less of those people, you know, that switched over to Trump, you know, supporting him now. With you know, younger demographic, a lot of that has fallen off too because of his complete lack of any attempt to even address the affordability issue, which is, you know, the first and foremost on the minds of young people. There's just like a lot of they're not acknowledging that this isn't 2024. That Trump, although he's only been in office for, you know, 3/4 of a year, he's done a lot, and the American people have noticed, and it's not good. So, yeah, this is...
Attack him to try and gain ground with some of those voters.
But you know why we're asking? I mean, because it gets to the point of, is the Trump coalition hanging together, or is the Trump coalition specific only to President Trump?
Well, that's right. I think it's the latter. I think the Trump coalition is specific to Donald Trump. And
they are still treating fucking Trump like he's magic. It so frustrates me. It's so frustrating.
Within the Republican Party, because I would argue we have a deep bench. I know you would disagree, but I don't know anybody can capture what Donald Trump was able to capture, just like nobody on the Democrat side can capture what Barack Obama captured. They're completely different people. No one can capture what Bill...
They're completely different, too, in that John McCain and Mitt Romney were not historically weak candidates, right? They were average candidates. Hillary Clinton was. And Joe Biden running when he couldn't even debate, and then like tagging in Kamala Harris halfway through their campaign. Like, that's not Trump's never had, other than, I don't know, I guess the time that he lost to Biden, he's never had a particularly strong candidate. And even then, it's questionable how I mean, Biden is the people described him in 2020 as mac and cheese, right? He's boring, he's bland, but he's consistent, right? If you like mac and cheese, you can make mac and cheese. It's not anything special, but it is, it will fill your stomach. And that's why Biden was elected, because Trump was, failing on so many different levels.
Clinton was able to capture because he was Bill Clinton. These people are just kind of singular political figures that it's really difficult to try and duplicate that, or even coalesce voters around a different candidate that isn't Donald Trump.
I kind of have more of a question than a comment, but it is Republicans have made the decision to stand with Donald Trump regardless. And because the calculation is that standing with Trump will turn out Trump voters when Republicans are on the ballot, even when Trump is not. So could that calculation start to shift from a legislative perspective, from a policy perspective, from an executive order perspective, if it's not going to work for them next year in the midterms?
Possibly so, because these people want to win elections. I do think, though, if you reject Trump, then you do so at your own peril, because you don't have that solid core base, at least to try and build upon. If you're trying to take some of these independents away, which you should want to do as a candidate, of course, and you want to be the governor of all the people and all those things, you still need to have at least a fired up base out there to get you to that point where you can say, all right, I'm solidly in the camp of all these Republicans. Now, how do I pick off other people and expand that tent? It's difficult to do.
It is. As we wait for Zohran Mamdani's speech, I do want to read, we're getting a new reaction from Chuck Schumer, who says, I congratulate Zohran Mamdani on his well-earned and historic victory. We have worked together on a number of vital issues, like delivering historic debt relief for taxi drivers. I look forward to building on that partnership to keep New York City strong, fair, more affordable, and thriving. Actually, he never endorsed him. This is as far as he's leaned in to expressing support for Zohran Mamdani.
I mean,
if you don't know what that was, I think Zohran went on a hunger strike in support of New York cab drivers.
My advice to the Democratic Party is to take a playbook, a page out of Mamdani's playbook, and that is to come up with a crystallized agenda that is based on affordability. I mean, I was saying this earlier. The reality is, although we won tonight, won big, the NBC poll still shows that 53% of the American people disapprove and have negative opinions of the Democratic Party. That signals that the party has a larger issue. Now,
that signals that the American people don't like losers, especially when the losers losing ways result in the election of a fascist, right? The American people feel like super let down by the Democratic Party, having to watch in real time as they lose to a man who is actually a fairly weak candidate, historically speaking, a man who should be easy to beat, right? That's a big part of it. The fact that they didn't want to fight immediately, when he's elected, that's a big part of it too. The fact that they don't really believe anything when they're like 10 toes on the ground for social issues, because let's be real, not because they care about those social issues, but because those are issues that they can please their voter base for without worrying their donors, right? Generally, social issues don't cost anything, don't require taxes to be raised or anything like that, don't require extra regulations that are going to be onerous on corporations and on capitalists, right? And then when they lose, they are like, oh, geez, marginalized people. Did we say we support them? No, fuck marginalized people. We're with the regular people. It shows that they're about nothing. Yeah, the Democrats showed that they were about nothing. That's what they don't like. And look, that changes when you have candidates that are willing to do what Mamdani did. The one thing they're not analyzing here, the one thing they're not noticing here is that Mamdani, a big part of what he did was running against the Democratic Party. He didn't get support. He didn't get the endorsements that you would expect the Democratic nominee to get, right? That's how he disambiguated. So what? Here's the takeaway. All right, as a Democrat, you're not going to win if you seem like you're okay with, and you're in league with, and you're in agreement with the Cory Bookers, the Chuck Schumers, and the Hakeem Jeffries of the world, right? You're not. That's what they hate. They hate the current leadership, the current configuration, the lack of fight back against Trump that the Democratic Party is showing. That's where these low numbers are coming from. And it just blows my mind that nobody in media seems to be able to get this, or maybe they don't want to get it.
National, larger issue. So my point is, you have to start to give people something to vote for, not just something to vote against. And so what Mamdani did so well is he had an actual affordability agenda. So my point to Democrats is, when we come back, maybe at the beginning of the year, you've got to introduce a comprehensive agenda that everyone can buy into, that contrasts how we would handle the economy and how Donald Trump's failing to do so.
I agree with you 100%.
Oh, wow.
I do.
Well,
I do.
There's been some agreement
That's right.
on the
That's
few
right.
issues.
In this way, I think Donald Trump has done a good job to this point of getting Democrats, for whatever reason, to be on the wrong side of 80-20 issues.
Yeah.
I think Mamdani comes in and says, no, here's what I want to do, right? I want to close Rikers Island and let out the criminals. I want to freeze rent control. I want to free buses. I want city-owned grocery stores. I want to legalize prostitution. I want to strengthen our sanctuary city laws. He's running on a Democrat socialist agenda, which, okay, fine. And I'm a little bit different than some of my Republican brethren in this way. It reminds me of the H.L. Mencken quote, democracy is the idea that common people know what they want and they deserve to get it good and hard. I say let him do all of these things, and within 3 years, you'll be begging for like a Giuliani 2.0.
Hey, listen, and I will say
Bring
this,
it back
and
in
let me
and
say
fix
this,
it.
the Democratic Party said the same thing.
Giuliani was only popular because of 9/11. Are you wishing another 9/11 on New York? Is that what you're hoping for? That there is a terrorist attack that originates from a Islamist group and causes Zohran to get thrown out of on his ass and replaced with Rudy Giuliani? Really? Not like, I mean, he's not literally. He's saying like a Giuliani-like character, Giuliani-like candidate. Go back to nursing home, Grandpa. Your diaper is starting to smell just a bit. Well, don't go back to the nursing home. Otherwise, Andrew Cuomo will kill you. Ba-dum-tsh. Where's the pushback? Let's see. Let's let him cook a little bit.
Think about Trump, and now we're saying tonight the American people are saying, I want something different.
It's a gamble, no question about it.
Leanne, to take that one step further, I mean, to some extent, and Sam Brock tried to get at this in his interview with Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, which is, are there parallels between President Trump's populist message and Zohran Mamdani's socialist message in the way that it has resonated with voters? And this idea, if you think of some of Trump's policies, he's been accused by some fellow Republicans of having what they would perceive to be socialist policies.
No, it's fucking, Trump's not a socialist. Trump is a despot. That's in the other direction. That's actually past feudalism, right? We're talking about modes of production. Yeah, like, I mean, Trump's victory came in no small part because of the intransigence of the Democrats to even admit that there's a problem with an economy that has a low unemployment rate and a lowering inflation rate, right? The Democratic Party is stuck on this idea that that's the economy. And if the numbers are good, then the economy is good, right? And things like GDP, median income, right? All these numbers that don't really take into account how working class Americans are doing. At this point, chat, we have so much of a consolidation of wealth that the wealthy, the wealthy are responsible for an inordinate percentage of the overall spending, right? So the economy can look good on paper without being good to the people that are in it, right? If you had a fish tank that was like, I don't know, like 80% good, clean, fresh water, but 90% of the fish were required to swim in a little area where there's low oxygen and there's a lot of pollution and it's not, healthy, right? Then that's not a healthy fish tank, right? Just because you've got two different classes of fish and one of these classes is doing really fucking well, that doesn't mean that the other class of fish is not doing terrible. And when those are the majority of the voters, yeah. Same Trump voters that voted in 2020 with kids who became eligible to vote in 2024. Yeah, free everyone from Rikers Island, legalize prostitution, and now they are supposed to close down Rikers Island. I think that's where they're getting that, right? And what I mean is that I believe that New York voted to close down Rikers Island. There is a logistics problem in terms of the number of incarcerated people that has to be figured out. But no, making the assumption that Zohran's solution for that logistics issue is going to be to free, to commute sentences en masse or something like that is ridiculous. Legalize prostitution. Didn't say that. Zohran Damani, did Mamdani even support such things? I don't think so. Yeah, I mean, there's little lies like saying that Zohran's making groceries, like providing grocery stores with free groceries. They're not. They're just community run grocery stores that would have a little bit of a pressure on the grocery cartels that are, gouging everyone, right? And also kind of expand into food deserts, places where the only place to get something to eat might be like a corner store, which doesn't have a full selection of fruits and vegetables. And, you're not going to be as healthy eating from that's where the grocery stores are supposed to go in. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that they just completely distorted and warped, exaggerated, or even straight up lied about. It's old and expensive to run. Yeah, but I think there was an actual there's law, like, right, that Rikers is supposed to be closed. It's not like that Mamdani is like, singularly. It's supposed to be closed. It hasn't been closed.
But the idea that, are there some parallels?
Yeah, there's obviously a populist string in this country that is becoming more vocal and more powerful and more demanding of policies that impact them. We saw this in Trump's election. We saw this tonight with Zohran Mamdani. This is the electorate that is feeling like they are left behind, that they are not given a chance, that they have lost their chance, that it's too hard to pay for their rent. Donald Trump was asked if there's some parallels between him and Mamdani, and he said, well, I'm better looking than Mamdani. There is some acknowledgement that charismatic people who can message really well and speak to voters.
So let's take a look at this. Manhattan federal judge Laura Swain issued the sweeping ruling on May 13th of 2025 that she will soon appoint an independent remediation manager to oversee city jails. Though this person will work with the city's correction department, they'll still have broad powers addressing longstanding safety issues and be empowered to take necessary actions to improve conditions at the city jails, Swain wrote. She also tasked the city and the Legal Aid Society to each come up with 4 potential candidates for the role. Federal judge stripped New York City of its control over Rikers Island and ordered a third party to take over. So that was the ruling this year. De Blasio, in March of 2017, pledged to shut down Rikers Island. In April of 2017, an independent commission was formed. 27th June, de Blasio releases a roadmap for the jail's closure. February 2018, de Blasio announced 4 borough-based jails in every borough except Staten Island to replace Rikers Island. De Blasio, in October 2019, de Blasio and Johnson agreed to close the jail complex by 2026. Yeah, it's I thought it was scheduled to be closed by 2026. Open 4 new jails in each of the boroughs. There's delays according to leaks published in the Gothamist in August of 2020. City officially delayed the plans in October of 2020. New York, in November of 2020, New York City Department of Corrections officials announced the city would shut down the Manhattan Detention Complex. And the Otis Bantam Correctional Center on Rikers Island. In 2021, Eric Adams expressed support for the closure of Rikers Island. September 2022, Mayor Adams expressed doubt that Rikers could be closed by 2027 is now where the deadline set by de Blasio. Okay, yeah, it's like a
win.
Yeah.
And that is an effective campaign regardless of who.
Wait, Hassan said he's better looking than Mamdani. No, Trump did.
Who you are campaigning.
And regardless of the label.
Against. Yeah.
When you look
What's up with Hutch endorsing segregationist Dems? I don't know. Prime Kai got him to bite a bullet on something.
As a big theme of the night has been, what is is there a takeaway to 2026 and what is it, right? I think it feels like, based on what we're seeing tonight, obviously it is the economic affordability, cost of living message. And when you look at the exit polls in New York, of the voters who said cost of living was most important, which was the biggest issue by far, 63% went for Zohran Mamdani. In Virginia, of those voters who said, and you see those numbers here, it's actually at 66% as we continue to get these waves of exit polls in. In Virginia, economy was the most important issue. Those voters broke more than half, 52%, for Abigail Spanberger. In New Jersey, of those who said the economy was most important, 61% of them broke for Mikey Sherrill. Taxes was the number one issue in Jersey, and those broke for Chitterelli. But it is clear that this is what voters are sort of screaming. This is what matters to them, and this is the decision that they want.
We have 1 minute left. Hogan and Ashley, your final thoughts.
I think that tonight was a big win for Democrats. I think the question always is, when you lose elections, what do you learn from those elections? And what Republicans need to do is figure out, is that coalition fractured because of the candidates were bad, the turnout apparatus was bad, the non-sexy parts of politics, the door knocking didn't work, or is it a broader issue with Republicans? I would argue it's not, and I think it was heading to the midterms, we're going to be coming with a big tailwind to try and win some of these people back.
Ashley, final thought to you.
I think tonight the question is whether or not this election.
There is like probably I've heard it expressed from a number of quarters as far as the Republicans. Their plan largely is to portray New York City as a failure, blame the failure on Mamdani, and then to and to try to use this as like a so here's the deal. We got turning of the tides going on, right? Trump was president in 2020. People were sick of the way that he managed COVID, sick of the way that he managed a lot of things, sick of America being the laughingstock of the world. They voted for Joe Biden. The tides turned there. Biden did, more than any Democratic president in our lifetimes in terms of like for the working class, but it wasn't enough considering the severity of the flattened line of median income compared to a line of productivity that is increasingly going up, right? And the world is becoming more unaffordable, and the median income is staying flat, right? Given that, Biden actually needed to do more than what he did, and as a result, the tides changed again. People were like, "This isn't right." They go to Trump. Now the tide's turning in 2025. Based on the few elections that we've got here, you've got pretty much a sweep. I won't call it a blue NAMI because there's not enough going on. There's not enough elections going on to really it's 2025. It's not a midterm yet, right? So, but they want to sort of portray this as like, okay, well, the tide shifted there. We gave them a chance, and oh, look, they fucked it all up. All the violent criminals, all the illegals. New York is a scary place, folks. There's giant rats. They'll eat your face off, even though there's always been giant rats, and they always eat your face off, right? That wouldn't be a change. It'd be a miracle if Mamdani was able to do something to reduce the size of the rats in New York City. If you don't know, Chad, New York's it's got problems, like problems with the budget, like where there's just not enough garbage cans, and a lot of the garbage just sits out in bags and stuff. And yeah, it's like a rat buffet out there. But no, New York's always had a rat problem.
And smoked out Donald Trump.
But yeah, they're gonna try to sort of say that, okay, well, we gave them a chance and it didn't work, so here, let's turn the tide again. And I'm not sure if it's going to work. We're nerds in being plugged into a not even an off-year election, not even a midterm, right? A half midterm, right? The fact that we're paying so much attention to this is, we're weird for that. Most people aren't paying attention.
Whether or not he'll accept and look himself in the mirror and say, I've got a problem, whether or not the Republican Party will come to him and say, we've got a bigger problem. Because the reality is when you look at the numbers, the coalition that the Democrats have built is...
Why is the right-winger on the panel rocking the toupee look? The Southern guy? Yeah, I don't know. He's kind of missed the subway bunnies.
Incredibly broad swath. Secondly, it's all on the economy. It's the economy, stupid.
All right, guys, thank you so much for being here for a great election night. We really appreciate it. I do want to thank all of you for being with us tonight. As we mentioned, we're still waiting for Mamdani to speak in New York City. NBC News.
Okay, we're going to get to that in a second. I want to take a quick look at, well, here's what I should do first, though. Let me just give you, because I know a lot of people are probably wondering this, what are the numbers right now? All right, so this is NPR. They are following the Virginia governor's race. These have all been called, by the way, right? Virginia Governor Spanberger, CIA Spanberger, has won over Winsome Earl Sears, 57.5 to 42.3. New Jersey governor, we got Mikey Sherrill with 56.2 over Jack Ciattarelli at 43.2. They're not. Oh God, this is so frustrating. Really, this is all you're covering? And what a weird selection too. Anyway, fuck you, NPR. Sorry, my mom listens to NPR. I shouldn't say that too loudly. New York City, Zohran at 50.4%, Andrew Cuomo at 41.6%. I really thought that Zohran's numbers were going to go up since they were counting the early voting first, and but it looks like Cuomo's gained a little bit of ground, not nearly enough though. This is Mamdani up by 8.8, almost 9 points. Curtis Sliwa not getting nearly the numbers that he was polling at. California ballot measure is a massive yes, 63.8%. That is almost 5 million people in California voting to do some gerrymandering, to counter gerrymander. And then they're covering the Colorado propositions on school meals and got a Gavin Newsom response coming up for you. We got the Zohran rally. Let's take a look at the Kornacki.
Right now in the United States of America, we have we're in the throes of authoritarianism with the Trump administration.
Okay. So yeah, this is Steve Kornacki. This is the Kornacki cam. Oh my god. Oh my god. I remember this. This is taking me back to it's taking me back to 2024 with that music. That was not a good night. So yes, they just got the music on the whole time. It doesn't look like as interesting as a of a Kornacki cam. Wait, is he talking? Oh. Okay, well that was pretty useless. We got to get to Harry Enton. I've heard from sources that he is the very best. Got the NBC version of this.
Is that more voters blame Republicans for all this rather than Democrats here, just ahead of obviously polls closing in tonight's elections. Sahil Kapoor has made his way, as we all have, up from Washington here to New York for election night. Two big sort of...
Okay, so this is the very beginning of the coverage. Let's fast forward to the very end.
He seemed to be a combination of former President Barack Obama, current President Donald Trump, Senator Bernie Sanders. You know, he took a
page about Zohran?
Page from each one of them.
You know, I think definitely would say Bernie Sanders. He would definitely say AOC. I think it was so interesting in his speech tonight, the first politician he referenced.
Oh my God, Chad, I'm doing it again. I'm losing myself and not mentioning the butterfly goal at all. It might already be over. Is it? No, the goal has been... Oh, no. Oh no, chat. We don't got butterflies again. Columbia Rican Dragon, I don't know why your super chat did not come through, but thank you. It should make a noise. It's supposed to let me know. We got to 2 out of 10. That's something. Here, like, I gotta update this. That means that we are at 36. The fuck? 36 out of 100. I guess there's some shot at getting bonus content tonight. Sorry I didn't catch that earlier. It's hit or miss, I guess. There we go. News analysis. Analysts always miss one thing. Trump's growth of his coalition in 2024 was all that came out of 2020, and the Republican family members aged the vote. Huh. Don't know if I love or hate that drip. What, the Kornacki drip? Tomorrow we're going to see Trump spiraling out of control. We might actually, I would be surprised if we didn't have at least a True Social post at this point. Did we see, we're about to watch the Zohran speech. I just wanted to catch up with the sort of ending of the coverage on the different networks.
Was Eugene Debs.
Yeah.
The prominent socialist from the 19th and 20th century.
Yeah.
I don't think he wants to repeat the politics of another politician. You listen to his speech tonight, he wants to be creating something entirely new. He's asked on the debate stage, the NBC debate, who's the greatest modern president? FDR. He references Fiorello LaGuardia, but that's just in the sense of being able to accomplish huge things. So he's thinking about creating a new politics rather than, emulating someone else, even someone like a Barack Obama or a Bernie Sanders.
If we're talking about Virginia, Steve, with the exit polls, what was the most important thing to voters?
Well, the economy.
Yeah.
Tops. And we saw this in New Jersey, too. And we've seen this, frankly, in a lot of exit polls now for the last few years. So it's nothing new. It's just that I think the sense of the blame that voters have changes with Trump back in the White House. And so Republicans are taking the brunt of it. Republicans took the brunt of it in Virginia and in New Jersey.
So if we're looking at, Mel, Virginia, you're on Capitol Hill every day. We are now in the longest government shutdown in U.S. history. Economy is the number one issue for Virginia voters, right, who have also been affected by these DOGE cuts. You have the president putting out on True Social that it's obvious that this is not only because he's not on the ballot, but because of the shutdown. Is the shutdown going to end?
Well,
not just the shutdown. I think they alluded to this earlier, but yeah, the DOGE cuts. And not just the DOGE cuts, the general hostility of this administration to federal employees. They don't get something as much as Curtis Yarvin and some of the, architects of Project 2025 want to talk about FDR. They haven't learned the important lessons from FDR. They're not keyed into that, right? They're not.
Well, the suggestion there is putting out on True Social that it's obvious that this is not only because he's not on the ballot, but because of the shutdown. Is the shutdown going to end?
What FDR understood was that government jobs are real jobs. And in a time of crisis, they're like the only jobs that people can get. And that, Trump wants to see these federal workers as a line item. They're not. They're workers. They're voters. And they vote in Virginia. And a lot of what we saw in Virginia was people affected by the Trump administration's policy. So yeah, it shows us that it does have real effects. You can't just beat up, like they want to be able to beat up on federal workers and get, Ma and Pa at home to be like, yeah, that's right. Get that, we're going to cut the deficit by eliminating workers. It makes the, not only does it impoverish the people that are affected by the cuts and people that are connected to them economically, but it also makes the functioning of the government gets worse, right? I guess does the shutdown kind of slot right into that? As more government services become unavailable due to the shutdown, as more federal workers go without a paycheck and have to do things like calling in sick, rather than showing up to work, and people notice that those services sometimes services which impact their travel plans are not available. Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, this is what a lot of people miss, right? They want to think of government jobs as like, I don't know, some kind of a waste of resources. And to the capitalist, we are all a waste of resources, right? We don't matter.
Well, the suggestion there is that Republicans are getting the blame for the shutdown, which is something that Republicans have not admitted on Capitol Hill. So that was a really fascinating post for him. The question about the shutdown ending, I think going into tonight, we thought that by tomorrow, Democrats would have a pretty good night tonight and that it would help soften the ground for them to essentially cave, come to a bipartisan deal, finally reopen the government. I think after tonight, after such big wins.
Wait. I'm sorry. If they come to a deal, I don't think that's caving, right? If they get something out of this negotiation, that's not the same as caving. Caving would be them just saying, yeah, continuing resolution or like a clean resolution or whatever, right? If they get any conciliation in order to come back to the table, that is not them, folding at all. But it sounds like she's about to hear. Let's let her cook a little bit.
I think progressives are going to have a lot more to say about the idea of them caving. So it actually might prevent a opening of the government, especially.
Question from Twitch chat. So Zohran winning, does Zohran winning mean Dems win? Yeah. So for anybody confused about Zohran Mamdani, you've probably heard the phrase democratic socialist applied to him. That refers to his overall perspective or ideology on politics, which is that he wants the government to act on the behest of the working class, but rather than being like a revolutionary socialist or something like that, he is a democratic socialist, right? Meaning that he thinks they can get there piecemeal, they can get there by reform, and more importantly, they can get there democratically, right? The DSA is an organization that Zohran is a member of, right? This is a, kind of a power structure that operates somewhat outside of the Democratic Party and at times does support Democratic candidates when they're moving the Democratic Party left. But just to answer your question, Zohran won the Democratic primary. He's the Democratic nominee for mayor of New York City. And yeah, he's got a D next to his name. So yes, that is representative of the Democrats winning. The difference, the little detail to probably notice though, is that Zohran is a vastly different kind of Democrat than those that are usually successful. There's very few Democrats that associate their name in any way with socialism that are successful on such a prominent stage as the New York City mayoral election, right? And the more you get left flank Dems into office, right? And the more they're able to work their way into leadership positions, the closer we get towards changing the fundamental nature and the orientation of the Democratic Party. And the more that you can, a lot of times when we look at Trump's approval rating, right, it's really low. It's at 37% right now. It's about as low as he's been in this administration. It's about as low as he's been since like January 6th, right? But when you look at the Democratic approval rating, it's even lower. That worries some people. Like, okay, well, they don't like Trump, but they like the Democrats even less. This is because the Democrats are perceived as being feckless, as not standing up for anything. They walked back their positions on immigration. They shut the fuck up about a lot of the social issues that they were talking about in order to distract people from how bad they were on economic issues. And that's what people don't like about the Democratic Party. So in other words, in order to change the approval rate, the way that people feel about the Democratic Party, you got to get new leadership. So does new leadership help the Democratic Party? Yes. Who does it hurt? It hurts the people that want the Democratic Party to continue to operate as a Republican Party light, right? This happened, this is a phenomenon that kind of comes from the early 80s, late 70s. the Democrats lost to a candidate named Ronald Reagan, who at the time did not have, a lot of people did not think he had a great chance of winning, did not seem like a strong candidate, seemed like kind of a radical. They did soul searching based on that. And rather than, realizing that they lost because of dark money in politics, right, Reagan was able to use, due to things like the Powell memo, Reagan was able to really unlock the power of money in politics. Instead of fighting that, they decided to try to vie for the wealthy donors. And basically that caused them to become a liberal, a neoliberal party, much in the vein of what Reagan was doing, right? And ever since then, you've had this Democratic establishment, which is notable in that it is more conservative than the previously existing Democratic establishment that I often refer to as the New Deal consensus, right? So anyway, long story short, long story long, this was exacerbated when the Dems tried to outflank the Republicans on the Patriot. Oh yeah, the most lethal army was, I believe, were the words that Kamala Harris used, right? As if the American people, what they're hungering for is somebody that says, like, we got an army that kills people and breaks things, right? Nobody's looking for that. Not even Trump's voters. Part of what got Trump, looks from people that might not have been political otherwise was that he sold himself as a candidate of peace. And he's only able to do that. He's only able to get around on the left flank of the Democrats because they are so, not just like neoliberal, but they start to take on, when you're talking about like foreign affairs, the Democrats in the 2000s, they start to take on more of almost a neoconservative ideology, in that they're all for regime change in situations like Iraq, for instance, and even a lot of Democrats supporting a destabilization of Iran, despite the fact that that it was Obama who got the people all over the country are celebrating. Absolutely true, Columbia Rican. Thank you for the super chat. Should I give you a second? Does chat want a second chance on the butterfly goal?
After they're looking at the results
because
tonight,
Democrats are going to say
Democrats
we're doing the right thing.
Yeah, the voters are behind us. Our message is breaking through. They want us to fight, even in a place like Virginia, where there are furloughed workers right now, not getting paid, still voting for Democrats. And if Republicans are getting the blame, they want Trump and Republicans to come to the table, not the other way around.
Yeah, just to summarize my my answer to you, Kotami, Zohran's win is a win for the Democratic Party, but it signals perhaps a change in the nature of the Democratic Party. So it's a win for the Democratic Party, but maybe a little bit of a loss of control for the Democratic establishment, for the Democratic leadership, for that third way consensus that followed the New Deal consensus, and that has taken the Democratic Party on a rightward trajectory, right? And this didn't make the Republicans more reasonable and conciliatory. If anything, it empowered them to move further into radical right-wing politics, to the point where right now the Ben Shapiro's of the world are fighting to maintain dominance over the Republican Party over people like Nick Fuentes, chat. Nick Fuentes has a great chance of being the next Republican kingmaker. So you can see this is the effect of the Democrats running right. It's not good, and it needs to stop. It's not sustainable. And I'm convinced that the rightward orientation of the Democratic Party and the kind of nihilism exemplified by their ability to undermine their own position, that's what has got Americans hating the Democratic Party. There's nothing real about this current establishment. Mamdani is part of the DSA, but they usually run Dems regardless. Run as yeah. They haven't. That's what I was trying to explain. They're a party technically, but they're not generally a party which runs against the Democrats. They just try to support the left flank of the Democrats, or at least that's what their strategy seems to be right now.
So it's an open question of whether this is going to force an opening or prolong it even more.
And Steve, the spread in states like Virginia and New Jersey speaks to kind of the enthusiasm with the Democrats right now, right? Because there was an expectation, if we looked at New Jersey, for instance, that if Mikey Sherrill had a smaller win, maybe 4 or 5 points, Republicans could feasibly see that.
Winter Lind celebrating in Germany. Yeah, it's a great night.
As a win, that they had made gains in New Jersey. Maybe New Jersey would feasibly be up for grabs in the next presidential election. But in fact, not only did that not happen, she had a pretty big spread, as did Abigail Spanberger, which is even more messaging to the Republicans.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, the last 2 elections before this in New Jersey, where Trump losing by 6 points last year, that was actually his second biggest improvement in any state in the country. He'd lost it by 16 points back in 2020, got it all the way down to 6 last year. And Chitterelli had only lost it by 3 points back in 2021. And what was so interesting about it was in Trump getting it to 6 and in Chitterelli getting it to 3, they each had basically not totally, but they had very different coalitions, very different strengths that allowed them to do that. And so the Chitterelli campaign was premised this year on trying to combine those two things. And what was that? Well, Chitterelli's strength in 2021 was the suburbanites who the Republican Party had been losing since Donald Trump had become the nominee, the face of the party back in 2016. Chitterelli did very well with them in 2021. And the other thing that he wanted to get were the non-white gains that Trump made in 2024, particularly with Hispanic voters, but also with Asian American voters. That's how Trump got it down to 6 points. And if you could combine those two things, you win New Jersey. So that was what Chitterelli's campaign tried to do. And you're just looking at these results and you're seeing, well, first of all, those suburban gains that Chitterelli made, now that Trump's back in the White House, I don't think a Republican's going to be making them. He was able to make them when Trump was the
I got to point out, they're mistaking what I've referred to as the Kasparian effect. Now, I'm not saying, like, don't read too much into this about me calling it Kasparian. I call it Kasparian because Anna Kasparian exemplifies this type of voter. Wealthy, urban or suburban voter that was, that in the past voted for Democrats, that is finding more and more common cause with the right wing. That it has, and this is a phenomenon on the coast, right? You're going to see it on this kind of voter on the East Coast, especially in urban and suburban areas, and on the West Coast, right? Where Anna Kasparian is from, right? And the thing about the Kasparian effect is it's limited, all right? Now, I'm not going to say that it doesn't matter because wealthier voters are more influential voters. They can pull more strings, they have more sway, they have more clout. So it does have an effect, right? But there's just a limited number of people like with wealth. There's a limited number of people, even with just the ability to like live comfortable in expensive urban environments like this, right? And this is the kind of person that steps outside of their house, sees homeless people, and rather than blaming the intransigence of the Republican Party on issues of the of the social safety net or on housing or taking care of people, blames the homeless people, right? That is the Kasparian effect in action, right? But it's a limited kind of thing. There's only so many voters like that, and while it might give you a rise in your poll numbers temporarily, or permanently, it's not gonna take you where you need to go in order to actually win in New York, win in New Jersey, win even in Virginia. And yeah, that combined with the the just real grievance that people who either have a government job, federal workers who were fired or laid off by the Trump administration, or people affected by that, right? You see that it starts slipping away even more. So yeah, it was illusory, and it's not, it's not where they should be looking.
President. And I don't think people were not sure at all he was running again in 2024. And the non-white gains, was this a Trump-specific thing that happened in 2024?
Trump has lost those gains. Right?
Or was this a broader movement toward the Republican Party? Well, let's see. Here's a candidate not named Trump, with no Trump on the ballot, running in the same state.
He will punish us, Carol Pax says, all somehow for tonight's results. That's the narcissist way. Mark these words. So sad, but at least his people know that he can plead. Oh yeah, true. It's important to break that myth of invincibility around Trump, especially when it gets reinforced by so many of these pundit class people. Zohran's speech tonight may have been the best speech. We're about to get to that. Oh God, chat, I almost forgot. I'm trying to do something different a little bit. Okay, so let's see if I can put this. There we go. So I've got what I want to do. I know that some people, they come in here and they're like, what are you talking about? And then some people, they come in here and they're like, what are you going to be talking about next? Right. And usually like I have to take away from stream to explain that. But now I should be able to just grab that. So let's change this to Zohran's speech. Zohran victory. Victory. Hopefully that fits almost. Zohran victory speech, and then the other one. Okay, so there we go. Now, hopefully it's a little clearer what I'm doing now and what I'm getting to next. I want to get more organized. More on that later, chat. More on that later. We got big things, big changes coming up for the stream. The stream that'll hopefully make things better and easier and awesome.
In the same place. And we see a complete reversion to the pre-Trump level of Republican support.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to toss in for a second. I mean, Steve will have a better sense of this than me, but the historic nature of, a statewide general election, you're a candidate like Chitterelli, you're entering election day thinking you have a chance to win. The polling's 2, 3, 4 points, and he's now going to lose by 13 to 15 points. I mean, that's incredibly rare to see a polling miss that substantial in a statewide general election.
But do you think that's a polling miss, or do you think that was a judgment miss by Jack Ciattarelli and his team?
Democrats are surprised. I've talked to Democrats.
Oh, really? Democrats are surprised.
I mean, they're now going to tell you we had this all along. I was talking to Democrats before this, and again, the thing you would generally hear from Democrats is, she's run a terrible campaign.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, you heard this from, and they would say she's run a terrible campaign, but I think the Trump factor may be in save us. That's what you would hear.
Okay.
I think most Democrats I talked to, if you...
Again, Spanberger, if you don't know, she's definitely kind of a polar opposite as far as a Democrat to Zohran Mamdani. Zohran basically being almost like the spear, the tip of the spear of the Democratic left flank, and Spanberger being somebody a lot more like Slotkin, right? A lot more of a conservative Democrat, right? Which, is kind of what the Democratic Party is pissed about, or when you see low approval ratings for Democrats, that's where that's coming from. People are frustrated with the centrist and conservative establishment of the Democratic Party. If you look at like something like the Biden administration, a lot of things could have been better if you didn't have a Joe Manchin constantly, shivving the Democrats at just the right moment, right? So, I mean, like, we might get into that. That's actually what Hutch and Prime Kai are talking about on the bonus content. Where are we at? We're at 38%. So we are 62% from attaining a bonus content tonight. What's winning? Let's check. I'm supposed to keep you updated on this stuff. Let's see. Where are we at? Last time it was Xander Hall. Oh, look, we got a new leader. Okay, so now TYT going after the majority report at 32%. Right? Xander Hall versus Dark Brandon. That's Xander Hall, the former Vosh orbiter, going after the AI slop channel, Dark Brandon. Or is it an AI slop channel? I don't know, chat. They say they're not a AI slop channel. Xander Hall says they are. Let's see which one's right. That's 26%, 22% for the politics of One Piece. We got some One Piece fans in chat voting for that. And then Hutch welcomes segregationist Dems. Oh, the one I was talking about, down in last place at 20%. There's 74 votes that have been cast so far. Still plenty of time to vote. Make your voice heard. And remember that, it only matters if we get to 100, right? We're at 38% right now. And that if you do donate, which is what makes the number go up, whether it's a super chat, super sticker, you get yourself a membership. If you gift a membership to someone else, if you support me on Throne or on Patreon or on Twitch, right? In addition to making that number go up, which needs to happen if we're going to get to bonus content, you also have the ability to put your money where your mouth is just by letting me know, hey, I just donated and I want to see Xander Hall versus Dark Brandon. And I will take your donation, turn it into a percentage, add it to the topic of your choice, and maybe give it a few more points. Give it a little bit better chance of winning. So just know that that is there. And that's where we're at right now with 75 votes counted. Let's get back to Steve Kornacki.
Pushed him, thought she would win, but they thought she would underperform.
Right.
And Republicans were hoping.
Yeah, I wanted to show you this too. Somebody mentioned Elon Musk. So this is not just Musk. Trump has endorsed Cuomo. Elon is endorsing Cuomo. Bear in mind that a vote for Curtis is really a vote for Mamdani. I mean, it looks like the Republican voters maybe took this to heart and got behind Cuomo, even though, honestly, they could have chosen either one. Curtis wasn't that far behind Cuomo by the polling. But yeah, Trump and Elon both endorsed Cuomo. Anyway.
Well, they would win.
Yeah, I mean, they were even looking at the state saying, if we have a good night tonight, Republicans in New Jersey, this might be competitive in 2028. I still think that was probably a fool's errand for them. But that's how they were thinking about New Jersey heading into tonight. And by the way, Republicans have really tried to spin this as, well, in Virginia, it was a bad candidate. She ran a terrible campaign. That's a lot harder to say with Chitterelli because he's someone who
was endorsed by the president.
Was endorsed by the president, who was up against a candidate that they thought ran a bad campaign on the Democratic side, and someone who came up short very closely, though, in a past governor's race.
The president put out on True Social just hours before polls closed in the state of New Jersey that there's a big turnout in New Jersey for my guy, Jack Ciattarelli. And of course, I'm paraphrasing here. There's a lot of enthusiasm. Republicans are going to take it. And that's exactly not what happened.
Right.
So if you are in the Capitol, you're a Republican, you're a Democrat, how are you seizing this moment and what are you learning from this moment? So let's start with the Dems, right? How are you seizing this moment and this momentum to take you into the midterms? What are they going to do, especially if some of them thought the way that Steve just talked about, which is Mikey Sherrill wasn't a very good.
Temporal Insanity, thank you for the resub with a Prime. Look at that. Look at that. You can support the stream for free by using a Twitch Prime sub, just like Temporal Insanity just did. It also gives you the ability to put that put that money where your mouth is and add it to the topic of your choice, should you so choose.
But maybe we can bank on the fact that people just don't like Donald Trump.
Yeah, I do think that that is probably going to be the message that Democrats take away from tonight. That being said, I think there's also a risk for Democrats in only running an anti-Trump campaign. When they won back the House in a blue wave in 2018, that was the first midterm after Trump's first election, they ran on an issue. They gave voters something to vote for. That was healthcare. You see them trying to replicate that now with the shutdown fight. But I do think the affordability issue is something that was the through line between Mamdani, Sherrill, and Spanberger. I think that'll be the big takeaway for Democrats. For Republicans, There's a split right now. Some of them see this as a 5-alarm fire, especially in some of these swing
I
districts.
mean, are they thinking we hug the president more or we back away?
That's exactly the debate. Do we hug him more, hug him less?
Yeah.
You had some of these, Alex Bruchowitz, he's
Maddie B says Zohran in Virginia today stomped up and demanded answers and cried in the sanctuary. The mountains have eyes. The Blue Ridge Mountains, right? Is that the ones in Virginia? Is that what they call the Appalachians in Virginia?
like a far-right influencer, conservative online guy. He says it's the reason why Republicans had such a bad performance this night is because they didn't hug Trump enough. So that just really shows the split in the party right now.
And Trump's not going to let any Republican hug him less tightly.
That's the problem, right? That is the sort of existential crisis for every Republican.
Can we talk California exit polling and how they see Governor Gavin Newsom right now in California?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think he's actually improved his standing, in the course of this.
Also, Maddie B says, "Ayo muchas gracias por sus media. De nada, Maddie."
Campaign. And again, I thought when this began that this might actually hurt him. I thought that it might open him up to the charge that, hey, California's got all of these problems and you're busy worrying about congressional maps and control of Congress. But I mean, part of this, I think one of the lessons here is the degree to which, I mean, this is nothing new, but I think it's just accelerating even and deepening even more the nationalization of politics. I mean, we can have an election in California, an election in Virginia, an election in New Jersey, but national politics shape it just so much now. I mean, it's hard for me to look at all these results. We're talking about this and not see Trump as the common thread, talking about who's going to run Trenton, who's going to run Richmond, whether maps are going to be redrawn, in California, even playing into this New York City race as well.
Yeah, and he's trying to play into it in a similar way that he did into the Argentina elections. Now, chat, I don't have any strong connection to Argentina, so, I may not know entirely what the electoral dynamics behind Milei coming out on top in his midterms were, but it looked like he was going to have some real problems, and then Trump bailed him out, $40 billion going to Argentina, and who's now replaced the United States in terms of soybeans. China's buying their soybeans there. Anyway, Trump's not bailing out the American farmers. He is bailing out Argentina. But for whatever reason, Milei's luck turned around in Argentina. And, Trump made it clear that the bailout was only going to go to Argentina if they supported Milei. So he's trying to do kind of similar stuff by threatening New York City. Well, if Zohran gets elected, I'm going to rescind all the federal funding to New York City. I'm going to, do this. I'm going to do that. Basically trying to kind of bribe, cajole, threaten voters into supporting the candidates that he wants, even if they don't, even if it's not in their interest. Didn't work in New York City the way that it might have worked in Argentina.
So ultimately, voters are national politics minded.
Gavin Newsom has remade his image, right, on the national stage with this win in California, but also the way in which he's been communicating, I would say, over the last...
We'll get to the Gavin Newsom victory speech after the Mamdani one.
Year through his podcast and the people that he is willing.
Yeah, so she's talking about the fact that Gavin Newsom, tried to do something different after the, Kamala's loss in 2024. His idea was exactly what people hate about the Democratic Party, bringing on Charlie Kirk, bringing on right-wing voices, and being pretty conciliatory towards them. People did not like that Gavin Newsom. People like the Gavin Newsom that makes fun of Trump by parodying his tweet style a lot more, and taking on Trump. He's he's kind of showing that even with a conservative Dem, if you take on Trump, you will be rewarded with the voters. So that's the remake, the rebrand, the makeover that Gavin Newsom has gotten that they're talking about.
Their maps are going to be redrawn, in California, even playing into this New York City race as well. So ultimately, voters are national politics minded.
Gavin Newsom has remade his image. Right?
Emily French, we just tossed our ICE-loving sheriff and retained an anti-fascist judge in my state. Congratulations.
on the national stage with this win in California, but also the way in which he's been communicating, I would say, over the last year through his podcast and the people that he is willing to speak to, right? Is this now a turn to 2028?
Oh, absolutely. This is a moment.
I mean, it already was.
Yeah.
Let's be honest.
Yeah. Well, he's not only positioned himself now very effectively as
Kotami says, if this Zohran socialist fails before 2028, who to blame? Dems. Okay, so if the Democratic establishment had played ball with Mamdani, then he would own completely any failures. And he's implied trying a lot, and if he's not able to deliver on all of that, it may be seen as a failure, right? That being said, because the Democrats, a number of prominent Democrats refused to endorse him, despite the fact that he won the, he is the candidate, he won the primary. That gives a little bit of deniability, right? If Zohran fails, how much of it is because of his own failures and how much of it is because of lack of support from, say, Kathy Hochul? I think that it's clear the fact that Kathy came to Zohran and still is not liked by his crowd, but endorsed Zohran to try to shore up her own support, which is slipping. I think that shows that if she were to, I don't know, like not not fund or not assist in the funding of something that was a Zohran priority, then yeah, the failure would kind of be on her. But it's going to be read by the electorate at large as a failure of the Democrats, because there's not as much of a recognition of the two different poles of the left flank and the establishment in the Democratic Party from the voters at large.
the face of the Trump opposition. He's also expanded his donor base. He has 100,000 new people who he has their,
a mailing list.
Yeah, a mailing list.
Yeah.
So this is definitely a turn for him where he can now say, I led this fight successfully against Trump and make a good case for 2020.
Is he well liked in the halls of the Capitol? Gavin Newsom?
That depends. Nancy Pelosi is one of his top allies. There are some other people who he rubs sort of the wrong way, but
like
everyone.
Who?
Mel? I can't reveal that information right now. But I will say he is someone that a lot of Democrats are looking more and more to, especially with that communication. What he's been doing on Twitter, for example, punching back at Trump. That is something everyone wants to see in their Democratic leadership right now.
How much are we going to hear the words Zohran Mamdani,
so
socialist?
We start to get into the question of dark woke here, right? And that's just it's an umbrella term for, I guess, Democrats who don't give a fuck in the same way that Republicans don't give a fuck. Trump got to where he was not by following the rules of politeness, right? If he's anything but polite, right? And his success has been maybe attributable to his realness, right? The way that politicians act as if they're perfect, as if they're professional, as if they're buttoned up, that's not the way that anybody is in real life. And I think people know that. And whereas in the past, people wanted to see an illusion of the professional politician, didn't want to see emotion, didn't want to see realness, didn't want to see, like the crash outs, right? That's changing, right? Donald Trump has kind of brought together the world of politics with the world of reality TV in the same way that you might really like a reality television personality who's not a great person, but is very entertaining. I think that's the way that people like Trump. And so Gavin Newsom, kind of just giving, him, what is it called? Like, you give him a taste of his own medicine is something that people really appreciate with. Now, can it be taken too far? Yeah, I think so. If you undermine your, what you pretend to stand for, right? Then yeah, I mean, if Democrats started going after black Republicans with racism, that probably wouldn't work out too well. If Democrats and you see a little bit of this in the controversy that I've Had It podcast has gotten into, right? You've ever watched I've Had It podcast, Jennifer Welch and Pumps, right? There's a theme, a very strong theme in their rhetoric against Republicans, that a lot of these Republicans are down low demon queens, right? So in other words, they are gay but are not out as being gay, and for that reason they're anti queer, anti-LGBT politics comes from a place of self-hate. And with some of them that's probably true, right? There's a lot of evidence around, like, people like Lindsey Graham, but they'll apply it to like almost anyone and everyone. JD Vance, they'll call him a failed drag queen. And some people really do have a problem with the tone, the tenor of what they're saying, sounding too much like homophobia. But then at the same time, there's a question of what you JD's the failed drag queen. He does have he does seem to have permanent eyeliner on his face. Those two are hilarious. Yeah. And I think most people are okay with them because, like, they talk to gay people, they collaborate with gay people. They're not weird to gay people, but there is a question at some point of like where you draw the line, right? This came up with Kyle Kalinske. We haven't gone over this yet, chat, but Kyle put up a spicy meme. Here, let me show it to you. Kyle Kalinske put up a spicy meme about Nancy. Wait, no, is this Nancy Mace? Oh, no, sorry, Erica Kirk. Kyle Kalinske, Erica Kirk.
Let's have this conversation. People are asking questions. I'm asking questions, but a lot of people are asking questions. And what are they asking? They're saying, why is she running her hands through JD Vance's hair? Why is she doing that? That is a very, very intimate thing to do. And I'm not sure I've ever seen that happen with people who are not dating, who are not together. Why?
We're talking about Erica Kirk and JD Vance, right? Hoping somebody will. Oh no, she's a couch. Oh no, they did it with Usha too. Oh, here it is. Wait, no, that's not real. That's not real, chat. That's fucking AI. That's AI. Okay, I think that's a real pic. No, I think this is fake too. Oh my god. So anyway, the original meme that Kyle posted on Twitter. Here, it's this one right here. Fake grieving widow costume. Here, let me pause so you can see it. From Spirit Halloween, right? And it's just Erica in her outfit that she was with when she said that JD Vance reminded her of her late husband, Charlie Kirk. And so the video of her writhing was obviously AI, but there are pictures of her putting her hand, I think on JD Vance's hair, like, right, kind of coming around, like putting her hand, like, sort of around it. Like, when you hug somebody that you're just like, hey, I feel like, right, that's your friend or something like that. You don't usually put your hand around their head like that. You don't usually touch their hair. She was touching his hair, and then in one of the pictures, his hand is actually kind of on her waist, right? There's a lot that looks like not okay about that. So Kyle posted this spicy meme, fake grieving widow costume. Some people even on the left had a problem with this, right? Had a real issue. I mean, you could say, I guess the leather pants thing, you know, could lend itself to slut shaming, even though I don't think that's what he's doing here. It's just like this is literally what she was wearing at the time. It is a strange thing to wear to a political event, but that's, you know, I mean, if she wants to wear that, fine. Right. I'm not trying to slut shame, but I think a lot of people commented that there's just so much weird about this. The fact that they started fundraising for TPUSA, the fact that she was so quick to take it over, it's got a lot of people on the right and on the left pressing X to doubt.
Let's have this conversation. People are asking questions. I'm asking questions, but a lot of people are asking questions. And what are they asking? They're saying, why is she running her hands through JD Vance's hair? Why is she doing that? That is a very, very intimate thing to do, and I'm not sure I've ever seen that happen with people who are not dating, who are not together. Why does he have his hands on her hips? That's another thing I haven't seen unless you're fucking dating. Why is she wearing leather clubbing sexy pants at what's supposed to be just a run-of-the-mill event, and here she is around JD Vance? Why did she say publicly that JD reminds her of Charlie? Why did JD say publicly that he wants his wife to convert to Christianity, throwing his fucking wife under the bus, throwing his wife directly under the bus? Why was her head also on Jesse Waters' chest? That's another thing that happened, which was very apparent and very clear, and everybody had to pretend like it wasn't bizarre as we were all witnessing it. Why did she rush in to fundraise off of Charlie Kirk's murder? That seems wildly inappropriate to me. Wildly inappropriate in that moment. Why did she post creepy videos on social media of her holding her dead husband's hand with him laying in the casket, getting fucking social media clout off of his demise? Are you kidding me? If I was fucking murdered...
I've got to admit, I noticed a lot of weird shit around the behavior of Erica Kirk in the wake of Charlie Kirk's death, and I kind of thought that either nobody else was going to say anything, or like I either nobody else noticed it, or that just like, you know, because of the timing of it, that nobody was going to say anything. But yeah, you know, it's gone on for several months now. I think that people are starting to notice. I even looked at a Fox News. There was a Fox News community post about the speech that you know, she gave, where she said that JD Vance reminded her of Charlie. And in the comments of that, like 90% of them were downright hateful of her, right? They have turned on Erica Kirk very quickly, right? And it's not just left-wingers that are... So yeah, Kyle kind of posted what everybody's thinking. He got shit from it, mostly from the right, but also a little bit from the left, right? I think there's some people that commented, like, I don't know, that, you know, was he slut-shaming her?
Do you think Crystal would take a picture holding my dead hand as I'm in the carcass and fucking trying to make a social media clout
the coffin
moment off of it? Are you kidding me? That's fucking grotesque. And we're not going to pretend like it's not. It absolutely positively is. Why were there fucking pyrotechnics at his funeral before she spoke, like it was some sort of WWE event, like it was some sort of fucking celebration? Why did she immediately come out and say, I'm going to take over Charlie's position at TPUSA? Don't you think that the overwhelming majority of people, especially if you're torn up psychologically and mentally, wouldn't you say, you know what, I'm going to step back from the spotlight. I'm going to have some time to mourn. I'm going to have some time to reflect. I'm going to have some time to rethink my life. I'm going to have some time to get my shit together since I just lost my fucking better half. No, she immediately jumped in and said, I'm going to take Charlie's position at TPUSA. Why are there videos that are all over social media, and they are, you can't deny it, of her crying, but it's 100% proven there are no tears? She's got the tissue, she's doing the thing, but then you zoom in, there's no tears. Why is that happening? You could yell at me for acknowledging reality, but I'm fucking acknowledging reality, and everybody knows it. Everybody knows it. Why is she hopping in front of every camera? Why is it that she's putting herself front and center, but then getting mad when people react? See, this is my message to conservatives. You can't have it both ways. You can't make her deeply political. You can't put her front and center. You can't put her at the head of TPUSA. You can't put her in front of every fucking camera and microphone in existence and then get mad when we react to it. That's not how it works. Either you're in the game or you're not in the game. Either you're in the game or you're not in the game. So, understand something. This was not just me. This was half the internet. This was even many right-wingers. And so the fact of the matter is this. Why are they mad? They're mad because I'm right. They're mad because I'm right. They're mad because I hit a nerve. I hit a nerve because they know I'm getting at something real. That's why they're pissed off. They do not like it when a lefty tells the truth and hits a nerve on their side. They do not like it. They do not like it. Donald Trump and Republicans. Here's what they've called Democrats over, the past however many years in the Trump era. Here's what they've called Democrats. The enemy within. Scum. Terrorists. Vermin. Radical. Lunatics. Demonic. Evil. Fascists. Marxists. Communists. Garbage. The enemy of the people. Treasonous. Animals. Degenerates. Jew haters. And lowlives. Let me repeat this. This is the politics you wanted. You wanted this politics. So now, when we play by the rules that you fucking laid out, you need to sit there and shut the fuck up and fucking take it.
All right, so yeah, massively hypocritical from the Republicans. Somebody else that made a video on this very dynamic was, and we're going to get to the Zohran victory speech in just a second. I just got reminded that I need to cover this. Humanist report. Already put out a video on the Zohran victory, I see. Good work, Mike. Anyway, friend of the show, Mike Figueredo. This is about the Nick Fuentes thing. Let's see if I can find the video that I'm looking for. Here it is.
The rights energy. This is Well, it seems like some fellow leftist content creators are facing backlash for a variety of reasons, oddly all at the same time. So I decided it was important for me to swoop in and defend them all, since one, of course, I would do that, seeing as how these are my people, and I've also been attacked for similar reasons. And two, because I actually do think that there are important takeaways from.
How do we know that JD Vance and Peter Turquoise aren't behind this some sort of secret campaign to make her look bad? Oh, wow. Joel Severud, thank you for the 5 community subs. Nildorraine, you just got jellyfished. Ambigation, you just got jellyfished. Toasty Android, okay, I see you. You just got jellyfished. Right said Rob, you also just got jellyfished. And Alina Connor, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. Yeah, thank you for the very generous gifted subs over on Twitch, Joel.
From all.
So yeah, this is Mike Figueredo. That he's made a video. I think this is about more than just Kyle. There's Kyle, Emma, and then there's like one third person. Oh, Hassan. Hassan is the third person.
All of these individual incidents. So let's start with Kyle Kulinski first, host of Secular Talk, who set off a firestorm over the weekend for doing what he does best. Shitposting. So on Halloween, he shared the Spirit Halloween costume meme featuring the late Charlie Kirk's wife, calling it the fake grieving widow grifter costume, including fake teardrops and skin-tight black leather mourning.
The couch must go. Oh no, Crotchy. Thank you for the here, let me put this up for you. The couch has got to go. But yeah, there's Kyle's meme again.
Pants.
Includes fake teardrops, skin tight black. Yeah, so I guess that's like, if there's anybody on the left that had a problem with this, probably by that second item, skin tight black leather morning pants. Now look, she was wearing those pants. That's real. That's not a lie. That's not made up. I don't know. Did some people think it was, yeah, like slut shaming. Please put mine towards Xander Hall. Absolutely, Crotchy.
And it didn't go over too well for obvious reasons. The New York Post published an article titled "Left-Wing Podcaster Sparks Outrage with Meme Depicting Erica Kirk as Fake Grieving Widow Grifter." The Mirror writes, "Podcaster sparks outrage over Erica Kirk Halloween costume."
Yeah. And Erica will probably respond with, "My culture is not your costume."
A meme shared by a left-wing podcaster has sparked a storm of reactions online, leaving many questioning the boundaries of satire and taste. And the Daily Mail, among other outlets, also reported on his tweet, writing, "Furious podcaster posts meme calling Erica Kirk a fake grieving widow grifter." Republican
I
Senator...
don't think he was furious. I think he was laughing. Was it a real costume? No, you cannot buy that costume as far as I know. It's just a meme. I'm guessing he saw it somewhere, thought it was funny, and reposted it. But yeah, there's MAGA Mike Lee. Is that MAGA Mike? That's MAGA Mike Lee, right?
Senator Mike Lee even joined the chorus of pro
Wait, did you say
clutchers saying...
Senator? Wait, what? Am I mixed up about who MAGA Mike is? What the fuck? Speaker of the House. Of the House. Mike Johnson. Oh my God. Okay, Mike Lee is the senator. Mike Johnson is the... I love that I don't know the... I don't know my MAGA mics apart, chat. I need to learn my MAGA mics. I'm sorry, chat. I'm concentrating on learning Thai. It's difficult. I have learned to count pretty well. Let's see. Nung, song, si, sam, ha, hok, chet, hat, kyo, sip. I counted to 10. Oh my God, chat. That's my first time successfully counting to 10 in Thai. I'm proud.
How would the media respond to this post had Charlie Kirk been a Democrat? I would imagine that they wouldn't talk about it at all. But that's just a couple of examples of the outrage that Kyle's tweet sparked, and we would be here all fucking day if we went through all of them. But I'm assuming that all of the triggered Republicans who are trying to cancel Kyle don't know that he actually earned lifelong immunity from cancellation on Twitter because of a tweet that he wrote about Nancy Mace back on December 10th of last year, where he astutely points out, "That's a lot of beans, you nasty ass bitch." And I don't know if people know this yet, but if you put out an all-timer like that, you're literally allowed to tweet whatever you want going forward forever. Those are the rules. I don't make them. I just abide by them. But in response to the backlash, Kyle responded by doing the exact thing that you are required to do in moments like this, by doubling down. For example, he responded to Mike Lee saying, "Shut your snowflake bitch up."
Look, I'm not dark woke like Kyle, but I did make a post on the... I did make a post, right? Oh yeah, I should show you this. So yeah, speaking of Nancy Mace, guess who just commented on the New York City's mayor's race, right? That's right, it's Nancy Mace, right? Breadlines about to be a real thing in New York. Congrats. It's fun. It would be funny, except for the fact that breadlines already are a real thing, thanks to Donald Trump. Thanks to him cutting SNAP. Thanks to him. Raising the rates on people's health care and refusing to reopen the government, right? And refusing to use the money that he very much has for SNAP for emergencies just like this, right? We do have breadlines. We do have, food banks are getting hit up right now at a greater rate than they're able to feed people. So we do. Breadlines are already a very real thing. This might have been a good quote, except it's already happened, Nancy. It's already a real thing. But I just, when I read this about her saying the breadline, I was like, why does she want bread so bad? And then I remembered this bountiful bowl of greens, chat. Bowl of beans. The greens are good too. I would eat those greens. That's actually how much greens I eat, IRL, right? But the beans... Right, these are the beans that Kyle was pointing out in this
backlash. But if you put those over today, had Charlie Kirk been
beans
Ace back on.
I need the beans.
Whatever.
I need the beans. Joel, where are the beans? I need to find. Can I put my donors towards video games? Yes, you can. That's a great idea too. We've got some changes coming up to the stream, chat. All right, I need to find some time to play video games, and I need to just schedule shit out. I need to fix my life, right? I've been taking, a break partially because of the, I don't know, lack of self-confidence on the content that I've got for that day, but also because I'm realizing that something needs to change. I'm getting paid to do what I love, and I don't think I'm taking it seriously enough, right? I think I need to. That's a lot of beans. That can be my drag name, yeah. But anyway, I wanna I wanna try to, just kind of I need to lock in. That's it. That's it. I need to lock in. And so, there's a lot of things that I'm not doing. Video games are a great example of a realm that I can expand my content into. That it's good to do more than just politics that I'm not doing. I need to have videos. I need to have, but most of all, I just need to have like a schedule so that I can get. The other thing I've been doing is exercising. Right, I'm back on. I didn't do it today because I didn't have time. But I'm back in the gym a little bit and feeling a lot better because of it. And I just need to schedule time for that. And then the stream itself needs to be more structured. So anyway, not doing a great example of modeling that, but yeah, I will put it towards video games for you, Joel. And thank you for the gift subs. Yo, Crotchy, thank you for the membership to Emily Wood. Emily Wood, you just got weaseled. I almost said membered. I don't know what member. That sounds, I don't know what that means. That doesn't sound good. No, you got weaseled.
You want going forward.
Xander Hall.
Those are the rules. I don't make them. I just abide by them. But in response to the backlash, Kyle responded by doing the exact thing that you are required to do in moments like this, by doubling down. For example, he responded to Mike Lee saying, "Shut your snowflake bitch ass up. Edgy jokes are fine for you, but not for leftists. Based Mike Lee votes for endless war and stealing healthcare from 17 million people, but I'm the problem? Fuck you. Retire, you cunt." And he shared a screenshot of the joke that Mike Lee made in the aftermath of Melissa Hortman's assassination. Kyle also went back to shitposting immediately, sharing this AI-generated image of Erica Kirk and JD Vance getting married, which is a reference to the original discourse that Kyle was joining in on with his Halloween meme in the first place, where people were talking about Erica Kirk and JD Vance's intimate hug and bizarre comments that they both made. For one, she said, "No one will ever replace my husband, but I do see some similarities of my husband in JD, in Vice President JD Vance. I do." And to make matters even more weird, JD Vance made a disparaging remark about his own wife, saying that he
Wait, what's going on with Trump, the Trump administration, Sarah?
hoped that she dropped the Hinduism and converted to Christianity. So,
could you just not? Could you please just drop the Hinduism, the Hinduism thing that you're doing? Could you just not? Like, I don't know.
Of course, the internet started to speculate about whether or not he was emotionally cheating on his wife with Erica in the aftermath of suspicious comments that both of them had made. It led to a lot of online shitposting that Kyle himself participated in. But it's not the first time that Kyle had tweets that got him embroiled in controversy, and I can assure you, it's definitely not going to be the last.
And look, some of the tweets are legitimately bad. Like, I can't remember. Oh my God. What was the one that the Vanguard even gave him shit about? The Vanguard love Kyle, right? And there was one post where, I'm trying to remember, was it like a conservative trans woman that he was like misgendering or something? I can't remember exactly what it was, but yeah, sometimes he does. Sometimes his tweets are have been off, right? I mean, that it is a lot of beans. I cannot deny that is a lot of Look at this, chat. Look at this. Look. I love this. Some of this kind of food. I mean, the meat I could do without, right? But what is that? Like mashed potatoes, beans, greens. Oh my God, I love greens. I love greens, chat. I always have greens in my fridge. But yeah, even for me, even for somebody who loves beans as much as I do, I know that you can't eat that many beans without like having a food baby. You know what I'm saying? Your stomach will distend, right? And then you're a time bomb. You're a walking time bomb. At some point, if you eat this many beans in one meal, chat, I don't think it's avoidable. And I love beans. I eat a lot of beans. I'm a fan. I could use more beans, chat. Every time I eat something in Thailand, it's usually like plant-based meat or like tofu or something like that, and I'm always like, I could deal with some lentils right now. I would enjoy some baked beans, or right, like but like that's a lot of beans. That's a lot of beans. There's no real explanation for that many beans. I don't know where is she gonna put them. There's not room. Look at that. There's no room. Especially if she's gonna take a rib or something like that too. Like, I don't understand. But anyway, chat. Yeah, she's gonna fucking gas somebody. Like, she's gonna be walking down the street and she's just gonna, like, she's gonna let out a fart that's gonna take 5 minutes to get out. You know what I'm talking about? Like one of those farts where you're like, Jesus, are you still like, you're checking your watch. You're like, that's a long fart. And that's a lot of beans. That's a hell of a lot of beans. Anyway, sorry, I got distracted.
And to that I say, good. Go off, King. Talk that shit. Those of us in this space on the left have had to develop very thick skin in order to survive in online spaces that have been very hostile towards us at certain times, which is why we've become somewhat immune to the right's pearl clutching and tone policing. And that explains why the barrage of denunciations and death threats don't scare us into backing down. And I've been in Kyle's predicament before myself. In fact, back in 2022, J.K. Rowling put me on blast for calling out her transphobia in an impolite way, we'll say. And in 2024, I made my infamous "fuck his family" 2 tweet in response to collective outrage about jokes made about United.
Do you know what this is? Do you see what this is? Anybody want to draw the parallel? When's the first time we saw this on the left? Like this exact dynamic, right? Like "fuck his family" too is kind of a bit of an over the line thing to say, right? But it gets attention. It starts a conversation, and it's a conversation that needs to be started. And I'm beating Mike to the punch here. He's about to say this, right? But his point in saying "fuck his family" too is that CEOs like Brian Thompson, they don't just, fail to cover the healthcare needs of like younger single men like Mario's brother. They also fuck over families. Like, how many families were impacted by the actions, by the denials made by the United States healthcare CEO? So while it might not be like something that you are. But anybody got the parallel yet? The parallel is Hassan talking about America in 9/11, and does America deserve said event? Now that's not Hassan saying that he likes 9/11, that he thinks there should be more 9/11s, that everybody in that plane deserved what they got, that everybody in the tower deserved what they got, that everyone whose family was affected by those losses deserved what they got. That's not what Hassan is saying at all. What he's saying is that America, as a military-industrial complex, as a geopolitical player, caused 9/11, undertook the actions, intervened in the Middle East, first set up Saddam Hussein as an asset for the United States in its war against Iran, who it had also destabilized, resulting in their revolution, which the United States didn't like. So they used Saddam to go after Iran. And then when Saddam he outlives his usefulness, they basically, sacrifice him for George H.W. Bush's poll numbers to kind of make him look good, burnish his image, and get rid of Vietnam syndrome, which is what the military establishment called it when Americans weren't in favor of committing U.S. forces to foreign wars, right? After Vietnam, that became very unpopular. And it's very inconvenient if you're the self-licking ice cream cone that is the military-industrial complex, and you're trying to lick your ice cream, it's very inconvenient to have the American people not willing to go along with you on a foreign war. So yeah, Iraq was designed to be the good war, and George H.W. Bush didn't make it too long. Then you have his son, kind of crashing out and taking it too far, actually achieving regime change, and the United States dealing with the. But anyway, basically, what Hassan's pointing out is that it was the U.S. presence, mostly in military presence in Saudi Arabia, that empowered bin Laden to be able to gather people like Mohammed Atta to do his will on the World Trade Center. So in other words, it is a take-meister, right? I haven't used this term in a long time. We used to talk about it all the time when we were talking about Vosh. Vosh's go-to move is the take-meister, right? It's having a take that sounds wrong. It's basically a Mott and Bailey, right? The Mott and Bailey is a type of argument where you present your argument as being very weak, therefore people want to engage with your argument, want to push back on your argument, but your real point is your Bailey, which is much more defensible, right? So Mike's point, Mike's Bailey, is that this is that Brian Thompson caused a lot of death and destruction to a lot of families as well, right? But the Mott is like, I don't care about his family. Of course, Mike's not saying that. America. Yeah, I think what Hassan is trying to say is America caused 9/11. But yeah, when he says deserves 9/11, that gets people's attention. People want to push back on that. People see that as a very weak argument, and therefore it gets the attention. And once he's got the attention, then he says, what I'm really saying is that if you're going to do interventions in Iraq, if you're going to station troops in in proximity to Mecca, you're going to deal with blowback. It's unavoidable. It's a fucking mathematical formula. Fuck around, therefore find out, right? So yeah, that's what the take-meister is. And while I think it can be employed in a bad way. I mean, this is when you're bringing attention to something that needs attention, when you're kind of breaking down people's paradigms, shifting people's paradigms in real time. Yeah, it has its use, right? Just maybe got overused by debate bros for a few years. Anyway.
Health CEO Brian Thompson's assassination, conservative commentators like Anna Kasparian tried to use my shitpost as an example of the left's supposed lack of concern for working class victims of violent crime, which is a total non sequitur, by the way. But I doubled down and explained that the people condemning me were hypocrites, seeing as how the slain CEO that they were defending never had any regard for the families of his.
Yeah, of course Anna engaged him on that.
Victims who died because they didn't get the health care that they needed. Did I receive death threats and denunciations?
Oh, also, did we catch that? Right-wing commentator Anna Kasparian. Did we catch that? What do you want to bet she's going to react to that? What do you want to bet that at some point she's going? He called me a right-wing commentator. I'm not right-wing.
As an example of the left's supposed lack of concern for working class victims of violent crime, which is a total non sequitur, by the way. But I doubled.
Yeah, it's weird. Wait, what about her? What about the UHC situation made Anna Kasparian think that Mike was not? Oh God! No, she brings up is this the at a bus stop? 2024. Who is she talking about there? But yeah, she tries to get class reductionist on him. Like, oh, obviously you don't care about the working class if you're not for mass deportations.
Kasparian tried to use my shitpost as an example of the left's supposed lack of concern for working class victims of violent crime, which is a total non sequitur, by the way. But I doubled down and explained that the people condemning me were hypocrites, seeing as how the slain CEO that they were defending never had any regard for the families of his victims who died because they didn't get the health care that they needed. Did I receive death threats and denunciations? Of course I did. Did I care?
And that's one of the things too, right? So before I play up the take-meister and encourage anybody in my audience to do one. You got to understand, this works because Mike is a content creator of a certain size. This works because, like in addition to being marginalized in certain ways, Mike is at certain, is privileged in other vectors, right? This isn't necessarily like a one size fit all. And he got death threats. Right, for this. So, it is not like a tactic that is for anyone and everyone. And yeah, the more marginalized you are, the harder this, like, look, chat, think about it this way. Like Dylan Mulvaney received cans of Bud Light with her image on it. She got destroyed for that, right? She got turned into a fucking transphobic meme for that. So, if you're, if you're at an if you're at an intersection of marginalization, this kind of thing is going to be, can you imagine if Dylan Mulvaney had said something spicy on Twitter? Like what kind of reaction she would have gotten? So it's unfortunately, something that it's a way that if you have privilege, you can leverage your privilege, I guess. Let me put it that way.
Absolutely not, because we are in an era where being offensive and crass is the only way leftists can break the hold that right-wingers have on our political discourse. The days of when they go low, we go high are long gone, and our survival as a political bloc hinges on our ability to match the right's energy. This is something that the left has learned that Democrats seemingly have not learned. And in a recent video, Kyle actually made a really salient point about this topic, where he talks about the political climate that conservatives are now denouncing.
Charlie Kirk is horrible? Yes, I'm glad he's not here. You're glad he's dead?
Oh my God. Do I have this on the bonus content? I don't. Oh my God, Chad, I moved this. I don't know why I did this. I think I couldn't explain it to you right. This video, this is Poo-Poo Bennett, Caitlin Bennett, famous for pooping herself at a frat party in college, and disgusting picture exists because the internet never forgets. But she's out there doing her provocateur thing at the new, or would it be provocatrice? I think it'd be the feminine form of provocateur is provocatrice, I believe. But anyway, she's out there trying to start shit with people, right? And this woman, this older woman here, just gives no fucks. It just gives no fucks about what she's trying to do. But this was also responded to by the I've Had It podcast. And well, look at what's actually being said here, right? Oh wait, here, button.
Yes. Why would you say something like that, man?
Because he was horrible on the campuses, the college campuses. Horrible person.
You know what? I do the exact same thing.
Well,
would you be glad if I would die?
Maybe. I'd have to think about it.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
Dark woke is back.
Be ashamed of yourself.
Your friend just said she'd be happy if I died.
I don't know what she thought was going to happen. I don't know if she thought she was going to put this lady on a terrorist watch list or something like that. But yeah, look at her friend's reaction. And it's not that this older woman really wants Caitlin Poo-Poo Bennett to die, okay? It's just that she's being fucking histrionic and trying to play the victim. And yeah, it's kind of funny. It's kind of funny. And it's kind of funny to see her reaction and trying to press the buttons that she's gotten used to pressing with liberals, with especially like older suburban liberals like these ladies, and just not getting the reaction she expects at all. So I've Had It podcast reacted to this and got attacked by Tim Pool for advocating the mass slaying, let me see if I got this right, of right-wingers. I think that's what Tim landed on, was that Jennifer from the I've Had It podcast was saying, in like laughing at this clip, Jennifer was saying that all right-wingers should be unalived, like, right? That like the left should do like mass unaliving to the right. Not what she said at all. not a thing that she would ever say, but Tim Pool's audience, like, just, they ate it right up. And it reminds me that we're still living in an environment that is just ripe for moral panic, right? For somebody to be told, did you see this wine mom? She wants you dead. She wants you dead for your beliefs because you don't want men playing in women's sports, because you don't want, open borders, because you don't want, whatever the fuck right-wing priority is on his mind, probably civil war, if I'm guessing by Tim Pool. Yeah, he's the guy that advocated for civil war for the last, I don't know how many years, right? And he's going to turn around and say that Jennifer Welch wants right-wingers unalived. So anyway, that was the thing.
Let me explain something to you guys. These are women who, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, they were watching Ellen DeGeneres on daytime TV. These are grandmas who pick their kids up from soccer practice, who make peanut butter and jelly sandwiches in the morning. And look at how they're talking.
Here is Governor Gavin
Look, what I want to
Newsom.
say to the right is, you had your chance, right? Like, it was Michelle Obama, the first lady, who very famously came out and said, when they go low, we go high. And that was the fucking mantra of the Democratic Party. We could not have ended up in this place if Republicans didn't double down, triple down, quadruple down, quintuple down, over and over and over in saying, we don't believe in compromise. We don't believe in negotiation. We don't believe in diplomacy. We don't believe in bipartisanship. We don't believe in good faith discussions and conversations. It 100% is on the right. And this is the impact of Trump. The other thing is, what is Trump known for? Trump's known for, I never fucking apologize. I never apologize. Fuck you. Fuck your feelings. I'm a bull in a china shop. I say what I want. I have no fucking filter. It is what it is. Deal with it, you stupid lib. Go ahead. You want to cry about it? Go ahead and cry about it. Well, now, all those qualities and characteristics, liberals and leftists finally realized, okay, in order to fucking play by the same rules, we got to be like that now.
I would warn anybody not to adopt that last one, right? Where you can't be wrong, you refuse to apologize, you separate yourself from material reality. I don't think that's a good thing. We have seen leftists do that, and it's never good. It's never good, right? This is this is one lesson that Vosh very much learned from Trump. So yeah, we don't need a left-wing Trump. We really don't, right? And I don't think that's what Zohran Mamdani is. I don't think that's what AOC is. I don't think that's what the left flank of the Democratic Party in general. I mean, I hope even somebody like Bernie Sanders would see his way to apologize for not being on the right side of the Israel-Palestine issue when we need him, right? Yeah, no, you should apologize if you're wrong, right? But just don't get gaslit by some right-wing shithead into throwing your pearls before swine.
And he is 1,000% correct. I mean, just personally.
Okay, so let's get to let me show you really quickly. I had this on bonus content forever because I really wanted to show you this.
Podcast with over 1 million.
I just want to kind of wedge this in here if I can. Oh my god. Oh my god. What is even going on? Thank you, my. Oh, that's the victory speech. We'll get to that in a second. All right, so let me show you Tim Pool's, just defamation from what I can see, from what it looks like to me, in my personal opinion, right? Tim Pool's, just lying about Jennifer Welch here.
A podcast with over 1 million subscribers, getting hundreds of thousands of views per videos. It's relatively prominent on the left. The individual who hosts the show, one of them, has over 1 million followers on Instagram. And in this viral video, she explicitly says that the Democratic Party needs to get on board with wanting to murder conservatives. I'm not exaggerating. I thought it was a joke at first.
Yeah, it definitely sounds like something you'd see on iHip. Humps, when are we going to go in and unalive all the conservatives? Like, come on, that's not...
I thought somebody was being hyperbolic. You listen to the clip, and in the beginning, it sounds like maybe she's not really saying that the majority of Democrats want to murder conservatives and Democrats need to get on board. What happens is Caitlin Bennett interviews a woman who says she's glad Charlie Kirk
Bennett
died, and maybe she wants her to die too. This woman, Jennifer.
Yeah. Like she's making it sound like this woman volunteered. I like Charlie Kirk getting, unalived, and actually, I'd love to see that same thing happen to you. No, that's not that. This woman was like probing her. This woman's putting words in her mouth, right? And just basically.
Welch then says there are many more like us, and Democrats better get on board, or else we're going to come after you. She then goes off about AIPAC, saying that you got to stop taking money from AIPAC. And it sounds like maybe she's saying, oh, anti-Israel. Maybe it's out of context. She then specifies from the video, she is talking about murdering conservatives. You have two choices. Use whatever force needed to stop incitement like this, or let the ideology spread. If you allow these shows to continue to spread this ideology, then I only request that you prepare for what history predicts will come next. I'm going to play the clip for.
And he's basically saying we've got more guns, right? That's what that is about.
For you now, and I'll give you some context as to who this woman is.
Finally, if you think this Zohran thing is happening just in New York, and you think people are waking up only in New York City, you're mistaken. Look at this clip of a wine mom at the No Kings March. Play the clip.
Whatever his name was?
Charlie Kirk, ma'am?
Yeah, him is horrible. Horrible.
Charlie Kirk is horrible?
Yes, I'm glad he's not here.
So what does she volunteer? What does she want to say to Caitlin Bennett? Charlie Kirk is bad. I don't like him. I don't agree with the media consensus that he's some kind of golden god that we should worship. Fuck that. That's what she's saying.
You're glad he's dead?
Yes.
Why would you say something like that, ma'am?
Because he was horrible on the campuses, the college campuses. Horrible person.
You know what? I do the exact same thing.
Well,
would you be glad if I would die?
Maybe. I'd have to think about it.
You should be ashamed.
It's a non-answer. Is anybody afraid of this lady that is anybody afraid that we gotta protect Poo Bennett from this woman that after getting berated she's like, would you be okay if I died? Maybe. It's pretty non-committal. It doesn't give me the impression that this woman's gonna go out and get a weapon and do in Caitlin Bennett, but watch where Tim goes with this.
Yourself.
Be ashamed of yourself.
Your friend just said she'd be happy if I died.
I think we need to.
It's funny, right?
It is hilarious. She was fucking baiting her, and that woman didn't take the bait. Right? Look, most people, if they say, do you want me to die? I'll say no. Like, if you're some random person, no, of course I don't want you to die. Right? And Caitlin Bennett's trying to leverage, that's a reaction that most people will happen. Most people do not want bad things to happen to other people, right? And she's trying to leverage that, well, I'm just another person. Do you want bad things to happen to me? And these women recognize her as the shit-ass provocateur that she is, and don't give her the answer that they want. They're like, I don't fucking care. Live, die, breathe, don't breathe, shit your pants. I don't care. I don't care, Caitlin Bennett. It doesn't matter. That's on you. You do you, right? I will do me. And this is causing Caitlin Bennett to crash out. A lot of people, think it's funny, especially look, what we're all laughing at, since Tim Pool obviously doesn't get it. And I realize my teeth are green from motherfucking matcha. The cost of performative lifestyle, I guess. I don't know, chat.
Ashamed of yourself.
Be ashamed of yourself.
Your friend just said she'd be happy if I died.
I think we need to.
And it's funny because you know that she's not serious. There's no threat of Caitlin dying. Her friend doesn't want Caitlin to die. Caitlin's not in danger of dying. Maybe she would have died of embarrassment when she was photographed, face down at a college frat party with a turd, coming out. But other than that, no, Caitlin Bennett's not going to die.
It's funny, right?
So listen up, Democratic establishment. You can either jump on board with this shit or we're coming after you in the same way that we come after MAGA. Period.
What is Tim Pool going to take from this?
Stop taking AIPAC money.
I'm just going to... Guys, I'm done playing games. I'm not going to give anyone the benefit of the doubt. She just threatened to murder Democratic politicians.
Look, that's not giving her the benefit of the doubt. That is heavily overinterpreting the fuck out of what she said. So, like, we should treat Democratic leadership that is not on board the same way we treat Republicans, which Tim is taking from that clip as meaning unaliving.
Come after MAGA. Period. Stop taking AIPAC money.
I'm just gonna
jump on board with this.
It's funny, right?
So listen up, Democratic establishment. You can either jump on board with this shit or we're coming after.
So yeah, Tim's interpreting this as, listen, Democratic establishment, you can either provide us with guns and ammo to go around and fucking purge the right wing, I guess, right? Or we will purge you instead. That's how Tim Pool is somehow reading this.
After you in the same way that we come after MAGA. Period. Stop taking AIPAC money.
I'm just gonna...
Since Democrats are always murdering MAGA, then that's obviously what she means there.
Guys, I'm done playing games. I'm not going to give anyone the benefit of the doubt. She just threatened to murder Democratic politicians. She showed a clip where a woman said...
This is worse than the outrage at Hassan saying that if Republicans have such a problem with Medicare fraud, that they should unalive, what's his fuck from Florida, right? The guy that did Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud. Right? This is worse than that.
I'm glad Charlie Kirk is dead.
Rick Scott.
And when asked, Caitlin Bennett says, what if I died? She goes, maybe. Have to think about it. And the woman laughs. She then says, Democrats get on board or we'll come after you the same way we come after MAGA, after showing a clip where they say she's happy that Charlie Kirk is dead. I think the implication is rather obvious. Now, we can play silly games. I'm not interested. You can sit here.
I've won enough silly prizes already. Just look at this beanie if you don't believe me.
She didn't really mean that. She meant that they would threaten to kill you, or that they would publicly say you.
No, she didn't mean any of that. She didn't mean threaten to kill. She didn't mean kill. She's not talking about doing violence. She's talking about laughing in the face of a disingenuous, pearl-clutching grifter like Poo-Poo Bennett. That's what she's... That's where that reaction is coming from. Tim is being super serial. Yeah, and I shouldn't be taking him so serial.
Need to be killed. Not that she wants you to die. Yeah, if you want to play that game, by all means, you go ahead and do so. I ain't playing any stupid games.
So here's the thing. The irony of it is that, like, there's more likelihood of violence coming Jennifer Welch's way through what Tim Pool is saying right here, through his disingenuous, dishonest presentation of Jennifer Welch as being a bloodthirsty, making a call to violence, basically saying, like, it's the revolution, y'all, who's first up against the wall? Like, right? Which she's obviously not saying. There's more danger in this clip towards Jennifer Welch than there ever was towards Poo-Poo Bennett or any Republicans or Democratic leadership or.
But honestly, I ask all of you watching to comment right now as to what you think her intent was. She didn't explicitly and verbatim.
The Gala, what was I've Had It podcast before they got political? I've heard of this. So if you don't know, I've Had It. They were on was it a Bravo show? Humps and Jennifer were on a Bravo show before the I've Had It podcast. They got kind of famous from that, and then they started the podcast. And I think at the first, the podcast was not about politics. But I don't know what it was like. What did they talk about, since they weren't talking about politics?
Say, do it or you die. But the implication is clear when she plays this clip and then says, we'll come after you all the same. She's telling Democrats to prepare to fear death if they don't get on board with what they want. She is saying that they support threatening the lives of conservatives, and they'll do the same to you.
Go on an I'm sorry I took AIPAC money atonement tour if you want to stay in power. Stop missing out on these big rallies. Hakeem and Chuck should have been front and center introducing the next mayor of New York City. But no, they wouldn't show up because they're pussies. They're pussies that are beholden to the same corporations that that helped Donald Trump get elected.
Ban her. I'm not playing these games anymore.
Seriously. There's a call to action. There's Tim Pool trying to abuse YouTube terms of service to eliminate a successful lefty podcast. I don't want to hear shit about cancellation, deplatform. Yeah, cancel her. That's what he's saying. Unironically, Magenta.
She needs to be banned. Her podcast needs to be shut down. You cannot.
No, we need to be protected from her. She needs to be exiled to the moon. Otherwise, she will come and kill us all. She is so dangerous. I can't believe her. She literally wants to do the purge. Chat, you heard her.
As a society, have people with millions of followers saying to murder.
And this is just an embarrassment. Kudos to Bernie, to AOC, to Zohran. And that woman out in somewhere middle America saying, fuck Charlie Kirk, he was a racist, he was a piece of shit. There are so many more of us than there are of them. And these Democrats that continue to play patty cake with corporations and lobbyists, nobody wants that. Nobody wants you. We want politicians to speak freely and look at what the benefit is. Look at what is happening in New York. And you dipshits are sitting on the sidelines, running your social media like complete dorks. It's embarrassing. Get your shit together. Hakeem and Chuck, seriously, get your shit together because the Democratic Party is moving on.
Moving on in the direction.
And we have no need of you, Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer, who she just threatened to unalive.
Conservatives should be dead, and if you don't get on board with us, you should be dead too.
You need to buy us weapons and ammos immediately, Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries. Otherwise, we will be forced to purge you as well.
Basically what she said. Now, this woman runs the I've Had It podcast with 1 million followers on Instagram.
I do know about the poop, the spoon up your butt clip. I was kind of underwhelmed. Like when I first heard that, I thought it was gonna be really spicy. I think it was just Pumps talking about dealing with constipation. Like that somebody had a blockage and they had to use a spoon to unblock the blockage. It's not as spicy as it sounds. It's not putting the spoon up the butt for any fun reasons, in other words.
Welch with 316,000 and Pumps.
You haven't heard his voice in a long time. He's trying to make a comeback, right? He took a long hiatus. He's still very mad at Sam Cedar, kind of blames Sam for losing control over his own SEO. And he's trying to make a comeback of some kind.
Pumps, her co-host with 100,000.
Pumps.
On YouTube, we can see their channel. Zoom in. 1.36 million subscribers, putting out about 4 to 5 segments per day, hitting 207.
I love that font they use on their thumbnails.
1,000. Okay.
Are you getting jealous? What sort?
This is where we are.
He stopped all of a sudden.
You know, I'll break down for you what I think is going on. I don't think she's competent.
What is SEO? It means search engine optimization, right? So, there's when Tim Pool searches his own name, what his complaint is that he's seeing too much Majority Report videos about Tim Pool and too little Tim Pool videos, right? You know, when he searches his name, he expects to see his shit, his shit, his shit, his shit, and instead he's seeing MR video, Tim Pool video, MR video, Tim Pool video, the Surfs video, right? He's lost control of his name on you. Just something similar to what happened to Tipster. Does anybody remember Tipster? I talked about a few years ago that Tipster, you could not find his channel by typing in his name. First of all, there's, you know, a tipster, I think can be like anybody that, I don't know, there's other uses of the word tipster. And second of all, there were so many videos like making fun of Tipster that when you type Tipster's name in, you'd see those, you wouldn't see anything from Tipster's channel, and you wouldn't even see that Tipster had a channel, right? So he's dealing with a kind of a Tipster situation here. But thanks for asking, because if you don't know what SEO is, there's a chance that other people in chat do not know either.
Right? I think she has cognitive issues. That is not a very smart person. She's just saying what is easily said to rile up the base. On the far left, they've been celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk, and this exemplifies it. Look, we can talk about it all day and night. We can debate it. Prominent liberals, you know, they go on Bulwark podcast or MSNBC and they say, when Charlie died, we were so magnanimous. Barbara F. Walters, who argues a civil war is coming, claimed that after the assassination of Charlie Kirk,
I'm sorry, who's Barbara F. Walters?
That they were the ones who were saying, we're so sorry this happened. And it was conservatives who were threatening escalation. When in fact, it was conservatives saying, holy crap, a leftist just killed Charlie Kirk. And leftists,
before they even knew who killed Charlie Kirk. Yeah. They said it was either that or a trans person killed Charlie Kirk. That's the other one that we heard a lot of. Basically, we heard justifications for murder coming from the right, right? We heard a, you know, desire to leverage Charlie Kirk's murder towards a permission structure for more right-wing violence. That's what we heard from the right. Correct, sir. Correct.
Celebrated it, as they do right now. This woman represents this group. She's getting hundreds of thousands of...
Do you remember, chat, when the Charlie Kirk thing happened and I asked the question, when is the backlash to the backlash coming? Right? I was legitimately worried that maybe it's not coming. But yeah, no, it's here. And, you know, at this point, Erica Kirk is a, you know, is a subject of scorn on the right. On the right, because their grift was just too disingenuous. Funny how much they're scared of Jenna and Pumps, basically centrist liberals. Yeah, they were basically centrist liberals like 5 minutes ago.
Views per video. Here's one with 673,000. Now, I'd imagine they're largely hitting boomers, but
you would be wrong. You would be wrong.
She is pandering to the Zohran millennial leftist ideology, and they want you dead. I think conservatives just really don't get it. I think they really don't get it. I got to be honest. I think they do not get it. I have on my Facebook thousands of people.
Anyway, so that you get the gist of it. I'm not going to spend too much time watching Tim Pool because I know some of you cannot stand the sound of the guy's voice. Let's get back to Mike. I just wanted to show you while we're talking about dark woke that I guess the I've Had It gals also participating in dark woke, and I wanted to show you the kind of just disproportionate, unmoored from reality reactions that you're getting from the right wing.
Speaking, the levels of normie lib radicalization that I've seen are off the charts. And even if you go back and look at Humanist Report videos that I was putting out like 10 years ago, I was sending well wishes to Scalia's family after he passed away. I was correcting myself when I said that I hated Republicans. I think I said that was too strong of a word and I didn't want to be divisive. But as you can see, you know, I've become a little bit rougher around the edges. And that's because times have changed and I've had to adapt. And you either adapt or you die. We're all products of our environment, and we're pissed off right now. And winning back the country necessitates the total humiliation of the people who got us where we are in the first place. That means we kind of have to ruthlessly mock them at every chance we get in order to condition the rest of the society to view them with the contempt that they deserve. Like, I would much rather talk about policy and the things that I want to do to improve the country. But Republicans proved that delegitimizing opponents is something that you have to do to win the game of politics. Like, we're playing a game that they forced us to play based on the new rules that they set. Like, we didn't ask for this. None of us asked for this. But they're the OG fuck your feelings people, and they've proven that that's a pretty good strategy. They're demonstrating the effectiveness of that strategy now with their meltdowns over Kyle Kulinski's tweet. Like, they don't like getting a taste of their own medicine, and that just proves why we have to give them a taste of their own medicine. We have to force them to lie in the bed that they made for all of us. And it's not just internet edgelords like Kyle from Secular Talk and Mike from the Humanist Report saying things like this. It's also respected elected officials like AOC who called on people to ruthlessly mock fascists like Stephen Miller because, like us, she also realizes the futility in trying to engage with them in 2010 era style politics of persuasion and respectability. It just doesn't work. But I want to move on to the next leftist content creator who is facing additional scrutiny as of late. And that individual is Hasan Piker, because he's always in hot water for something. And no, I'm not going to respond to cynical and bad faith claims that he used the shock collar on his dog when he did not do that. I want to talk about how billionaires are using Zohran Mamdani's association with Hasan Piker as a gotcha in service of Andrew Cuomo. Now, you already know that Andrew Cuomo name-dropped Piker at a debate, but in a last-ditch effort to tank Mamdani's campaign, they're now trying to tie him to the most controversial comment that Piker made 6 years ago in a new ad. And when I say ad, I mean like they actually put out an ad tying Mamdani to Hasan Piker. This is wild to watch, but nonetheless, take a look.
America deserved 9/11, dude.
That's Zohran's buddy, Hasan Piker, saying we deserve 9/11. It's a disgrace to every life lost. Zohran went on Piker's show, and now Piker was just spotted at Zohran's event. Mamdani is wrong for New York. Paid for by 4R City.
Jesus Christ. So they're basically trotting out the same playbook that they used back in 2008 to tie Obama to Reverend Wright. It didn't work then, and I can assure you it's not going to work now, especially because you can easily do the same thing. Like, you can use that same playbook against Cuomo, albeit to greater effect. For example, Cuomo was just on Logan Paul's podcast, who's been embroiled in multiple controversies, and was even sued in a class action lawsuit for an alleged crypto scam. But worse, Cuomo joined genocide heir Benjamin Netanyahu's legal team to defend him against crimes against humanity at the ICC. So, objectively speaking, what's worse? Defending a war criminal accused of genocide or being a guest on the stream of somebody who made edgy comments? I mean, I think that voters are going to be the ultimate judge in the end, but this strategy simply doesn't work in 2025 because politicians are increasingly learning that there is value in going on podcasts and Twitch streams. But if you want access to their platforms, you have to put aside the edgy jokes and controversies that they've been embroiled in. It's something that Cuomo understood by choosing himself to go on Logan Paul's podcast. Quite a controversial figure, but ironically, it was more controversial for Logan Paul to platform Cuomo than it was for Cuomo to go on his show, seeing as how Cuomo is a serial sexual harasser whose policies killed people in nursing homes during COVID. So, I mean, any of Logan Paul's scandals pale in comparison to Cuomo's scandals. But to go back to Hasan Piker, he's the first leftist content creator to achieve real mainstream success. You can argue that his uncle Cenk Uygur was the first one, but I mean, Hasan has reached new levels. And savvy Democratic politicians, they have to understand that his platform may be more useful in reaching young people than any other platform. Mainstream media, you name it. Like, Hasan Piker is how you talk to young, motivated leftists who are politically active. And for what it's worth, Hasan's response to that controversy that the ad was based on speaks to how thoughtful he is as a person and why people watch him, because even though it's easy to be turned off by what he said at face value, it's important to understand what he was talking about in the context and what happened in the lead up to that infamous clip. And I'm going to let him speak for himself because what he says here is important.
You said America deserved 9/11. Did you mean that?
No, obviously not, especially considering the fact that while that is a very viral quote that is going around currently, if those people were at least even remotely charitable or cared about the actual truth of what I was talking about, they would understand that within context, I was simply referencing the fact that all of the foreign policy decisions and our arming of insurgent groups in the region and our efforts in destabilizing the Middle East have a direct consequence, a boomerang effect, rather, if you will, in causing 9/11. Of course, every part of what I advocate for is against violence. I abhor violence. I think it's awful. And as a matter of fact, I was very frustrated with the fact that Dan Crenshaw, a person who 4 times voted nay on bills that would stop arming Saudi Arabia. He voted no 4 times on those bills. It would turn around and talk about the necessity for endless violence, and that this simply was happening because these people. This simply was happening because these people just hated us. They hated us because they hate us. I'm paraphrasing, but I thought that was awful. I thought that was horrific. Hillary Clinton has had a similar and correct opinion on this, talking about how we did fund Al-Qaeda and Noam Chomsky and numerous other academics on both sides of the political spectrum. I should have used more precise and better use of the language there. It's messed up that I would even give the opportunity to the right to try to morally grandstand on an issue like this when they are 100% responsible for all of the bloodshed that has been caused. Even some other outlets in the mainstream media are also culpable.
What do you think the dynamic inside TYT was like at this moment? Do you think it was like, do you think Cenk was like pressuring Hassan? I can't imagine Cenk being particularly supportive to Hassan at this moment. Feel myself becoming dumber every time I hear Tim Pool speak. Yeah, so tired of people panicking, picking on Charlie Kirk's wife. It's just the Yoko Ono misogynistic shit, but worse because Kirk was literally a nobody. Did I see your super chat? Maybe not, Christian. Some of them have not been. Coming through? There it is. Boom. Wait, I feel like I read your chat, but it didn't show up as a super chat for some reason. But there it is. There it is. And a super chat, and it gets us closer to that fabled 100 on the bonus meter, which is the level that we need to get to if you want me to stick around and cover some bonus content. Let me. So, there it is. Yeah, thank you for the super chat, Christian. Anna and Hassan share a similar relationship with Cenk, to be honest. Well, wait, now, I mean, like, if you're talking about the current relationship, like, I kind of see Anna as being in the driver's seat of that relationship with Cenk right now. I don't think you mean that, right? George Bush Jr. invited the Taliban to the Texas governor's mansion. Oh, what? Before 9/11? His wife is a grifter and a phony, just like Kirk. Yeah, I do know there is a phenomenon, right, where if there's something bad going on that, people deserve accountability over, and there's like a woman in proximity of that thing happening, a lot of times she'll get the blame, right? Or take the brunt of the blame, or so Red Dog is talking about like the Yoko Ono was blamed for the breakup of the Beatles. I mean, okay, so here's what I'll say to you, Red Dog. All right. Now look, I don't have any influence over conservatives at all. They don't listen to me, they don't care what I've said. If anything, they would take the other turn if I advocated for something, right? But I do think that when conservatives, and Candace Owens is the first person who comes to mind here. Maybe that's me blaming another woman. but yeah, I mean, there's many such examples, right? When they blame Charlie Kirk's death on Erica, like that's crazy. Like what fucking evidence is there that Erica Kirk was in on the murder of her husband, right? None. That is QAnon shit. But a big part of the right wing is, is saying that right now. And I'm not kidding when I say she is not popular, right? I looked at a Fox News comment section. There was no support for Erica Trump, and there was a lot of her being blamed for Charlie Kirk's death. So yeah, there just like there's no, I don't know, did anybody blame Yoko for John's death? I don't think they went that far, did they? They blamed Yoko for the breakup of the Beatles. They would blame her. They would exaggerate her lack of musicianship. She definitely did, get kind of demonized, but yeah, it's who cares if she's still grieving? If it was the other way around, you wouldn't give a shit about how Charlie Kirk cries or how he covers his big misproportioned head. No, I would make, if you're talking to me, I would make fun of him. I mean, I'm not gonna look to ridicule the man when he's in the midst of grieving, but I don't know what, like the analog would be if, I don't know, he met like one of her friends and was like, it's been so difficult to deal with life now without Erica. But one person who's definitely helped me get through that is Tamara over here, Erica's best friend. And we really bonded hard after Erica's passing. And I just like, whenever she reminds me of Erica, whenever I look at her, like if he said shit like that, yeah, people would definitely give him strange looks. I do get what you're saying about the tendency, like that women tend to like attract blame almost like a magnet. I have, experienced. They blamed Courtney Love. True. They did blame Courtney Love. Courtney Love had so much hate though. It's really hard for me to, like, I know a little bit about the Courtney Love situation, in that she had just a lot of bad relationships with other musicians. And that might have played a role in that too. But yeah, as far as I know, there's no proof, there's no indication that Courtney Love was aware of or brought about or was involved in Kurt Cobain's death. The suicide is kind of mysterious how it happened, but there's not really anything tying. There's not anything like tying Courtney Love to that. Analog is Yoko Ono or Courtney Love, but worse because these women were actually well known already. Unlike this, well, you understand, Red Dog, that what Erica Kirk is trying to do right now is take over Turning Point, right? So whereas she might have been a less public figure before, she's made a conscious choice to put herself in the limelight now. And a lot of what she's dealing with from the right is kind of a turf war over, the leader of Turning Point USA is no more, right? Who's gonna take his place? Who is going to, who's gonna control Turning Point? And I mean, people were pretty mad when they thought it was going to be Ben Shapiro, but yeah, now people are kind of they're not. I don't think they're really happy with Erica Kirk taking that role either. Her family has ties to Mossad. Oh, is that what Candace is saying? Damn, I hadn't looked into some of that. God, Chad, there's been so much I've been missing. Anyway, so I just got back. Hassan, we're in the midst of the 9/11 crisis. Was Mike relating this to anything more recent? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. You got to admit the leather pants are a weird choice, right? For any sort of public political speech at all. And it's just, and it's unfortunate too the myth making. Okay, so on the real chat, let me just be real with you. I don't think that there's a relationship between Erica Kirk and Charlie Daniels and Little Smokey. What's his name? JD Vance. There we go. There we go. Not Charlie Daniels. JD Vance. I don't think that there's any. I don't think there's really a relationship there. I think it's just like, but you could see why people would think that, and you could see why this meme is kind of like they sort of forced this meme. It's a weird thing to say that this guy, the vice president, reminds you of your dead husband, right? And then after that, if you walk over to him in leather pants, he puts his hand around your waist, holds you tight. You put your hand around, his head and touch his hair. I mean, I don't know how you would expect to not get that reaction. Unlike Courtney Love, a BBC journalist is not going to put it's not going to put thought to have complicated the relationship between Paul and John in her obituary. No one is going to let Yoko Ono off for that. The I've had it ladies are taking over our raids. Charlie Daniels is dead. I don't know. I don't know anything about. I just couldn't think of JD Vance's name for some reason. Now I'm imagining Erica Kirk with her arm around Charlie Daniels. Do I know what Charlie Daniels looks like, chat? Does Charlie Daniels look kind of like a in my mind he's like a oh my god. In my mind Charlie Daniels looks kind of like the Macho Man Randy Savage, but like a country version. Charlie Daniels. What does he look like? Okay, now he's old, but what did he look like before he was old? Before he got old, what did you look like, Charlie Daniels? I think you looked like maybe the Macho Man from wrestling. Let's find an old picture. Come on, can we just get an old, like, I don't need him looking old. I need him like when he was at his, is it? God damn it. Okay, look, this is an album cover. What do you think, chat? Am I totally off? I think I was actually picturing Charlie Daniels. I'm not sure how I sorry, I did something wrong. Open the image. Oh, it's okay. So this is Charlie Daniels, right? That's what he looks like. Do you think so, chat? He does. If you tell me that he looks more like what is that guy's name? Hank Williams? Oh my god, no, he looks like a mix with Hank Williams and like David Allan Coe or something. But no, like, I don't know, am I totally off in saying he's like the country version of the Macho Man Randy Savage? Chad, I still need to meet wrestlers, okay? That's the one thing about being a public like a what do you call it? Like a public figure, a public that I really wanted was to meet wrestlers, right? Cyndi Lauper became a famous singer. She got to meet wrestlers. When do I get to meet I've met one wrestler. I've met wrestler, okay? I need to meet more wrestlers. And I think I need like a posse, right? So that people just know that if they mess with me, they're messing with like a whole bunch of wrestlers too. Like there's some chance that a wrestler will show up at your place of work and body slam you if you mess with me. So that's just like a great reason not to do so. Not to even think about messing with me, right? Because I know wrestlers and I'm connected with the Charlie Daniels band. Anyway.
In this circumstance, look, 3,000 people died. And that's terrible. That is a horrific event.
Listen, cards on the table, I admit it is very hard for me to put aside my biases here because I deeply respect and admire all of these leftist content creators that I share a space with. But the left's entire...
Do I need a wrestling dad first? Is that how it works? You get a wrestling dad? and then the rest of it just falls into place. 'Cause she had that guy with the, the guy with the beard and he's got all the rubber bands in his beard. Right. I think that was the first thing. She made friends with that guy. And then she got to meet the rest of the other wrestlers. My daughter works a performance space as an electrician that hosts WWE. That is awesome. I don't know much about the modern day WWE. I need to find who are the cool wrestlers. Who are the wrestlers that I would even want to meet? A posse of swilitarian chads and chadettes. Yeah, there's got to be like leftist wrestlers out there, right? She's more inspirational as a wrestler than for having sang that one song. Well, you could say that about Donald Trump too. His wrestling maybe more inspiring than his stint on The Apprentice.
Your political project is to end wars and suffering, improve the quality of life for all human beings. So to me, bias aside, it rings hollow that the people who are perpetrating violence are so pissed off about edgy rhetoric from the left. Because, like, what's worse, words or actions? Hassan Piker said America deserved 9/11, whereas Netanyahu has committed dozens of 9/11s himself on the people of Gaza. Kyle Kulinski may have poked fun at Charlie Kirk's widow.
Yoko Ono, shit, and you know it? Wait, what? You can't, are you talking to another chatter? Or do you think that I hate Yoko Ono? You can't deal with it because you are supposed to be a lefty? Y'all the same woman-hating trash look. I'm sorry I'm not on that turf shit, okay? But no, yeah, I can't do the next level feminism where it involves hating trans people. But that's not me. Okay. I respect Yoko Ono's as an artist, as a visionary, and even as a musician. Although, obviously she's doing a very different type of music than the Beatles.
But Trump has illegally murdered 61 people he accused of drug trafficking without evidence, mind you. So if you support those murders and those people, if you're okay with a literal genocide, I'm sorry, you don't get to fucking feign out.
I'm sorry, apparently I got in the middle of an argument in chat. I should never do that. It always confuses things. I apologize.
Rage over naughty words from leftist content creators, period. Edgy jokes and shitposts aside, though, leftists like Hassan and Kyle, they have consistent records advocating for policies that would save lives. And I think that matters more than the times that they've memed a little bit too close to the sun, if you ask me. But I do want to move on to Emma Vigeland, who dealt with backlash, although to a much lesser extent. But I still want to play the clip of her on a panel on MSNBC because the smug condescension that the left has been facing for a long time now was on full display. And they reacted this way in response to her correct commentary. And, it's why people like myself in this space are so pissed off nonetheless. Here's what she said and how they responded.
Ezra Klein recently wrote for the New York Times that over the past 15 years, the Democratic Party has made room on its left and closed down on its right. For all the talk of what the Democratic Party should learn from Bernie Sanders and Zohran Mamdani, there should be at least as much talk of what they should learn from Manchin or Golden or Marie Perez or Sarah McBride. The party should be seeking more, not less, internal disagreement. Do you agree with that stance?
No. Anybody watch this? This actually got some play on Twitter, surprisingly, right? And I had just been saying to myself, I was kind of wishing that Emma would, do more, Cable or Pierce, or kind of get herself into just these situations, right? I don't know. Let's watch how she handles it, right? And the reason I was doing that is because, I've noticed Anna and Jink kind of popping off on some of those things lately, and I just, I didn't want to cede. I don't want to see that space ceded to Anna and Jink. And people don't remember, right? There's a lot of people giving Anna and Jink a lot of credit for their pro-Palestinian advocacy right now, mainly for them taking down Zionist talking points on cable shows and on Piers Morgan, places like that, right? I don't know if people remember TYT's initial reaction to October 7th was one of scolding the left, scolding people for showing sympathy for Palestinians, right? Their reaction, like, I don't know, we'll have to revisit this sometime because I think it does bear repeating. That the TYT's initial reaction to the situation in Gaza was actually not good. And it seems like, now I don't want to be the kind of person that's gonna discount what somebody says just because they took too long to say it. Like, I'm glad for everybody that recognizes that what's being done in Gaza is a genocide. I'm truly glad for that, right? So I'm not trying to gatekeep that at all, but I just question the sincerity. I have real questions about TYT's sincerity. It does feel like they only really got on this pro-Palestinian message when it became popular to do so. So anyway, well, that's going to have to be for another time, chat. I'm going to finish this segment with Emma, and then we'll take a look at Zohran's speech and maybe a little bit of Hassan on the Majority Report if we have time. We still have a very good chance to get bonus content, but time is ticking. Tick, tick, tick. 76 out of 100. That means we need 24 points to get us to bonus content land. And again, the things that make that number go forward: super chats, super stickers, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on, God, it's usually right up there, on Throne or on Patreon, or if you support me on Twitch, right? That makes that number go up. If it goes up high enough, I stick around and cover another topic, and we're very close to being in the bonus content territory. So let me just finish. Oh my gosh, this see what because I sort of missed this. I didn't notice this had happened until it kind of blew up on Twitter. But yeah, she did blow up on Twitter. I'm just not sure it's her best clip. But anyway, let's watch it.
I mean, I don't know what reality Ezra Klein is living in, that the fact that the Democratic Party has tacked to its left, in what universe? Yeah. The coalescing around Joe Biden in the 2020 primary, the besmirching of Bernie Sanders supporters, the eschewing of that movement in 2016, and even in this current moment with Zohran Mamdani, who has been a shot in the arm for the Democratic Party, you still have Chuck Schumer refusing to endorse him, and Hakeem Jeffries' endorsement is lukewarm at best. There is a fight right now within the Democratic Party, and Ezra Klein is representing a floundering corporatist centrist flank that is increasingly irrelevant in the party, and he's trying to carry water for them in the Times. I mean, I think it's a lucrative thing to do, but it's not necessarily matching the reality.
I love it. I'm so excited to disagree with you. I do, because I could not disagree more. The point Ezra's trying to make is that it takes two wings to fly. Mm-hmm. That he's trying to say Democrats need to build a Big Ten. And
okay, so she's definitely rolled a douchebag in terms of her interlocutor. That's really helpful. And I just want to emphasize, when I say it's not her best clip, I don't mean that she's like doing badly here or her argument is strong or I don't agree with her. I'm just saying that there's some moments that Emma is just based as fuck. Right? There's some moments in which Emma has just like based particles emanating from her image on screen. And I don't know. This is like, I don't like this format for her. I wouldn't like this format for me either.
He's not saying you got to choose between Zohran Mamdani and Bernie Sanders and the centrist wing. He's saying Democrats need to compete in more places. You raised a stat earlier that I think is the key one. Why, when Donald Trump's numbers are plummeting among independent voters, he's got 48% strong disapproval. How come the Democratic Party's approval rating is lower as a brand
because
than
of the muddled message
Republican
that
Party?
I was just trying to elucidate?
So
Oh, Sarah, thank you for the butterfly. And thank you for renewing your secret Halo membership.
You believe it's because they're not far left enough?
No, I believe that there needs to be a different approach to politics here. Not building a tent and saying we don't necessarily stand for anything, including Ezra advocating for saying that we should run anti-abortion Democrats.
Like, what I want for Emma is a clip that's gonna take attention away from Anna. Like, I don't know, is that petty of me? The two wings fly is so cringe. I had a roommate from Mississippi that used to always say, you got your right wing and you got your left wing, and it's one big bird that's flying and it's shitting on all of us, right? It was his explanation for the uniparty, I guess. But I thought he was...
red states. So let's throw trans people under the bus. Let's throw women under the bus. Let's just do anything except
if you want to cede territory, though.
No,
I think he's talking about being practical and trying
and trying to expand the map. That's what needs to happen here. Is if Democrats are going, how do you expand the map? Is you win in Ohio and you win in Pennsylvania and you win in West Virginia.
There's more, but I want to pause right there because that really pissed me off. The reaction to Emma Vigeland being there, the smug, indignant response.
The dogpiling of Emma, yeah. You know what I mean? It makes it so hard, even when you are, popping off. It makes it, I don't know. It's more muddled, right? Whereas with Pierce, you get these interchanges between Anna and Stephanie Miller or Jink and whoever who was it that Jink argued? Anybody remember? No, wait, it was Stephanie Miller. Wait, why do I remember Anna? Did they both have a go at Stephanie Miller? Did both Jink and Anna do that? Now I can't remember who it was. But anyway, you get these like kind of one-on-one matchups is what I'm saying with Pierce Morgan. And although I fucking hate the guy, I hate Pierce Morgan. He's one of my most despised media figures. I do like that format better for the meta of creating clips, as opposed to this, what is this, MSNBC that she's on?
Response to what she said, the laughter to her commentary as if what she was saying was preposterous. I mean, this is why we cannot stand you people, right? What Emma is saying here is common sense, and it's what we've all been saying on the left for more than a decade now. And if you don't see what she's saying as the obvious truth, then I don't know what to tell you. You just don't want to win, right? You can't win elections by shifting to the right. Republicans have a monopoly on right-wing and center-right voters. You cannot beat fascism with more milquetoast centrism. You need an equally radical alternative to compete with the so-called populism that's being pushed by the right. Socialism is the antidote to fascism, not neoliberalism, to the chagrin of all of the dipshits on the panel there. And the rising prominence of left-wing commentators like Emma Vigeland is the result.
Lexical says the voters will not vote for Dems who throw minorities under the bus. They can get that in droves if they vote for Republicans. Yeah, and the other thing about that is it shows voters, like, look, there's some things that voters don't seem to realize that it's very frustrating. And it's very easy for you to conclude the voters are just hopelessly stupid. And yeah, look, people in groups, I don't know. They don't always make the best mistakes, or the best mistakes. They don't always make the best choices, right? That being said, the voters are more perceptive than people give them credit for. If you advocate for immigrants and you say it's because you care about the people, you care about the families not getting split up, right? You have a human concern for these people. And then when the polls don't go in your way, if you flip on that, look, the Republicans probably can. If everybody decided immigrants were great, and we love immigrants, then Republicans would probably stop talking about it. They could get away with that. That wouldn't be seen as hypocritical. But when the left turns from, advocating for things like DACA to we need more border security and the danger from the immigrants. I'm going to vote for the Laken Riley Act, right? You don't trust that person, and rightly so. That person has shown you they don't stand for anything, right? The principled stand that you thought they were taking for human beings that were being impacted by this inhuman, like, anti-immigrant legislation and policy, right? You've just shown that you don't give a fuck about it. You care about winning. And people don't trust that person. Also, they look at that person as a little bit of a loser, right? So when you're, throwing people under the bus, giving up issues, failing to advocate for people you pretended to care about a second ago, then you get the stink of being a loser. And that combination of that loser stench with the you don't stand for anything is electoral poison. And the best we can hope is that it doesn't get associated with the entirety of the Democratic Party and doesn't kind of carry over to what we hope is a new emerging left flank leadership for the Democratic Party that is going to steer, that's going to kind of course correct from the long jaunt of neoliberalism that they've been exercising. Anyway.
Of centrist Democrats who actually want to win, getting desperate enough to finally hear us out. Because, we've been pitching some alternative strategies and nobody's been listening. But now that we have a fascist in charge and we lost democracy, maybe you start to listen to the people who were once viewed as...
Irene, did you see my message earlier about everyone in the administration living at various military bases?
I did, and I was asking...
As far as I know, nobody's really talking about it or what we should be doing about it or even what it all means.
Yeah, no, I did see, I was curious about that. Yeah, I asked you about that because I don't know about this story yet. I have not heard of administration officials moving on to military bases, but that is really concerning. Obviously there's a big buildup in the not South Pacific, the I guess equatorial Pacific and the Caribbean. And a lot of people are there's information suggesting that Trump is going to make a move on Venezuela. But I haven't, obviously the administration still denies it.
Is kooky, right? But as you saw, they became indignant at the common sense recommendations that Emma was making, even though what she's saying is being confirmed by reality as we speak. I mean, look at Claudia Sheinbaum in Mexico. Look at Lula da Silva in Brazil. Look at FDR's New Deal reforms. You have to meaningfully address people's material conditions in order to win elections. But I do want to get back to the discussion before I go, too in the weeds here, because they're going to make the same tired Big Tent argument that we've heard 100 times, only to get smacked down again by Emma Vigeland. So let's watch.
As much as Democrats hate Joe Manchin, he was the only Democrat who could win statewide office in Manchin.
I'm sorry, but Joe Manchin helped kill the child tax credit, which is the reason the Democrats are lagging behind in affordability right now.
But would it have been better if there were a Republican in that seat?
If the Democrats want to orient themselves behind a working class coalition and use that as the base, that is how you build a durable coalition, not the one that has lost to Trump multiple times.
But if you look at the track record of like Sunrise and Justice Dems and these other, more populist progressive groups,
the base wasn't there. Now the base is there. The base is currently behind it.
They have not gained a single seat.
Because of the institutional pushback from the Democratic Party. And
because
right now
of the voters.
The voters are
part of their...
I do, to Emma's point, I do think that there is, when you're just looking top down from the most powerful figures in the Democratic Party establishment, there is a pattern of them being much more accepting of the rightward flank than the left side of the flank.
Look, there's been a long struggle over, go back to 1977, I'll just go nerd out, Moynihan versus Bella Abzug. There are deep divisions inside the Democratic Party that get played out. There are good principled fights over policy. Those are legitimate fights and disagreements. And for a lot of folks, a member of the DSA who's never held a job or never had an executive experience.
Assemblyman's a job.
Not a job in the private sector. You're right.
I don't care about that, though. He has had a job.
That's the problem.
Right.
It's worth caring about whether someone's ever had a job in the private sector. It's worth caring about whether they've had an executive experience.
No, it's not. Voters in New York rejected Cuomo's experience from Mamdani's policies. In 2016, Americans literally chose to elect a reality TV show star over Hillary Clinton, who was the most qualified presidential candidate ever. Like, what you're saying is bullshit. You can't wish cast a strategy on the electorate and hope that it works, especially when it's been proven wrong again.
Yeah, he's quoting the Hillary Clinton campaign. I don't think he's glazing, Hillary Clinton's bureaucratic acumen or anything like that. I think he's just quoting that was one of her selling points, right? The most qualified person ever to have run for office.
And again and again. Now, as for that lady's, point about Joe Manchin, she doesn't understand that Democrats like Joe Manchin tarnish the party's brand. If his policies are indistinguishable from the GOP's policies, then it doesn't really matter if he has a D next to his name now, does it? I mean, sure, he helped Chuck Schumer maintain the gavel in the Senate, but them not doing enough with that power led to Americans feeling disillusioned with the party again.
Funny enough, this is really similar to the conversation on Live and Learn, the argument between Hutchin and Prime Kai this week, as far as the value of having more Democrats, even if they have terrible takes about certain things. And the example that Hutch bit the bullet on was, if there were segregationist Dems, if there were George Wallace, if there were Dixiecrats were to reemerge, right? Would you want a Dixiecrat in the Senate versus another Republican?
And think about whether or not Republican voters would ever accept the same strategy or excuse. Like, do you think Donald Trump would be okay with a Republican being pro-choice or pro-Medicare for all in order to become more electorally viable in California? That would never, ever fly. They would rather lose than let rhinos tarnish their brand, because...
The funny thing is, the real issue that Republicans are splitting off from Trump on a lot of times is the Epstein files. It's a very personal issue to Donald Trump.
They understand the importance of ideological cohesion and consistency. I mean, imagine how easy it'd be if all Democrats just supported one policy on healthcare. Medicare for all. It's an easy pitch, right? You vote for Democrats, you get Medicare for all. You save 68,000 lives every single year. The problem is that we can't do that. We can't make that pitch, because if somebody asks, hey, what's the party's stance on healthcare? You've got to explain how, well, some supported additional ACA subsidies while others believe in a public option that could devolve into a two-tiered system where the rich and the poor have different standards of care. Although, some support Medicare for all, which is healthcare that's free at the point of service. You can't do that. It's not going to work. Like, if you have to explain the internal division within your party to the average voter, you're going to be a lot less persuasive than you would if you just said Democrats support Medicare for all, period. Here's what that means. But we can't do that. We can't do that because so many Democrats refuse to unlatch from the teeths of the health insurance donors that got them elected. So we're held back by the most bought-off dipshits in the party who are trying to pass off their corruption as sound strategy. But nobody's buying it anymore. Hence why leftist content creators like Emma are suddenly sounding a lot more reasonable to MSNBC's normie audience than they were before. It's why former MSNBC hosts like Joy Reid agree with us, even though she was once a sworn enemy to the online left and the Bernie bros, because everything that we've been saying has been proven. It's been validated, whereas everything that the centrists said that would work has put us on a one-way path towards fascism, and here we are. But as frustrating as things are right now, the one silver lining is that, people like Emma and Hassan and Kyle and myself to a lesser extent are finally gaining prominence in American politics because everybody else has been so goddamn wrong. Where politicians and pundits are now asking us for our input. And that's a new thing, right? And it's unfortunate that things had to get so bad for them to finally take us seriously. But the fact that we're now making our way into mainstream media and even driving news cycles tells me that enough people have finally had their break glass in case of emergency moment, with us being the ones being kept behind glass, and they're finally letting us out in hopes that we can save the country now that we're in this emergency.
And look, chat, they're going to need it because the Republicans are breaking their own glass, and behind their glass is Nick Fuentes. That's what's going on right now, a takeover of the Republican Party by the Groypers. And I don't think you fight Groypers with neolibs. Let's be real.
So the increased scrutiny that we're all suddenly receiving speaks to our growing relevance in American politics, which is.
That looks tasty. Yeah, it really is. I got it's like turnips, cabbage, like just a bunch of vegetables, and then what is it? I can't tell. I think it's tofu in there. With it, but like when I saw that plate of greens that Nancy Mace had, I got hungry for greens, and I realized I had some in the refrigerator. Like, see that? Like, I mean, obviously I'm commenting on the beans here, because that is a fuck ton of beans. I don't understand how does anybody put that much beans on their plate, right? Chat, if I ate that many beans, I'd be farting in my sleep. Like, my neighbors would call the cops because of the noise. They'd be like, is there construction next door? Like, what is that loud sound, right? It would be me farting all night, because that's a fuck ton of beans. But anyway, the greens are what I had my eyes on, and those actually look kind of good. So yeah, like the closest thing I have to greens is this vegetable stew. That's actually pretty good. I don't know, chat. I don't know. What do you think? Poop fart? Well, only if I'm Poo-Poo Bennett. Only if I'm Caitlyn Bennett. You know, drinking too much, passing out, poo-pooing all over the place. Like Poo-Poo Bennett.
Is bad news for fascists, because unlike centrists that they're used to, we don't fucking back down. We double down, and I can assure you that we're not going to stop talking our shit. So I commend all of the individuals that I talked about here for pissing off Republicans, because if you're doing that, then you're doing something right. And I get that that's a cliche, but when you have people as demonic as Republicans, no, you really are doing something right if you piss them off.
Luigi not happy.
Uh-oh, don't make Luigi mad. You wouldn't like him when he's mad. Sarah mentioned this story.
Secretary Kristi Noem now live on military bases. They are among White House Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy Stephen Miller and Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem now live on military bases. They are among at least 6 senior Trump administration appointees to do so in the Washington area, leaving them both isolated from the Capitol they helped govern and sheltered from political violence, but also protest. Joining us now, staff writer for The Atlantic, Tom Nichols, and staff writer for The Atlantic, Michael Schur. Michael, what's the deal with this?
Well, some of these people had moved on to bases months ago. Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, Pete Hegseth, the Defense Secretary. I think they just like the convenience of it. Some of this is because of security threats and increased precautions that were actually.
Wait, could you please repeat that? So it's an article in The Atlantic that this all comes from.
Sure. Michael, what's the deal with this?
Well, some of these people had moved on to bases months ago. Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, Pete Hegseth, the Defense Secretary. I think they just like the convenience of it. Some of this is because of concern.
I'm sorry. I would love for him to explain what is the convenience. What is the convenience that he's talking about? How is living on a military base convenient?
Over security threats and increased precautions that were actually taken after the Charlie Kirk assassination in September. In the case of Stephen Miller in Northern Virginia, there was a protest group that was sort of harassing his family, putting out flyers with his address, chalking his sidewalks. Their family basically decided it was too dangerous after the Kirk killing. There's another senior White House person who we are not naming, who's moved to a military base since Kirk because of a foreign threat. And then Kristi Noem moved around the same time, but she moved out of her apartment in Southeast because there were pictures run in the Daily Mail basically showing the building she was living in, and that made her uncomfortable.
Tom, is it who normally lives on these bases? Are they kicking anybody out?
No, these are senior officer housing. It's not unprecedented. This has happened before, as Michael's article notes, it's not like there are people being put in the street. It does stretch senior housing a bit because there aren't a lot of these. These are pretty nice houses, but If there's a safety issue involved, it's an understandable move.
I'm noticing.
Yeah, I understand.
It seems like the Trump administration like hates the officer corps, hates the generals, hates the. Do you remember in his first administration? He would always talk about the generals as like his generals and like I'm with the generals and just kind of like make a big deal about the generals. And then you had General Milley and a few other generals kind of like act as guardrails, telling him you can't we're not going to shoot protesters. I'm sorry, that's not how we do things. And now it feels like the second Trump administration is just like they've cut down on, I guess, the ratio of officers to enlisted soldiers. But yeah, I mean, just not giving a fuck about the the senior, what is it, senior officer housing, and not senior as an old chat, like senior as in like they're the highest ranking officers. But yeah, but they're just like, yeah, no, we're gonna kick you out, and I mean, they didn't say they're kicking people out, but like, there's a limited amount of this housing, right?
Understand the safety thing. My question though is a bigger one about how they are supposed to represent the district. They are supposed to be in touch with the vibe of the district, with the desires of the people who live there and the country more broadly. And I wonder if there's any concern about being shielded from that, Michael.
Yeah, there's always been a tension there. Most senior officials in the federal government live in the city of Washington or in the neighborhoods around Washington. And, activists regularly protest outside their houses and regularly do things to make them uncomfortable. Tony Blinken, the Secretary of State for Biden, for months had people actually.
I mean, there's a guy that low-key deserved it.
Intense
high-key.
On the roadside, as he took his kids
some protest
to and from school every day, they'd have to drive through basically a protest encampment who were calling him a genocidal killer because his support for the Israeli government. So there's long been a situation where officials can be made to be uncomfortable. What I think the shift here is that people are pulling this escape hatch. There wasn't a lot of examples in the last couple of administrations of officials who, when they face protests like this.
So just if you're working from home, or if you used to be able to work from home and you are now not able to, just understand these fuckers, they're all phoning it in. They're all Zooming it in, right? They're not living in the White House, or like, do they normally live in the White House or in DC, I guess? I don't know.
Deciding to leave their homes. Now, the question of whether they're more serious threats and whether the general.
They're saying Pete Hegseth moved in there because he likes it. It's more convenient. So he can keep an eye on his war fighters. He could lecture guys with rank that he would have never attained on how to be better soldiers.
The political environment is becoming more dangerous is a different one, and it may well be that this is just the beginning of a new way of doing things. That if you're in the senior ranks of federal government, you can't live in the community anymore.
Yeah, that would be depressing.
Do you think it might be something particular about? Let's see who we're looking at here, right? Okay, Stephen Miller, a guy who even Trump says cannot keep his mouth shut enough to not say the quiet part out loud. One of the most out and brazen fascists that has ever occupied the U.S. government, right? Kristi Noem, the head of the agency terrorizing Americans as we speak. Marco Rubio, the former Trump enemy, now brought under his thumb completely, enacting his terrible foreign policy agenda. Pete Hegseth, who looks like an extra from Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Daniel Driscoll, I don't know that guy. John Felon, don't know that guy. But anyway, what I'm asking, chat, is might there be something particular about the Trump administration that they're getting pushback that's a little harder than even, like somebody like Blinken, who, like I said, definitely deserved pushback over his policies. might it be that there is something uniquely terrible about the Donald Trump administration part 2?
That this is just the beginning of a new way of doing things, that if you're in the senior ranks of federal government, you can't live in the community anymore.
Yeah, that would be depressing. Tom, let's talk about nuclear weapons. The president said—
Okay, so if you're wondering, are they moving there because they're about to, something bad is going to go down? That's not what the article. That's not what the author is saying. I do admit, though, it's weird. The DoD mandates that prices of spirits should be 5% below everyday shelf prices. Wait, what? Did they put that in as a policy? They get 5% discount on booze? Is that right?
Says he wants to resume testing. We are in the middle, I believe, of upgrading our nuclear weapons. Do any of these need to be tested?
No. In fact, the United States stopped testing when it was actually way ahead on a database of actual tests. And the United States ran more nuclear tests than anybody. And if anything, restarting nuclear tests gives a green light to other countries to start restarting their nuclear testing, which would actually be to their advantage. I mean, the Russians and the Chinese would probably love to see the Americans go back to actual explosive nuclear testing, because then they could and not carry the kind of onus or the moral stain of being the first country besides North Korea to test nuclear weapons since the 20th century. It's just a terrible idea, and it's not clear to me why the president thinks he has to do this, except I think he's probably reacting to something that the Russians did about testing delivery systems that he doesn't really understand. But it's just a bad idea overall, and it doesn't need to be done.
Is it clear to you that he actually means testing the warheads themselves or just testing the systems?
Well, nothing else makes sense, because we already do test the systems. We do that all the time. When people think of nuclear testing, as I suppose as the president is thinking of it, it means exploding a nuclear weapon to see if it works.
Little Marco un Pollo Hermanito. Was that the restaurant from Breaking Bad? Oh no, Pollos Hermanos or something?
And that's, I think, with the president, and there's some other folks at places like Heritage, who at the Heritage Foundation, they want to restart that kind of testing. But people should understand, we test everything all the
House of Dynamite, the movie, triggered Trump?
Time. We do it with simulations. We do it by examining the components. We do it by running tests on the bombs that don't actually reach the explosive point. Exploding a
Hermit horologist says it's Trump. Trump just doesn't know what he's talking about. Yeah, and he wants to sound tough. He wants to sound tough, right? That's most of what it is Trump trying to. That's just Trump saber rattling, and he's just kind of a dumbass, because in this case, saber rattling may confer a strategic advantage on your enemies.
A nuclear bomb is not an exotic technology. It's been around for 80 years. So we have a pretty good handle on this. I think it's another one of those kind of stray thoughts that just kind of escaped the president because he saw something somewhere and felt he had to say something about it.
Yeah, all right.
This guy literally gets in Twitter fights with retired experts working in the industry.
Michael, sure. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a great read on, or I don't have a great opinion of the Atlantic either. So, yeah, that's what's going on. I mean, I don't see any indication that it's more than just them trying to get away from protest. I don't even really buy that they're afraid for their life based on Charlie Kirk. I don't know. So it sounds like a waste of taxpayer money, honestly. All right, so chat, I said I've been teasing this for a long, long time, and we're finally there. We need to talk about what happened last night. And somebody was there at Zohran campaign headquarters. One Hassan Hasnabi Piker to witness the moment where the victor was declared. With terrible leftist audio.
That's all media, by the way. There's some campaigners, but it's mostly media that's fucking celebrating.
Oh my god, I hate the audio. I mean, I guess you're not gonna avoid it, right? It's a loud situation.
Appreciate you. Can I get a photo real quick? Yeah.
I don't know if it's actually worth it to watch like the rest of this, but there's the moment when it happened. See the speech. Oh wow, that's a very long. This is chat. This is like what it's like waiting for me to go live, right? It's like this. Is that Hassan? Look at that. There he is. There he is. There he is. We can't avoid the guy. Chat. This is MSNBC. I'm not watching on the Hassanabi Industrial Complex. There he is. Here he comes from the see, he's on the left. Got a drink in hand. I didn't realize he drank. I thought he was too much of a too much about the macros to take in those 7 calories per gram of alcohol. I thought his regiment was too strict. There he goes. Oh, it's Jennifer Welch. Look at that. Wait, is that his producer? So yeah, we kind of got the same. Like, we got the same footage. I'm guessing we got some of the same footage here, but from a different angle. Who's he talking to there? Don't recognize. I think a fan. Oh no, this is all media. Maybe not. That's Mehdi Hassan. That's Mehdi Hassan.
I feel like being uncompromising in your values, whether it be about touching that third rail of speaking out against Israel,
Chat, I hate this audio.
Or primarily focusing on affordability in your campaign strategy turns out very effective. It's something that I know you know. It's something that I have spoken to every fucking Democrat about. Can I curse on Zateo? I'm sorry. It's something that I've fucking talked about every Democrat. That's like, oh, why do we keep losing? I'm like, this is why. And now I can just point to Zohran and say, hey, he did it, and he won. That's against all odds.
You know what they called it during the Cold War? The threat of a good example.
Yes.
Like, they don't want him to succeed.
Yes.
Right. Jamal, how worried are you that they're going to throw the kitchen sink at him now?
I'm always worried about Zohran.
Chat, did you hear that? Mehdi Hassan may be a little bit of a communist invading radical himself.
You know what they called it during the Cold War? The threat of a good example.
You know what they called it during? So yeah, in other words, they don't want a good example of communism working, right? They you know, the part of keeping the pressure on communist countries during the Cold War is to make sure that they are you know, veering towards authoritarianism or hurting economically, don't have good material conditions for their citizens, right?
Yes. They don't want him to succeed.
Yes.
Right. Jamal, how worried are you that they're going to throw the kitchen sink at him now?
I'm always worried about Zohran because they've been throwing everything at him already. That's why we got to be there for him, surround him, uplift him, pray for him.
You're going to be in the administration?
Oh, I have no idea.
He's gonna start cracking skulls. Jamal, you are so
Mr. Jamal Bowman.
big. You are so strong. It's crazy.
We have the big boy stream right now.
Yeah.
Just his feed right now
It's
is
crazy.
killing people around America.
It's crazy.
Right now, Bill Ackman is writing a very long tweet.
on Miami headquarters.
Bill Ackman right now writing a very long tweet. No doubt, no doubt.
Hey, I'll start smoking on the Bill Ackman pack tonight. Smoking on the Bill Crackman.
We're taking on all right wing.
Oh, damn.
Tough guys. Hassan and Jamal coming to your town. Let's get on the bench press.
He's not even from New York.
It don't matter.
Yeah, I illegally voted for Zohran Mamdani 65 times. Get at me. Get at me. That's right. That's right. Yeah.
Okay, chat, be real with me. How bad is the audio? The audio is hurting me. How bad is this? How bad is this audio? Can you take it? Do you want to see more? Are you interested in this? The Christopher Columbus Italians are mad. We got to cover that too. Thanks for reminding me, M85. We got Christopher Cuomo. Christopher Columbus Cuomo commenting on the anti-Italian American sentiment that has led to the election of one Zohran Mamdani. Are we okay with this, chat? You want me to? Everyone's yelling. But it's the you can take it. I'm just what like the crackle. The crackle is really. Those are some serious like, you know, transient. What do you call that in audio engineering? Something transient. Anyway, Palestinian student from Colombia is about to walk up to them. Are we good? Are we good? Should we proceed? Okay, we'll proceed. So chat's giving me the okay. We shall proceed.
What now? He's what now? But now socialist is not a dirty word anymore.
What do you say?
Socialist is not a dirty word anymore.
Oh, that's why they jumped to communists, right? You gotta be communist.
Yeah, you guys noticed that?
Yeah, they immediately jumped to communists. Socialist not a dirty word anymore. Democrats, listen up. Take some lessons. Don't get on your Ezra Klein nonsense. Don't let Ezra Klein analyze what happened here.
They won't. Hold on. What are you going to do tomorrow when people say, but Mikey Sherrill won in New Jersey and Abigail Spanberger won in Virginia? What are you going to say?
Well, this is the other pushback, right? This is all a referendum on Trump and fascism in America as well. The Democrats across the Big Ten have won in different places all over the country. So that's something to celebrate as well.
Oh, yeah.
But we cannot undermine or play down what Zohran and his team have accomplished here. I mean, he's pulling out 1%.
Yes.
No one thought he had a chance.
Not me.
Okay? And he ran an excellent campaign. He's obviously an exceptional candidate.
You believed in him, Jamal. I have a text from Jamal where it says, I fucking told you so.
That was Zohran
won the primary, yeah.
Listen, hopefully this is now about a vision of a new democracy, new possibilities, hope and joy and humanity in our politics. That's what we need.
On the subject of humanity, Hassan, I got to ask the question. You and I and others have been facing an explosion of Islamophobia recently.
Right. I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know. No idea. Nobody wants to deport us.
Yeah.
Seriously, though, a Muslim is the mayor of New York City. How does that make you feel?
It makes me feel pretty good. I've never really cared much about like demographic representation until I saw a 34-year-old Muslim socialist run for office, and I was like, damn, that feels pretty fucking good. And then very quickly I realized, oh my God, it feels pretty bad. Because when they're attacking him, it feels like they're attacking me.
Yeah.
And then they started attacking me.
Literally did. You were involved in multiple debates.
How did you react when they said to you? Oh, I knew it was gonna happen. I knew it was gonna happen because guess what? All these fucking dumbass billionaires are extremely online. This is the most Twitter fucking focused presidency of all time. Get the fuck off Twitter and start doing good governance is what I say to these dipshits. But they are so slammed into their fucking phones and they're just like, oh, I hate this guy. I hate this fucking guy. It's like, I'm a Twitch streamer. You shouldn't know me. You should not know what I represent. You shouldn't know what I represent. Look who it is. Look who it is.
Now we're gonna cost the real stuff.
Look at that.
Did he vote 65 times?
We got.
Oh, that's it.
We got Daisy.
It's over. It's over. It's over. I gotta go.
Good king.
It's too much. It's too much. It's too controversial. Let me get out of here. How do you feel tonight? How do you feel as a New Yorker?
Today, like this campaign proves what politics actually
Congratulations.
Again, chat, apologies for the audio. I don't know if there's anything that can be done. The only thing I could think of is if some industrial complex channel out there is like a audio engineer, maybe they could cut it out, but I doubt it. Couch Portato, good to hear from you. Glad you found us through the recommendation function on Twitch.
You shook up the world! You shook up the world! You shook up the world! One of the earliest people to endorse.
I'm good. How are you?
Oh no! That's literally clipping. Yeah, the gain is wild.
I saw what absolutely has to be the future of the Democratic Party, giving people something to vote for, not something to vote against. Can I take something with you? Holy shit!
Oh my God, no!
Thank you. You're the public advocate. You're in government. What do you have to do to protect your man now? Well, one, my job is to make sure we're moving the city in the right way. If we're not, I may have to give him a little nudge now and then. That's part of my job. To be clear,
The mic is peaking.
Thank you.
What's up, man?
Thank you so much. Yeah, you're right. The gain is wild. Do I have my gain on? I don't think I'll get hit for. Wait. I don't. How did this end up, chat? I know Kendrick at least took off the copyright on this one. At least when he was going back and forth with diss tracks. Did he put the copyright back on? Let me see. Okay, I don't have extra gain. What are they running those speakers through? A Fender Blue Junior, yeah.
Everything you do, man. Appreciate it. Of course, thank you for being here.
Yeah, you too.
Hi.
You're a big part of this early on. Very few people saw the vision. You saw the vision.
What are you gonna do? I just look. This is people like yourself played a big role in this. A lot more than me. I'm just one fucking dude. I'm just one dumbass.
We don't have enough solidly left-wing platforms that can actually speak to regular young men. You're doing that shit.
I try my best. But thank you for being here. Nice to meet you.
Wait, Mahu Khalil just slipped by? Like right around here?
You're a big part of this early on. Very few people saw.
What's up, man? Thanks for everything you do, man. Appreciate it. Of course, thank you for being here.
Yeah, you too.
Hi.
You're a big.
One, my job is to make sure we're moving the city in the right way. If we're not, I may have to give him a little nudge now and then. That's part of my job. To be clear,
The mic is peaking. Maybe it's too loud in here.
What's up, man? Thanks for everything you do, man. Appreciate it. Of course, thank you for being here.
Yeah, you too.
Hi.
Speak to regular young men. You're doing that shit.
I try my best. But thank you for being here. Nice to meet you.
I low-key hate that even like young men are discoursing on the how do we speak to young men, how do we reach young men kind of thing. Look, It's the same thing that I've said since the beginning of incel culture, right? A lot of men's problems is that they don't consider themselves the part. They somehow subconsciously think of themselves as separate from the rest of humanity, separate from non-men, and they're not. Men are people, right? That's what they're not getting, and that's when you're kind of locked into this idea of like, no, I can only get advice from a man, and so that's why I'm gonna listen to Andrew Tate rather than this blue-haired feminist. That's when you go astray. They're both people. They're both human beings. Your problems are human problems. Your depression is human depression. Your quiet desperation is human quiet desperation. You're not that different. You know, that's the whole thing, is they got to think of like, no, I gotta have a male specific solution. It's like, no, bro, you literally don't. You literally do. You gotta have a human specific solution. Yeah, you know, you'll talk about like men suffering under patriarchy, men suffering from patriarchy. It is male exceptionalism that is kind of the low-key the driver for that, right? If you feel alone, if you feel like, you know, like that's where that's coming from, right? You make yourself into like a separate class of human beings through the patriarchy. Yeah, you're gonna feel alone. But no, like, you know, being with a bunch of fucking toxic dude bros is the opposite of what you need. Anyway, I'm sorry. Sorry. You know, it's just weird seeing like a, you know, 20-something be like, yeah, you know, just echoing back what the media says about like the young men today and their
Let's go walk around. Sure.
Let's go. Yeah, it's also just loud as fucking here. Later, go with you. Hi, I'm a big fan.
It's Hassan. When Hassan says, did you see who that is? And Corey Bowman says it's over. And okay, that's who it is. That was, yeah. Kind of, do we see him kind of from the back?
Nice to meet you.
And yet you wouldn't come with us the night of the live stream.
Hey, what's good?
Hey, what's up? Good to see you. I've been trying to interview you for 3 years.
Oh, wow.
We're live
Oh my God.
You're so tall. Can you fit under this or over this?
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, come.
Oh, wait.
Hey, I don't think you can. Stay by it. Mama, stay here.
Should I?
Always worried about Zohran because they've been throwing everything at him already. That's why we got to beat it.
Jamal, you are so big. You are so strong.
On my body headquarters.
Hey,
bag of tough guys. Hassan.
Get at me. Get at me. That's right.
Communists, right? You got to be communist.
Yeah, you guys noticed that?
Yeah. Don't let Ezra's line have won in different places. Zohran and he win in primary. Yeah. Listen, hopefully this we need on the support us.
Yeah.
Seriously though, a Muslim is the mayor of New York City. How does that make you feel?
It makes me feel pretty good. I've never really cared much about like demographic representation until I saw a 34-year-old Muslim, and then they started attacking me. Are so slow. You shouldn't know what I represent. Look who it is. And they're just like, oh, I hate this guy. I hate this fucking guy. It's like, I'm a Twitch streamer. You shouldn't know me. You should not know what I represent. You shouldn't know what I represent. Look who it is. Look who it is.
How are we gonna come?
There we go.
Look at that.
Did he vote 65 times?
We got.
Oh, that's it.
We got
It's
Daisy.
over. It's over. I gotta go.
I almost didn't recognize him at first.
It's too much. It's too controversial.
Anyway, let's get back to I want to find where he BT. Anybody know what that is? BT News. I'm looking for Jennifer Welch. Oh God, chat. There's a new Jay Aubrey video about Peter Thiel. Is it here, maybe?
Right now in the United States of America, we have, we're in the throes of authoritarianism with the Trump administration, and
This looks like it was earlier. Oh, there is a time code. There's a time code, right? God damn it. There's no time code here, but there is one on here.
right now in the United States of America, instead of making an affirmative, instead of making a
There's a lot of
the
copyright.
overwhelming majority of Democrats also agree with, and yet for some weird reason.
Oh, it's like a countdown. Is this like a countdown to the... Is this right where... I would love to line up the clip of Hassan talking to Jennifer Welch, because I know I've seen that on one of these channels. I would love to line that up with him, you know, like in this NBC. Wait, not this footage. Where is it? This one? No. 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 This one, yeah. I wanna line it because you see he's if you look in the lower right, there's Hassan and Jennifer Welch, right? And I know I saw a clip earlier where he runs into Jennifer Welch. I just I don't know, I have this fascination about lining up like the same footage from different angles. We watched this, we watched that, Right Wing Panic, no. Yeah, I don't know where it is. Okay, we'll just go on from here, I guess. I was gonna see if I could line it up with show you the interaction between him and Jennifer. We should probably make haste here. Okay, so see that smile? I commented on this earlier, right? In some ways, he's forced to smile a lot because the media is doing to him what it does to, you know, every prominent Muslim man, trying to paint him as a villain, right? So any sour look that he gives is gonna be it's gonna go viral, right? So he's kind of gotta like always look happy, right? Now that's not to say that like every single oh, here it is. Wait, no. Victory rally was wild. Oh, I've got a Gavin Newsom victory video too. Yeah, look at this, chat. Poggers. Like, so he does. It's not like he does it like everybody makes goofy faces from time to time, but he's kind of got to concentrate on looking friendly, I guess, just because of the way that the media is and the right wing are going to be trying to distort his image into the stereotypical, you know, Muslim villain.
Thank you, my friends. The sun may have set over our city this evening, But as Eugene Debs once said,
Yo, oh my God, anybody that thought he was leaving communism behind, no. Sam Cedar seemed a little bit buzzed after the acceptance speech while Ryan Grimm on Breaking Points. Oh, while talking to Ryan Grimm, Emma was the one who made the big splash. Apparently, Emma got a little. Emma was a little blunted, right? She was like noticeably high. I kind of thought that maybe Sam Cedar had eaten a few gummies himself. He kind of seemed like very sedate. But you're also getting him at a time that he doesn't usually stream, so maybe he was just tired. They get accused of resting Bush face in the world. They get accused of resting Jafar face is what, like, you know what I mean? I'm serious about these, like, you know, stereotypes, and they're more ridiculous than you would think. I think you would watch his. Oh yeah, watch it first, and then yeah, we'll do that.
I can see the dawn of a better day for humanity. For as long as we can remember, the working people of New York have been told by the wealthy and the well-connected that power does not belong in their hands. Fingers bruised.
You know, I mean, I thought that Emma held it down pretty well, right? I mean, when she pointed it out, yeah, I could definitely see that she was high, but I don't think she was like, she wasn't like ridiculous or, you know what I mean? She was fine.
From lifting boxes on the warehouse floor, palms calloused from delivery bike handlebars, knuckles scarred with kitchen burns. These are not hands that have been allowed to hold power. And yet, over the last 12 months, you have dared to reach for something greater. Tonight, against all odds, we have grasped it. The future is in our hands.
Anybody else feel like this does not sound like a normal Democratic victory celebration speech? This doesn't sound like a Bernie speech. This doesn't sound like a, you know what I mean? Even like the left flank Dems, right? There's something fundamentally different about what Zohran is laying down here.
My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty. I wish Andrew Cuomo only the best in private life. But let tonight be the final time I utter his name. As we turn the page on a politics that abandons the many and answers only to the few.
Shadowfile says, I voted Mikey Sherrill here in Jersey, and she won. She did. Yeah, the Democrats kind of swept. They won, yeah, Attorney General in Virginia, Governor in Virginia, Governor in New Jersey. Did I show you everything? I think there was one more like minor, and I'm making sure to cover the minor stuff too. Let's see. Okay, this is the Georgia Public Service Commission. They flipped 2 seats. So I think they have what, like a 3-2 advantage now on that board. Double victory marks the first time the Democratic Party has won statewide constitutional office in Georgia since 2006 and reshapes the political landscape ahead of the pivotal 2026 midterm elections. PSC regulates Georgia's major utilities, including Georgia Power, and its decisions directly impact residential bills. And I'm understanding that part of the reason these two were elected is that the people's bills had gone up under Republican leadership. So again, when you take care of people's material conditions at a very basic level, it's kind of hard not to win, because that sort of thing just does not happen very often in politics. Anyway, back to Zohran.
New York, tonight you have delivered a mandate for change.
Oh yeah, Prop 50. I've got Gavin Newsom's victory speech on that one.
For a new kind of politics. A mandate for a city we can afford. And a mandate for a government that delivers exactly that. On January 1st, I will be sworn in as the mayor of New York City. And that is because of you. So before I say anything else, I must say this. Thank you. Thank you to the next generation of New Yorkers who refuse to accept that the promise of a better future was a relic of the past. You showed that when politics speaks to you without condescension, we can usher in a new era of leadership. We will fight for you because we are you. Or as we say on Steinway, ana minkum wa ilaykum. Thank you to those so often forgotten by the politics of our city who made this movement their own. I speak of Yemeni bodega owners and Mexican abuelas, Senegalese taxi drivers and Uzbek nurses, Trinidadian line cooks and Ethiopian aunties. Yes, aunties.
Oh no, oh no. Wait. I think that's a reference. Like, so Chad, if you don't know, there's a little controversy that started up. He was talking about his aunt after 9/11, you know, felt like was dealing with the kind of look she'd get wearing a hijab, right? You know, obviously there's a lot of Islamophobia directed at visibly Muslim people after 9/11. You know, his aunt dealt with that. The pushback he got from the Republicans was like, oh, you think your aunt feeling bad wearing a hijab in public transport is the problem, not the 3,000 people that died on the airplane, not the people that were in the building that got, you know, that got collapsed, right? Obviously, that's not what he's saying. But when asked to, people did a little research and they couldn't figure out which aunt he was talking about. So they asked him to clarify. And he was talking about his, I believe, father's cousin, right? Which, look, I guess to some people, that's not an aunt. But in my family, it was. And I think a lot of, I don't know, I think it's just cultural, whether, you know, what you consider. It's weird to say, like, my father's cousin, right? Like, what is that technically your first cousin or something like that? Anyway, like, we had aunts that were like our grandmom's like college roommate. We had, like, you know, uncles that were like my dad's like friends, like, right, you know, we, you know, uncle and aunt, it's just a role, right? It's more dependent on like your age and the role you play in the family than it is what exact kind of relation. But anyway, he got shit on for what I think is basically a cultural difference. Like, the person he was talking about, technically his father's cousin, and then they try to be like, oh, you said aunt, you're all liars. This is like the kind of shit that they would catch. Actually, no, the Tim Waltz stuff was maybe even like more substantive than to this. Is it your second cousin? Yeah, I'm not even sure. But in my family, it would definitely, that would be an aunt. That would be an aunt. Your dad's cousin would be your cousin? Is that how it works? Your dad's cousin is your dad's parents' other child's child, right? That's how cousins work. Parents' cousin is the first cousin once removed. Oh my god. Yeah, this is the reason that we just say aunts and uncles, right? Because it gets very confusing very quickly.
Kensington and Midwood and Hunts Point, know this. This city is your city, and this democracy is yours too. This campaign is about people like Wesley, an $11.99 organizer I met outside of Elmhurst Hospital on Thursday night. A New Yorker who lives elsewhere, who commutes 2 hours each way from Pennsylvania because rent is too expensive in this city. It's about people
Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Connecticut.
like the woman I met on the BX33 years ago, who said to me, I used to love New York, but now it's just where I live. And it's about people like Richard, the taxi driver I went on a 15-day hunger strike with outside of City Hall, who still has to drive his cab 7 days a week. My brother, we are in City Hall now. This victory is for all of them, and it's for all of you. The more than 100,000 volunteers who built this campaign into an unstoppable force. Because of you, we will make this city one that working people can love and live in again. With every door knocked, every petition signature earned, and every hard-earned conversation, you eroded the cynicism that has come to define our politics. Now I know that I have asked for much from you over this last year. Time and again, you have answered my calls. But I have one final request. New York City.
We're gonna go out there and we're gonna pants Andrew Cuomo. We're gonna pull his pants down and see if he's boxers or briefs. Or if he's wearing a Kraken.
Breathe this moment in. We have held our breath for longer than we know. We have held it in anticipation of defeat. Held it because the air has been knocked out of our lungs too many times to count. Held it because we cannot afford to exhale. Thanks to all of those who sacrificed so much, we are breathing in the air of a city that has been reborn. To my campaign team, who believed when no one else did, and who took an electoral project and turned it into so much more, I will never be able to express the depth of my gratitude. You can sleep now. To my parents, Mama and Baba, you have made me into the man I am today. I am so proud to be your son. And to my incredible wife, Rama, Hayati, there is no one I would rather have by my side in this moment and in every moment. To every New Yorker, whether you voted for me, for one of my opponents, or felt too disappointed by politics to vote at all, thank you for the opportunity to prove myself worthy of your trust. I will wake each morning with a singular purpose: to make this city better for you than it was the day before. There are many who thought this day would never come, who feared that we would be condemned only to a future of less, with every election consigning us simply to more of the same. And there are others who see politics today as too cruel for the flame of hope to still burn. New York, we have answered those fears.
Damn. Okay. So look, I'm not from NYC, and I know that it is a unique place. I do not understand that uniqueness. That being said, I also come from a city that is too expensive for like me or most of my friends to live in anymore. And it's a really sad thing because the cities were the places that, you know, we tried to go to get away from the parts of the country that didn't want us, and tried to build something, tried to build a somewhat of a life for ourselves, only to have it pulled away by the cost of living just becoming so, like in Seattle's case, chat, it was like literally right after the light rail went in, right? The city was very hard to get around. And you had to have a car to go most places, and it really, just like having a car in Seattle is expensive and a pain in the ass. You don't really want to have a car, but at the same time, because there wasn't public transit the way there is in other cities there, it wasn't doable. And then, like, the north south line went in, and recently I think they finally completed the like east west line, and they're starting to link up the east side too. These are places I used to like ride my bike to, because it was like, I won't say it was faster than driving, but it wasn't, driving wasn't wasn't faster enough to like justify, like, not it was just, it was at that point I was like, well, I might as well get a workout. If I'm going to Redmond, I might as well get a workout, right? And now Redmond's going to be connected with the rest of the east side, and like, me and most of my friends we had to leave right when it got good. I just want to hope that Mamdani can make New York City affordable and serve as some sort of a model for other cities, because I don't think I'm the only one with this experience. I think there's a lot of people that like moved to a city, tried to build something, and got pushed out by the cost of living. And I mean, that is very much in the Republicans' plan. They look at a city like San Francisco, and they say it's a great place. The only problem is there's too many poor people. They look at a place like New York, and they say, yeah, great place. The only problem is there's too many poor people, right? If we could get rid of these poor people, make it a city that's only accessible by a lanyard, and that's a lanyard that you get by staying in the good graces of the tech lords, right? That's what they want. They want the network state, chat. That is like the very beginning. And so there's a very real crossroads that we're at right now of what our cities are going to look like in the future. Are they going to be welcoming? Are they going to be livable only for the Anna Kasparians of the world? Or are they going to be livable and welcoming for the rest of us, even if it makes an Anna Kasparian uncomfortable, right? Even if she doesn't like low income housing, going in nearby her, even if she, thinks that the policies on criminal justice are too lenient, or that there's too much like shoplifting. Yeah, you want to do something about the shoplifting? Do something about the prices. Do something about the wages. Do something about people's material conditions. People don't want to. They don't shoplift because they're lazy or they're greedy or something like that. They shoplift because they need something that they can't fucking afford. Rep says, thank you for speaking from the heart. It's so important that we take the cities back for everyone. Like, I know that the rich people want those cities, right? I know that they feel entitled to those cities, but I don't think they understand that some of us need these cities. Some of us will not be welcome elsewhere. Some of us cannot fucking go to, like, I got, Austin is pretty expensive too. Some of us can't just, go to, move to, some like red state and expect to be safe, right? And I don't think that they understand how hard we're willing to fight for these cities and how much like how much acclaim our hearts have on these cities. Conservatives want every city to be Night City from Cyberpunk. Damn. Anyway, sorry. I mean, I guess like a lot of people can relate to like a place that they love, a place that they've built a life in, and a place that just changes and becomes unrecognizable, and all of the places that you used to eat or shop or hang out, they just become inaccessible and paywalled. Like, we don't want to see our cities fall to paywalls.
Tonight we have spoken in a clear voice. Hope is alive. Hope is a decision that tens of thousands of New Yorkers made day after day. Volunteer shift after volunteer shift, despite attack ad after attack ad. More than 1 million of us stood in our churches, in gymnasiums, in community centers, as we filled in the ledger of democracy. And while we cast our ballots alone, we chose hope together. Hope over tyranny. Hope over big money and small ideas. Hope over despair. We won because New Yorkers allowed themselves to hope that the impossible could be made possible. And we won because we insisted that no longer would politics be something that is done to us. Now it is something that we do. Standing before you, I think of the words of Jawaharlal Nehru. A moment comes but rarely in history when we step out from the old to the new, when an age ends and when the soul of a nation long suppressed finds utterance. Tonight we have stepped out from the old into the new. So let us speak now with clarity and conviction that cannot be misunderstood about what this new age will deliver and for whom. This will be an age where New Yorkers expect from their leaders a bold vision of what we will achieve, rather than a list of excuses for what we are too timid to attempt. Central to that vision will be the most ambitious agenda to tackle the cost of living crisis that this city has seen since the days of Figueroa LaGuardia.
Oh, damn. LaGuardia.
An agenda that will freeze the rents for more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants. Make buses fast and free. And deliver universal child care across our city. Years from now, may our only regret be that this day took so long to come. This new age will be one of relentless improvement. We will hire thousands more teachers. We will cut waste from a bloated bureaucracy. We will work tirelessly to make lights shine again in the hallways of NYCHA developments where they have long flickered. Safety and justice will go hand in hand as we work with police officers to reduce crime and create a department of community safety that tackles the mental health crisis and homelessness crises head on. Excellent.
I mean, I don't know if the cops are the ones to handle that. He's kind of been pushed to certain positions by having to react to things that he's said in the past that I don't know. I mean, I think he would have won without like revising his 2020 statements. Right, but that's what that's doing right there. And in the campaign, he's been talking about a lot more about social workers for situations where that's what's needed when you're dealing with an acute mental health crisis, right? You need a social worker. Now, the obvious response from right wingers, including right wingers like Anna Kasparian, is that, well, you're talking about mental illness. Don't you know that some of these people are dangerous? Like, is that really your mind frame? When you hear mental health, you think, I'm going to get killed by some, like, no, that's not what, like, most mental health crises are about. The danger is to the person asking for help, not to the person responding to that call for help or to others, right? And it's just so fucked up that that's the first thing that people's mind goes, oh, mental health crisis, better bring a gun. Or maybe not. Or maybe like a fucking gun is like the worst thing that you, like a threat, you know, like that puts the language changed around law enforcement. I still think that the slogan that we always needed is repeal and replace the police, but I got that there's not a lot of people backing me up on that. But it needs to be said, it needs to be acknowledged that the institution of policing and the culture that abides within it is the problem. And that problem will not be changed by reform or training or anything else. That culture will be changed when the institution is changed, which is why I say repeal and replace. Right? I think that's what people are missing, though, is when they hear abolish the police, defund the police, right? They're thinking, okay, so like no law enforcement, no public safety. No. We do need that. What we don't need is a militarized prison industrial complex that causes more pain, that causes more problem than it solves.
Will become the expectation across government, not the exception. In this new age we make for ourselves, we will refuse to allow those who traffic in division and hate to pit.
Christy C, I'm not safe to be around when I'm angry. Point taken. But having a mental health unraveling, it's best that people avoid me. Well, I certainly wouldn't send somebody, you know, like an untrained person with a gun over to your house in that situation. I think that's the worst thing that somebody could do.
Us against one another. In this moment of political darkness, New York will be the light. Here, we believe in...
No, in a lot of these cases, like, it is the person experiencing the mental health crisis that makes the call, and the call, instead of being answered by a social worker or you know, somebody who could help them out with the crisis they're experiencing, instead is responded to by a cop who you know, and the results are tragic. The results are tragic, right? Cops don't know how to deal with these kind of issues and overreact, and somebody ends up dead for having called the authorities for help, and instead they're put in danger, right? This is
up for those we love. Whether you are an immigrant, a member of the trans community, one of the many black women that Donald Trump has fired from a federal job.
Woke is back.
A single mom still waiting for the cost of groceries to go down. Or anyone else with their back against the wall. Your struggle is ours too.
Sorry, chat. Woke is back was trending on Twitter, and like I understand why. I mean, obviously I've commented enough about my feelings about how the phrase has been misappropriated and you know, twisted to mean something that it never meant, but yeah, this is a turning point, right? This is I do think this is the turning point.
And we will build a city hall that stands steadfast alongside Jewish New Yorkers and does not waver in the fight against the scourge of anti-Semitism. Where the more than 1 million Muslims know that they belong. Not just in the 5 boroughs of this city, but in the halls of power. No more will New York be a city where you can traffic in Islamophobia and win an election.
Living like crazy for Zohran? Well, I mean, like, look, he's the one politician who's, I don't know, of any politician I know, he's probably like the least lib coded, right? He's the most like when he started. Oh my god, I don't want to lose my place here. What are we at? 1 hour, 1 minute, 50 seconds. Where does he start? At the very beginning, he said something that I thought was interesting, and I thought sounded fundamentally different than any speech, certainly that I've heard from Obama, or really from any Democrat, including the Democrats on the left flank of the party. I just want to revisit his opening line real quick. But I get it, you know, it's a political victory rally, you know, he's in a suit and tie. This does feel familiar, and we've been disappointed a myriad of times. Almost to the point where some people in chat are reacting to his use of the word hope, of like, you know, where have I heard that before? It's understandable.
Thank you, my friends. The sun may have set over our city this evening, but as Eugene Debs once said,
that's something a name you do not expect to hear referred to in a political victory speech.
I can see the dawn of a better day for humanity. For as long as we can remember, the working people of New York have been told by the wealthy and the well-connected that power does not belong in their hands. Fingers bruised from lifting boxes on the warehouse floor, palms calloused from delivery bike handlebars, knuckles scarred with kitchen burns. These are not hands that have been allowed to hold power. And yet, over the last 12 months, you have dared to reach for something greater.
Okay, so that right there, chat, that is the kind of rhetoric, the likes of which I don't think this country has heard in a very long time. That is a dignity brought to labor that does have a place in the American tradition, but not in the modern era thereof. Anyway, I just wanted to show you, for anybody, you know, who just got here, that's how he began his speech. So I get the, you know, caution that some people have, you know, we've been here before, I've heard this before, you've been let down by so many politicians, and even the ones that are like, this one's different, and then it turns out, you know, well, you know, they're not that different, right? I totally get it. But I do want to point out that that's not a normal political victory speech that we just heard. That is not a liberal, you know, that is not, you know, that does not reek of liberalism, and certainly not of the neoliberalism that the Democratic Party has been possessed of as of late. It's the antithesis to the, you know, Kamala Harris coming on and talking about how we got to have the most lethal army. Here's Liz Cheney. Like, right. Also, her dad, Dick Cheney, he endorses me too. Dick Cheney is dead, chat. Dick Cheney is dead.
This new age will be defined by a competence and a compassion that have too long been placed at odds with one another. We will prove that there is no problem too large for government to solve and no concern too small for it to care about. For years, those in City Hall have only helped those who can help them. But on January 1st, we will usher in a city government that helps everyone. Now, I know that many have heard our message only through the prism of misinformation. Tens of millions of dollars have been spent to redefine reality and to convince our
Oh no, there's a Kamala Harris Dick Cheney tweet
that this new age is something that should frighten them. As has so often occurred, the billionaire class has sought to convince those making $30 an hour that their enemies are those earning $20 an hour. They want the people to fight amongst ourselves so that we remain distracted from the work of remaking a long broken system. We refuse to let them dictate the rules of the game.
Chat, was it too quiet? Was this too quiet?
Anymore. They can play by the same rules as the rest of us. Together, we will usher in a generation of change. And if we embrace this brave new course, rather than fleeing from it, we can respond to oligarchy and authoritarianism with the strength it fears, not the appeasement it craves.
Yo!
After all, if anyone can show a nation betrayed by Donald Trump how to defeat him, it is the city that gave rise to him.
Okay.
And if there is any way to terrify a despot, it is by dismantling the very conditions that allowed him to accumulate power.
Chat, he's gonna go after the mob. He's gonna make Curtis Sliwa his like deputy of. Curtis Sliwa is gonna be like his Elliot Ness. They're gonna take down the mob. Chat. The mob is what where Trump got his start, right? You know, building in New York City, you basically had to be mobbed up to even survive, right? And Donald Trump very much was. Roy Cohn, his mentor, is a sort of traces his roots back to the actual deep state, like the J. Edgar Hoover deep state, and yes, that deep state of the United States was very much connected with the mob, and you can see the echoes of that in Trump's complicity with somebody like Bukele, who LARPs as being anti-cartel, but has made side deals with the cartel that involved him calling Trump to let certain individuals free, right? Donald Trump is as corrupt as they come in a very like old NYC sense too.
This is not only how we stop Trump, it's how we stop the next one. So Donald Trump, since I know you're watching, words for you. Turn the volume up. Taking advantage of their tenants. We will put an end to the culture of corruption that has allowed billionaires like Trump to evade taxation taxation and exploit tax breaks. We will stand alongside unions and expand labor protections because we know, just as Donald Trump does, that when working people have ironclad rights, the bosses who seek to extort them become very small indeed. New York will remain a city of immigrants, a city built by immigrants, powered by immigrants, and as of tonight, led by an immigrant. So hear me, President Trump, when I say this. To get to any of us, you will have to get through all of us. When we enter City Hall in 58 days, expectations will be high. We will meet them. A great New Yorker once said that while you campaign in poetry, you govern in prose. If that must be true, let the prose we write still rhyme, and let us build a shining city for all. And we must chart a new path, as bold as the one we have already traveled. After all, the conventional wisdom would tell you that I am far from the perfect candidate. I am young, despite my best efforts to grow older. I am Muslim. I am a democratic socialist. And most damning of all, I refuse to apologize for any of this. And yet, if tonight teaches us anything, it is that convention has held us back. We have bowed at the altar of caution, and we have paid a mighty price. Too many working people cannot recognize themselves in our party. And too many among us have turned to the right for answers to why they've been left behind. We will leave mediocrity in our past. No longer will we have to open a history book for proof that Democrats can dare to be great. Our greatness will be anything but abstract. It will be felt by every rent-stabilized tenant who wakes up on the first of every month.
God damn.
Knowing the amount they're going to pay hasn't soared since the month before. It will be felt by each grandparent who can afford to stay in the home they have worked for, and whose grandchildren live nearby because the cost of childcare didn't send them to Long Island. It will be felt by the single mother who is safe on her commute and whose bus runs fast enough that she doesn't have to rush school drop-off to make it to work on time. And it will be felt when New Yorkers open their newspapers in the morning and read headlines of success, not scandal. Most of all, it will be felt by each New Yorker when the city they love finally loves them back. Together, New York, we're going to freeze the... Together, New York, we're going to make buses fast and... Together, New York, we're going to deliver universal... Let the words we've spoken together, the dreams we've dreamt together, become the agenda we deliver together. New York, this power, it's yours. This city belongs to you. Thank you.
I want to believe that this is the beginning of something new. I know better than to trust a politician. I, like many of you, have been burned many times, and like there's some that would say the fix is in on all of us. But I'm willing to fight for that not to be true. It's funny, the lights are so intense, it makes it look like their hair, they've got like purple hair dye. And a shiny purple forehead too. So, but yeah, there's what is actually going on? It almost reminds me of like a green screen, but purple. Anyway. Yeah, I said we were gonna take a look at the celebration. Oh my gosh, Poggers. What do we have? Like somewhere here? Do we have the? Oh, here it is. This is the 50 project. This is the Proposition 50. So people were talking about Gavin Newsom earlier in chat. You know, people obviously like he's got a lot more fight in him and better political instincts than Kamala. He's definitely shown, you know, some bad, you know, some very middle of the road neoliberal type affiliations, and in general. There's a lot of issues that I wish he would have done more on that you know I actually don't see how he can go forward and run a national campaign you know without having done something for homeless people in California. That being said, you know there is a lot of demonization of California that doesn't really comport with the actual situation on the ground there in an attempt to blame, you know, its leadership for every natural disaster. He's, yeah, whether he'll win in the Midwest, though, I do know what you're saying with that, and I think his biggest problem is that he comes off as a sleazy used car salesman, right? And I mean, look, that's just you know how he looks. That's not a reflection of who he is inside. But oftentimes, you know, you get judged as a candidate by the vibes that you put out. And the question is, you know, is he going to stick with these? Like it's weird because like certain politicians from certain places, I wonder how they got elected. Lindsey Graham. How does anybody vote for Lindsey? Oh, that's the senator. I want that guy. Yeah, Lindsey Graham. Ted Cruz, just based on how he looks. How does that guy get elected? And Gavin Newsom is another one. But I mean, you know, Ted Cruz, he gets elected because like he doesn't look like that much of a sleazebag compared to the rest of Texas, I guess, compared to like, you know, the other evangelicals in Texas. And I'm guessing something similar is true for Newsom, where he doesn't come off as sleazy in California as he does to the rest of the country. You know, that being said, he has sort of changed his image pretty greatly since his ill-fated podcast. So I don't know. Let's see how he's reacting to Proposition 50 passing in California. By like 60% too. It wasn't close.
Another successful.
Well, good evening,
Democrat
everybody.
And
let me underscore, it's been a good evening for everybody, not just the Democratic Party. But what a night for the Democratic Party. A party that is in its ascendancy. A party that's on its toes, no longer on its heels. From coast to coast, sea to shining sea. But it was not just a victory tonight for the Democratic Party. It was a victory for the United States of America, for the people of this country and the principles that our founding fathers lived and died for. And so we're proud. We're proud here in California to be part of this
65%.
narrative this evening. We're proud of the work that the people of the state of California did tonight to send a powerful message to an historic president. Donald Trump.
Look, that's actually wild. Now, look, is there some effect that, you know, if you are if you're on the left side of the political spectrum and you're plugged into what's going on right now, you really want Proposition 50 to pass. You're worried about Donald Trump stealing the election. You want to do whatever you can. If you're in a state where you get to vote for a proposition to maybe counteract that, you're all for that. I want to point out, though, that 65% is more than just people who are voting Democrat in California, right? Like the rate of a generic Democrat, that people would choose a generic Democrat over a generic Republican is not quite that high. So that means there's independents voting for this. There's people that don't necessarily like the Democratic Party, but they're more afraid of a consolidation of power under the Trump administration than they are of, I mean, this gives the, California Democrats, some would say too much power, right? People don't want politicians deciding congressional districts, right? That gives them too much power. The only reason that 65% of Californians are voting for this rather than, sticking with a bipartisan board that's going to just try to decide it fairly is that they can see that the fix is in with Trump in Texas and other red states, and they want to do whatever they can to fight it. But it's not just Democrats that are fighting it. And I think that means something.
Is an historic president. He is the most historically unpopular president in modern history. In every critical category, Donald Trump is underwater.
The tallest candidate always wins. We haven't had anyone under 6 feet since Carter. That's like Invader Zim logic, Lithium.
He promised to make us healthier. He promised to make us wealthier. We're sicker and poorer. And he fundamentally understands that. Why else would he call Greg Abbott saying he's entitled to 5 seats? Why else is he trying to rig the midterm elections before one single vote is even cast?
He's 6'5". That's huge. How tall is his wife? Like 6'2"? Or she's around 6 feet.
He understands his
or she's wearing heels
position at this moment in the United States of America. One thing he never counted on, though, was the state of California. Instead of agonizing over the state of our nation, we organized in an unprecedented way in a 90-day sprint. People from all over the United States of America contributed their voices and their support for this initiative. We stood tall and we stood firm in response to Donald Trump's recklessness.
I believe you.
And tonight, after poking the bear, this bear roared with an unprecedented turnout in a special election with an extraordinary result. None of us, however, are naive. This is a pattern. This is a practice. Donald Trump's efforts to rig the midterm election continue to this day. And I'll reinforce that in just a moment. You're seeing him take action all across this country, not just in Texas. You saw what they were successfully able to do in Missouri, what they did in North Carolina, what they're trying to do in Indiana, and inevitably in Florida. They are not screwing around. In June of this year, we saw 4,000 National Guard federalized in the state of California. We saw 700 active duty Marines not sent overseas, but sent to the second largest city in the United States of America to militarize our streets. We said in June this was a preview of things to come. What more evidence do you need than what happened in Washington, D.C., what's happening up in Portland, cities like Chicago? When we kicked off this campaign just 90 or so days ago in Little Tokyo, in Southern California, in L.A., at the Democracy Center, Donald Trump sent Greg Bovino. He sent his private police force that increasingly appears to have taken an oath of office to Donald Trump, not to the Constitution of the United States. He sent them to our kickoff rally to chill free expression, to chill free speech, to intimidate people from participating. Just today, in Los Angeles, Donald Trump called up the Border Patrol, sent them to Dodger Stadium, and threw a fastball at free speech, right at the head, free expression, to suppress the vote in America's second largest city. Just did that today. People in tactical gears sent out to intimidate a community that is already on edge. But you see, as we speak, people are still in line. People wait.
And like I was saying, chat, this is not the end of Donald Trump's potential interference in this election, potentially, and the midterms, right? He's paid a lot of lip service to not recognizing the validity of elections that have a vote by mail or an early voting component, right? This is similar to what he was trying to do in 2020, where he just felt like if you could just move a few votes around, then he would be the winner. And if, say, like votes that arrived like the same day or after, or like the votes that are postmarked before the date of the election, but that arrive after them, I think he was even trying to do stuff like that. If you could just disqualify those votes. This is a classic Republican maneuver. They've been doing this shit for a long time. They purge the voter rolls of names that they have, that they associate with black voters. They've tried all kinds of little tricks. Obviously, this gerrymandering thing isn't really anything new, although it's on a whole nother level with Trump. It's more extreme now. And he's made a lot of overtures towards trying to declare this election invalid, because it's really inconvenient for his plan to try to insulate himself from the verdict of the voters, right? After he's been president for 2 years, people are going to vote on House and Senate, but mainly vote on it's going to be somewhat of a referendum on the Donald Trump presidency, and he doesn't see that referendum going well. So as a result, he is trying to interfere in advance. He's trying to set up all kinds of little reasons that he can disqualify what is going to be an anti-Trump vote by America, an anti-Trump referendum. So, yeah, I guess it doesn't surprise me that he sent his Gestapo to Dodgers Stadium trying to interfere with this vote.
Waiting up 3 hours to cast their vote, to send a message to Donald Trump. No crowns, no thrones, no kings.
No, is he a what is it called, chat? God, I've got this game. Kingdom. That's the name of the game. Yeah. Anybody ever played that? No crown, no king. Gavin Newsom is a kingdom player.
This victory represents is a victory for the people of the state of California and the United States of America. And this is a victory that's punctuated with a sober reminder that it's not just the actions that Donald Trump has taken to federalize our guard, to begin the process of militarizing American cities, to intimidate free expression and speech.
Yeah, so, I mean, we're involved in a little bit of a game of chicken here, right? And the question is, will Donald Trump let the American people's voice be heard? Because if he tries anything too overbearing, you're looking at the president of Blue America. potentially, right? You're looking at the leader of the Western powers or whatever the fuck you want to call it, right? He's going to try to declare the 2026 election illegitimate when it results in the seating of a House that's actually going to investigate him. He will not stand for that. And then it becomes a game of chicken. Okay, Donald Trump rolled over the will of the voters. Now, Americans, what are you going to do about it? But yeah, it's a game of chicken. It's a very dangerous game that Donald Trump is playing.
By utilizing ICE and Border Patrol in America's cities. But he also announced today, right when polls were opening, that this election was rigged. That this election was rigged. Of course, those are familiar words. It's exactly what Donald Trump said after January 6th, that day of love, where he tried to light democracy on fire. He tried to wreck this country, and he called in to the Secretary of State in Georgia, calling up for 11, 12,000 votes, just like he called Greg Abbott, saying he's entitled to those 5 seats. He said this election was rigged, and he's moving to look for criminal prosecution and investigations at the Department of Justice. He is not screwing around.
He's got a truly lethal and dangerous level of entitlement from living his entire life with a silver spoon in his mouth. He's always been able to get an exception for himself, which makes him a perfect pick for all the acolytes of Carl Schmitt that he's found himself amongst in the White House, right? This is central to Carl Schmitt's philosophy, the idea that those who can declare themselves in exception to the rules are the ones that take the power.
So tonight, I'm proud, but I'm very mindful and sober of the moment we are living in. Donald Trump does not believe in fair and free elections, period and full stop. This is not complicated, and it's self-evident to anyone paying attention.
A state of exception in German, Ausnahmezustand, is a concept introduced in the 1920s by German philosopher, jurist, and later Nazi Party member Carl Schmitt. Similar to a state of emergency, aka martial law, but based in the sovereign's ability to transcend. Do you see this language? The sovereign's ability? That's not the language of democracy. That's going back, right? That's not bourgeois democracy, right? Anyway, sovereign's ability to transcend the rule of law in the name of public order and survival state, right? This is the Napoleon quote that Trump, God, what was the fucking quote that he, Napoleon, he who saves his country violates no law. Yeah. This is, this was Trump's statement, appears to on February 16th of this year, right? So yeah, I mean, and I don't think, chat, that Donald Trump is a reader of Carl Schmitt nor a viewer of President Sunday, right? The two obvious places that you would garner knowledge of the state of exception. Right? I think he's just a natural. This is who he is naturally. He's a spoiled, rich brat that needs to be bent over America's knee and spanked. Sorry, Chad. I sound like I'm endorsing corporal punishment there. Its difference to a state of emergency lies in the two concepts' divergent relationship to the law. While a state of emergency is considered to be mostly declaratory, a state of exception, and Trump's used a lot of state of emergency claims. State of exception is considered to be more politically significant as it nullifies the legal validity of certain orders by the sovereign decision. So anyway, this is what we're dealing with, right? A natural-born fascist amidst a bunch of Carl Schmitt fans.
You start to stack up all of these actions that continue to this moment and will continue in moments to come. If you think I'm exaggerating, consider his announcement just a few weeks ago to send rapid response teams all across the United States, in all 50 states, tens of thousands of members of the military prepared for urban deployment. A preview of things to come. But back to this state. Our state of mind was resolute. Our state of mind was resolved to stand firm and to stand tall, to not be intimidated, to not be humiliated, to not fall prey to cynicism, to not fall prey to fear and the anxiety of someone that believes in only one thing, shock and awe, to intimidate and exhaust us. But we're seeing all across this country, 7 million people strong, standing up, not just for themselves, but for each other and for these enduring and historic principles of our founding fathers. And I'll end on that. Next year is the 250th anniversary of the best of Roman Republic, the best of Greek democracy. This fundamental notion of a system of checks and balances, of popular sovereignty, the rule of law. Mr. President, the rule of law, not the rule of dawn. And I hope it's dawning on people. The sobriety of this moment, what's at stake. Tonight, as I said, is an extraordinary moment for our party, but again, it's an extraordinary moment affirming those principles. Our founding fathers did not live and die to see the kind of vandalism to this republic and our democracy that Donald Trump is trying to perpetuate. And so I
want people to also realize our founding fathers, like the structure, we got to stop worshiping the founding of the country, because those men were not clairvoyant gods able to see into the future and divine the exact format of law that would be needed, right? And Donald Trump is the stress test that their document, the Constitution, has failed, right? We need to accept at some point the fundamental inadequacy of our current system of government to protect us from fucking despots taking over like Donald Trump. And next it'll be Peter Thiel, right? Or whoever. I've always said that having a capitalist democracy, although those words are conflated in our Cold War memory, it's like having a chicken coop and a fox, right? You can have a fox, right? You can, you know what I mean? You can like save a fox, right? As a channel that they rescue foxes, I guess, right? And you can have a chicken house, but when you have a chicken house in a fox, pretty soon you're gonna have a very fat fox and a bunch of dead chickens, right? That is just the nature of things, right? Allowing this aggregation, this accumulation of capital and thereby power and thereby leverage by the wealthy class is going to leave you in a state where whatever kind of democracy you contrived is going to be undermined. And, the system has failed the stress test. I don't know if a lot of people are ready to deal with that reality yet, but it is one that sooner or later we're going to have to face. The problems of Trump will not end with Trump. They will be something that we're going to be fighting for the rest of our lives, if we're lucky to live that long.
My call tonight, in the spirit of Whitman, who talked about the powerful play, goes on. We all must contribute a verse. And so we need the state of Virginia. We need the state of Maryland. We need our friends in New York, in Illinois, in Colorado. We need to see other states with their remarkable leaders that have been doing remarkable things meet this moment head on as well, to recognize what we're up
Oh my God, chat, I just realized who he looks like. He looks like the president from the West Wing, doesn't he? He looks like that guy, that actor.
Against in 2026. And let me make this crystal clear.
What is the dude's name? President Van Buren or something?
We can de facto end Donald Trump's
Martin
presidency
Sheen. Yeah,
as
yeah.
we know it. The minute Speaker Jeffries gets
He's like liquid Martin Sheen.
sworn in as Speaker of
He's like if you stretched Martin Sheen lengthwise, you'd get Gavin Newsom.
the House of Representatives. It is all on the line, a bright line in 2026. And so I want to thank everybody that stood up, not just for our democracy, but stood up for those that have feel bullied and intimidated, stood up for this notion of co-equal branches of government and a system of checks and balances. And I want to thank my wife, who reminds me every single day that this is about those that feel alone, those that feel isolated, those that feel an anxiety and a stress that they never could have imagined in their lives. This was about saying to them, we have your back, we see you, you matter, we care. And I'll just say this, I'm confident as we move forward into 2026 in this country, the best is yet to come. Thank you very much.
Here is Governor Gavin.
All right. So there was Governor Gavin Newsom, potentially your future president, whether it is by winning the presidency in 20. Yeah, I know the Save a Fox thing is super sad. Whether it's by winning president in 2028, if there's even an election in 2028, or whether he is the president of the Western Forces, as it was called in the movie Civil War, chat. I think one way or the other, he's gonna bear a great relevance in the future, for better or for worse, right? There's, Gavin Newsom, obviously not my favorite guy, but he is pretty well positioned. Look, Trump kind of gave him a prize. Like Trump played into his hands by making gruesome Newsom his enemy. Like he thought that he was getting a great deal in this like scumbag looking used car salesman looking, California governor is going to be my op. Oh, please let's have this fight. And it turns out actually, Donald, you're kind of less likable than gruesome Newsom. So in the words of Hassan Piker, I guess I can't say that. What did Hassan say tonight? He told Bill Ackman, is it Bill Ackman, to suck his dick? We gotta find that clip. Chat. I need to get off of here too because I'm streaming way too long. I need to. Oh yeah, I wanted to tell you this is the Kamala quote about Dick Cheney. Deeply saddened to learn about the passing of former Vice President Dick Cheney. Vice President Cheney was a devoted public servant from the halls of Congress to many positions of leadership in multiple presidential administrations. Excuse me. His passing marks the loss of a figure who, with a strong sense of dedication, gave so much of his life to the country he loved. Doug and I are keeping Lynn, their daughters Liz and Mary, and the entire Cheney family in our thoughts during this difficult time. Kamala Harris, don't ever run for any political office in the future. Don't run again. You're done. You're over. All right? It's bad enough that you campaigned with Liz Cheney and courted the endorsement of Dick Cheney, but the fact that you're gonna fucking glaze him up in his passing like this, no, you're done. You're over. You're finished. Like Gavin Newsom will eat you alive in a primary if you even make it to the primary, which you didn't manage to do in 2020. Anyway, chat. What Hassan, Bill Ackman? Am I thinking of the right dude? Oh shit, chat. Tomorrow's Loy Creton. Oh hell yeah, here it is. Here's what I'm talking about.
Bitch. Andrew Cuomo, fuck you. Suck my dick, Andrew Cuomo. Bill Pac-Man, Bill Smokes Crackman, fuck you. bitch. Andrew Cuomo, fuck you. Suck my dick, Andrew Cuomo. Bill smokes crackman. Fuck you. Bitch. Andrew Cuomo, fuck you.
Oh my god, this is beautiful.
Did you hear that? Yeah, bro, that's why Bill fucking Smoke Crackman was up my asshole to the last fucking moment. Fuck you!
He did say smoking on that. I thought he did say smoking on the Bill Ackman pack at some point. That's what maybe he did, and it's just in a different clip. Anyway, Princess is in another. Oh god, they're doing this doxing truck shit again. Oh yeah, Bill Ackman was behind this shit. No, this is from back in the. This is the encampments. He's commissioning these doxing trucks to go up and dox students who participate in Free Palestine activism.
What about the argument that billionaires will flee? Do you really want to drive Bill Ackman out of New York City?
I want even Bill Ackman. I want him to stay here. It's because I don't want someone to be able to write a longly worded tweet from somewhere else in the country. I want them to be able to write. Calligraphy needs to live. And it can live right here in New York City.
I love the fact that only the terminally online people will
but
understand
I knew you were here.
Burn.
I knew that was
here.
you.
I live on the internet, so I understand. Me and Bill Ackman understand that burn.
But in all seriousness, the Fiscal Policy Institute did a study of this question of capital flight, and they found that the top 1% of New Yorkers left at 1/4 the rate of other income brackets. And when they do leave...
Yeah, this is what I've been talking about for the longest time, right? You want to worry about people being driven out of New York? We've already got a situation where people who aren't billionaires or millionaires, people who aren't wealthy, are being driven out of cities like Seattle, New York, San Francisco, LA every fucking day. Every fucking day they're leaving. And you want us to worry about the, but if we raise taxes in order to make the city more affordable for everybody else, maybe the billionaires will leave. Fine. Fucking leave. And you will be back. Like all those Californians who went to Austin until they realized Austin, not where they want to live, right? You will be back.
They leave to other states that are often described as high tax, New Jersey or California. So it is not actually about the fiscal policy that drives that flight. It is much more, in fact, about quality of life. And this is the case I've made to some of the wealthiest New Yorkers that I've met, is that the quality of life in this city cannot be disentangled from the question of whether or not we will fully fund our city services, right? You feel that lack of quality of life.
There we go. Let's get some trash cans out there, New York. Come on.
Whether in public transit, whether in sanitation, whether in our
sanitation,
whether in the sense that this city is actually thriving.
Yep.
And so much of that will be at the heart of our agenda of what we pay for.
No more piles of garbage bags under the sky. We're going to actually put the trash in the trash for once.
I mean, you can't have Scandinavian public services with American tax rates as its fundamental disconnect.
That's a very good line.
Alrighty then. Okay, so chat, we are at the point where, like I said, I have streamed for 7 hours at this point. I owe you some bonus content. I do believe I owe you some bonus content. Now, I gotta ask, and I hope that everybody out there has got their ears on, because I need you to hear me, right? I'm about to go into the bonus content. We're pretty close between Xander Hall versus Dark Brandon, which, yes, I'm talking about the AI Slop channel. I'm talking about the Leopards Ate the Faces. Xander Hall is in a beef with Dark Brandon, chat. I kid you not. And he actually might be right. I don't know. Xander Hall versus Dark Brandon, that's at 25 right now. That puts it in second place. First place, though, is TYT goes after the majority report at 37. That's the will of the people right now. We got no Vox Populi. We've got Xander Hall versus Dark Brandon at 31. And TYT goes after majority report at 37. Now, the all-important question. Yeah, Dark Brandon, yeah. Well, I don't know. Actually, M85, if we end up choosing that one, maybe we'll find out, right? They claim that they're not AI slop. That's Xander Hall's contention. I know that they've admitted to using AI on the voices and on the backgrounds, but they're trying to claim that their avatars are, which they may be. The avatars may be not, maybe just really simple, rudimentary. The avatars seem pretty rudimentary, so maybe the avatars aren't AI. The real question I think I have is about their script, right? The script for Dark Brandon, is it written by ChatGPT? I don't know. But we got to decide really quick, chat, because we got 6 points separating Xander Hall versus Dark Brandon from TYT goes after the majority report. Now, look, if we get to 200, I can cover the top 2 items. That makes it really easy. We're only at like 106 right now tonight, though. And so we're going to have to pick one or the other. Right now, it's leaning towards TYT goes after the majority report, which at this point would just have to be us kind of secondhand, breathing in the secondhand smoking from Silly and Billy, right? So, that's where we're headed to now. I just want to put it out there for anybody who's donated or anybody who wants to donate. There are only 6 points separating these 2 items, right? Everything else, like Hutch, is down at 20, and Politics of One Piece somehow ended up in last place again. Goddamn. No anime fans and no Luffy fans in chat, unfortunately. New cola advert, sick. Wait, you're talking about the Coca-Cola AI ads? I guess Coca-Cola used to do CGI ads like before it was even really a thing. Like they would do these their old ads would have like a polar bear like drinking a Coke or something, or like reindeer or Christmassy stuff, right? And people really liked the Coke ads, and they tried to recreate the magic, I guess, with AI, and it didn't quite work. I think it's like the second year that they've done that. Texas isn't the Deep South, so it's a different culture than places like Alabama, Louisiana, and Mississippi. Texas is its own country. Oh, it was its own country back in the day, so the culture... Texas was Mexico back in the day, I believe. And then they made a deal where, maybe some people could come and live there if they respected the rule of law, and those people, they broke their word. They broke their word to Mexico. Anyway, so chat, I gotta know right now, before we go any further, sorry, if there's anybody in chat that has donated and you want to put your finger on the scale, put your thumb on the scale, put a different appendage of your body on the scale, right? Because that is an option that I do offer. Only like 1 or 2 people have taken me up on it so far, and it's not and I just want to make sure before we go into TYT going after the majority report, whether anybody wants to weigh in and put their money where their mouth is, as it were, right? Do I need music? It's like the There we go. Kitsune Cavalier says Dark Brandon has live shows. Yeah, a bunch of people were mentioning that too. They have live shows once or twice a week, including a call-in show. Now, people have also pointed out that that's not something that AI is incapable of. Like responding to chat is not necessarily something that AI is incapable of, but it does make one lean more towards the idea that there's a real person behind Dark Brandon, right? Because I don't think anybody's trying to, I don't think Xander Hall's point is that, they use some AI in their production and therefore nobody should watch them. I think his point is supposed to be that I think he's alleging that what he said, their avatars are AI, their backgrounds are AI, and I think he also said their script is AI. Oh no, I'm worried that JD Vance and Erica Kirk are actually in love, but they feel like they have to keep it secret because of public opinion. AI slop better than Xander Hall. Yeah. And some other people have said that even if it's AI slop, they think that Dark Brandon's doing good work. Anyway, that's not what's winning right now. What's winning is TYT goes after the majority report. So again, chat, I'm going to have to do the going once, going twice thing to just let you all know that if you have donated, this is your last chance. This is your last chance to opt for probably Dark Brandon at this point, unless somebody really wants Hutch. TYT versus majority report. We've done this dance before. That's why I'm giving people a chance to opt for something else if that's what they want. But yeah, I'm gonna. I've been streaming for 7.5 hours here, right? So I do have to move on. We're either gonna watch Silly and Billy, give us the news on the majority report and TYT, or we're gonna watch Xander Hall versus Dark Brandon. So speak now, Xander Hall fans, Dark Brandon fans, drama fans. I'm so embarrassed. I once called Xander Hall smart because I thought he was a kid. I was trying to encourage him. Yeah, I was friends with Xander Hall back in the day. I mean, not like, obviously, like we're not like, we like I think back when he was playing Minecraft and he just put out his like how I left the oh my god, what's going on? That sounds like copyright. We can't have the copyright. Oh my god, chat, we almost got the Kesha and Cascada mashup, which would have been great for me. Yo, Joel coming through with the are these community subs by time. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. Regardless, you just got jellyfish. Space Magic, you just got jellyfish. Adams Tafta, I think I'm pronouncing your name right. You just got jellyfished. Calming the hose, which is the opposite of scaring the hose, apparently. You just got jellyfish. And Gorpsink, a old school chatter. I think there was an old school chatter in here earlier that was trying to reignite some very unfresh drama. Little late on that. Maybe I'll unban you though, since you seem so fun. Do the Xander Hall one. We've had too much TYT majority report. Yeah, it does start to blend into itself after a while. So okay, you just added, I think, 30 points to Dark Brandon, if I'm correct. This goes 36, and then that makes that 56. So yeah, Dark Brandon ahead by, what is this, 19? Anybody? I'm Kaya's dog collar. I'm Dark Brandon. Hello, I'm Dark Brandon here. Anyway, I gotta say, as much as it's ridiculous to bring up a drama that old, I gotta admit I'm somewhat amused that you're like the only one who still remembers. Congratulations. You were an OG chatter. Sorry you got banned. Thanks for the remembership. Oh, the membership. I'm like, what's a remembership? Wait, everybody's Dark Brandon. Wait, are you saying you want to watch the Dark Brandon thing? Are you saying you're pro Dark Brandon versus Xander Hall? I mean, we'll see what's going on. Now, my understanding is that Xander Hall made a video calling out Dark Brandon. I'm a little bit surprised that somebody has not, called this out already. Because, I mean, there's definitely a lot of AI involved in the production. I don't feel comfortable saying that there's not like a person or a creative effort behind it. I don't know. It could be written by AI, or it could be written by a person that just uses like an AI voice, to kind of give their characters, I don't know, different voices, right? I'm not sure. Dark Brandon loves AI. I'm the only Dark Brandon that uses capitalization and punctuation marks. Wow. Okay, so it looks like we're going for the Dark Brandon. So yeah, Xander Hall's put out a video. Dark Brandon's response that I've seen so far is just a community post. They messaged Xander Hall in the comments saying that denying some of the things that he said were AI. And then if you look at their community posts, they admit to using AI for their voices, which, I'd say that's pretty obvious. They're using AI on the voices and on the backgrounds, right? So Zan was right about the backgrounds. I don't know if he said anything about the voices. I could have told you the voices were AI. Not a fan of either. Just want to see the mud wrestling. It could be interesting. It sounds interesting. It's a mystery, chat. That's what I love to get to the bottom of. You were going to get to the bottom of the mystery, like Persona 4 style here. So yeah, let's go ahead and boldly venture. Oh my God, poggers. I don't know, chat. Is that a mean freeze frame? It kind of looks like he's saying poggers. I don't know. Whoa! Oh, that was the other thing we were supposed to watch. God damn. All right, we'll watch a second of it, and we'll go to Xander Hall.
Doing it to basically get a corporate sinecure, and then those people took over, and the whole party is that way for the most part now.
Yeah.
And I think, broadly speaking, this shutdown is indicative of that part of that same sort of.
Is it just me, chat, or is seeing Hassan outside the confines of his studio, of his set studio, his living room, his setup? Is it kind of like seeing your teacher in an ice cream shop and you're like, wait a minute, you don't belong here. You're the teacher. You should be in the classroom. I thought you lived at school. Why are you not at school? I'm not, you're a teacher. That's where you go. You go in the school, you go in the classroom. Why are you in the ice cream shop, right? It's kind of like that.
Dynamic, which is, there's two different things that operate simultaneously. The partisanship, which is distinct from an ideology, right? Like the one thing is like, we're in a fight against these people. What's the best strategy to make our side win? That's the partisanship. Then the other is the ideology within the context of the Democratic Party. But the problem they also have is, and they'll shift, like I noticed this with my debate with Ezra Klein, they will shift from electability to
governance
seamlessly, but now they're
in an evasive manner. Yeah,
losing on both ends.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, that's huge, right? So we're talking about the Democrats, constant complaint about the left flank that regardless of whether the policy might be preferable, might be the interest of the people. The practicality is just supposedly not there. Their argument is always like, well, if we run extreme candidates, the American people aren't going to be with, would be too extreme for the American people. So, we even if you want that, even if you believe in those policies, you got to scale back your ambitions and stick with the shit libs, because the shit libs give you a better chance of winning. That's a very rudimentary and I would say busted understanding of politics, right? At this point, though, with Mamdani and with some other examples, you're starting to see that actually the morality and the practicality line up better with the left flank Democratic candidate. And in fact, the centrist Democrats, the neoliberal Democrats, have pretty much run the party's name into the ground. So at this point, you almost, even if you are a centrist Dem, you need the left flank to come in, take over, and inject fresh ideas. Otherwise, you are not going to have a party that is electorally viable. So yeah, lining up the practicality. Okay, so with that, chat, I give you the Xander Hall versus Dark Brandon controversy. We'll watch the Xander Hall video. We'll take a look at Dark Brandon's response in the form of a community post, and we'll see if Dark Brandon might have responded to Xander Hall, because that's if you don't know what Dark Brandon is, they use avatars and an AI voice, and they do like reaction videos, right? So them reacting to a video criticizing Dark Brandon would be very much on brand, very much on point for what they normally do. I think there's every chance that there may be a Xander Hall is wrong about our channel, Xander Hall is wrong about Dark Brandon, Xander Hall is getting his faces eaten by the leopards type video. Yeah, we might see a Xander Hall figure with his face eaten in upcoming Dark Brandon video. I'll see if that's out yet. We'll watch that if it is. But if not, I'll just give you the Xander Hall video and the Dark Brandon response, and we'll call it good at that point. How does that sound?
Yeah, I think the funny thing that I've at least noticed, and I know we're probably going to talk about this because you
the counter didn't update. I got to fix that.
Briefly alluded to it in the intro, is also the sincerity in which like a lot of the base of the Republican Party are just openly white supremacists now, as opposed to just kind of using it as like a wedge issue, where you're seeing on the one hand like Dinesh D'Souza being like, how did we get so racist? And it's like, brother, have you seen your son-in-law married to your daughter? He is like advancing the anti-Indian hatred on the Republican Party side. And you know, they're talking.
Who is Dinesh D'Souza's son-in-law?
You see what you did with Obama.
Did you see who you dated, Ann Coulter?
Yeah. There's that.
What?
And
there's so much Dinesh D'Souza lore I just don't know about. Chat, we're gonna have to catch up with this another day. I do want to watch this though. This is a pretty bit. This like he spent at least 45 minutes talking to Sam and Emma. Anyway, let's take a look.
I'm really curious.
And chat, we also have get ready because we also have Jinxgiving, right? We're done with Halloween. We're into November. Jinxgiving, it could be cursed this year. It could be very cursed. I don't know.
To see if I get canceled for this, because this channel has been recommended to me by even some of my own fans, and I might rip into it a bit here, to say the least, because I am shocked. I might rip into you guys a little bit for it, depending on if you're one of the people who suggested this channel. Because
as an old school Xander Hall viewer, I recognize no one from this chat. No one.
Because the fact that people are supporting it is insane to me. If you're a lefty,
does anybody know if Xander Hall still uses the White Leaf website? Does anybody know that? Does he just stream on like? I mean, he's really burnt his bridges. I think with Bosch and with Demon Mama and the rest of VGG. So I'd be a little surprised if he still had a channel, but I don't know at this point. Bosch isn't doing too well. You know, maybe they just need. I don't know. Maybe they, you know, who knows?
There is a good chance that if you're on YouTube a lot and you watch a lot of political content, you've been recommended a channel.
What happened to his stream? He moved into a moldy. I don't even know. Like kind of a moldy place in Seattle, right? He, you know, if the classic Xander Hall, you would see him streaming from his parents' house in Florida, like the, you know, 2021 era Xander Hall. He's in LA, living with his girlfriend Lonnie. You know, the whole thing shit goes down with Lonnie. He gets kicked out of that apartment. Demon Mama comes down, helps him move his stuff to Seattle. He moves to a incredibly tiny unit that I guess just wasn't up to par for streaming. And I think his mom helped him buy this place, which, you know, it's Seattle's an expensive place. And so if you want a house, even if it is out of the city, you know, it's going to look like this for you to be able to afford it, right? So that's what happened to Xander Hall's stream. That's and yeah, I don't know. His background is kind of not great. He owns his house? Wait, what? Oh, sorry. Wait, are you like no, like as far as I know, they're renting, they're leasing the house. Maybe he moved into his double wide where he's gonna write his manifesto. Um, yeah, I don't know. I thought I'd kept up on the Xander lore. I thought you meant he bought a house. You know, as far as I know, they're leasing this place, right? And look, there are places outside of Seattle that are slightly more affordable. That's where I assume that he's gone, especially since he's renting a house. I don't know. Does his mom live with him or something?
Simply called Dark Brandon. I can't be the only one, right? I've seen these thumbnails and videos.
Wait, do you think he owns his house or else ellipses? I'm actually not 100% clear on that one. I just know that his finances are really tight from what I can tell. Like he's not doing great. Either, as far as views or as far as his money.
Recommended to me incessantly, and this channel has blown up a lot. Like, it's way bigger than my channel in a way shorter period of time. It's so cringe. I've been recommended this channel's videos frequently by my own fans. My dad watches these. There are a lot of my own fans that watch this content. Now, I've complained a lot lately that it feels as though there's a lot less push on my channel as of late, as we've seen a big flood of new left-wing news channels enter the scene as competition against what I do. Which is fair. Competition means you do less well, less easily in a niche. But what really hurts is to see the left embrace.
Oh shit, chat! I think there's a Zan video.
Real human left-wing people advocating for the same ideas as them. They will come in droves to support an AI faceless scam channel that repeats the things they want to hear at a rate that no human could keep up with because it's AI. Then they would rather support a real person with their beliefs who are advocating for these things. Oh, it is AI. My vibes didn't fail me. It is unbelievable how few of my fans have clocked, or how few of this channel's fans clock that it's AI. For starters, let's go to their homepage. They have a theme song. Their entire theme, and this is a big part of why they've gone viral, is because they are...
Chat. It looks like they deleted I think they deleted their community post about this. The most recent community post I'm seeing on Dark Brandon is a poll about what to name their new character. Wow, I wonder why they deleted the post. Okay, this is getting more interesting.
Off of the leopards ate my face thing, as you can see, these like AI generated different styled avatars. Some are kind of in this pseudo South Park style. Some are in sort of like a pseudo Family Guy style. Others are like a very different kind of style. There's no stylistic cohesion across any of this. Like this leopard and this leopard look nothing alike stylistically. It's very much, they're AI generated avatars. And yet, despite being AI...
Wait, you'd laugh if it was Dusty Smith that was behind Dark Brandon? Yeah, I guess Dusty uses AI, on his thumbnails?
Generated, this channel is just blowing up in a fraction of the time that I've been around, too. And it's left-wing people, progressives, leftists are watching this stuff. It's unbelievable. Let's check out their theme song. And if you've heard AI music before, you should clock it right away. Especially when you know to listen for it.
Jungle, flashing signs. Evil walks in lights dinner time. On the prowl, tail held high. He picks his pockets and looks in line.
If you don't know it's AI, and you're not listening for indicators,
I'm so sorry.
It's AI, I could definitely see a case where you're like, oh, that's
a banger.
This is cool. This is a fairly high production value channel. And that's the thing about this channel that I think is fooling so many progressives. It looks fairly high production value with the animated different avatars and stuff, and I'm pretty sure it's a different voice in each.
I think the character design is good. I'd be surprised if those characters were designed by AI. I don't know how AI character design even works. I'm assuming they commissioned art for the characters. Because like really, if you're buying art for these characters, you just have to. I mean, it's a lot more simple than people realize, right? Most of these characters have like one just a few like body states, I guess. Like the leopard, like you know, you'll see its tail kind of moving and stuff, but the leopard's body itself doesn't really move at all. I don't know. It seems like yeah, they move the eyes, they move the mouths. There's not like a lot of animation going on, basically. But yeah, it's a decent character design. So that's where he's getting like the high production value. Those lyrics were unintelligible. Wait, let me read it. He's a VTuber. Wait, who Dark Brandon is? A VTuber? I mean, aren't there VTubers that use AI? Isn't that a thing? That'll use like a voice mod or something like that, like an AI voice mod. Okay, let's read the lyrics. And that gives us another, you know, excuse to listen to the song once again.
It's unbelievable. Let's check out their theme song, and if you've heard AI music before, you should clock it right away, especially when you know to listen for it.
Neon jungle, flashing signs. Steve walks in like it's dinner time. On the prowl, tail held high. He picks his spot. Guess who's next in line? It's you.
If you don't know it's AI, and you're not listening for indicators that it's AI.
I mean, are the lyrics? Do the lyrics sound like AI? I feel like the lyrics are all right. If the lyrics are AI, they fooled me.
I could definitely see a case where you're like, oh, this is cool. This is a fairly high production value channel. And that's the thing about this channel that I think is fooling so many progressives. It looks fairly high production value with the animated different avatars and stuff, and I'm pretty sure it's a different voice in each of these videos, and the voice doesn't sound too much like AI. But if we actually click on one of these videos and listen to the person talking, now that you know it's an AI channel, you're going to hear it very quickly. Let's watch this newest video. It's already got...
There's AI programs where the individual comes up with the lyrics and the computer sings it. Yeah, or like, I think there's like text to, what is it, like speech to text to speech or something that sometimes VTubers will use if they don't want their voice associated with their content, or they don't want, you know, they want to affect like a character that sounds different than their natural voice, right? That's a thing.
6.8 thousand views in 2 hours. So this is getting pushed way harder by YouTube.
You got an ad break right when they said tail held, and then it ad braked you.
YouTube than anything I've made in months. Jewish MAGA lady surprised Nazis turn on her. As you can imagine, there's good reason why this would get so much traction among progressive channels. So let's go ahead and take a look at this video and see how blatantly AI it is.
Hey there, folks. Hope you're doing well today. Today we wanted to continue looking at the civil war that's happening on the right, and it's interesting to see what side people are taking. Do they take the side of the white nationalists and the anti-Semites, or do they go in the route of supporting Israel and the Zionists? Today we're...
So, I literally went...
What do you think, Chad? Is the animation AI? Do you think? I feel like the animation could be... Like, I'm trying to tell... Yeah, no, that's definitely an AI voice. 100% an AI voice. But my question is it a script that got written by ChatGPT and just gets read out by the AI voice? Or is it, you know, maybe a process where the creator writes the scripts and then maybe even voices the scripts and then just applies an AI voice filter to do the characters? Because that's the whole thing. There's the male leopard is one character. There's a female leopard. That's another character. There's like a angel dude. There's like a scientist chick, right? They've got all these different characters, and so they've all got different voices. So I thought that maybe it's just that, you know, he's reading off the script, and then because I think there's like, what did you say, Zara? Like, there's no way the scripts are not Gen AI. These scripts are definitely Gen AI. So maybe then it's likely that this isn't like a voice to text to speech, or like voice to text to voiced or whatever. The voice is definitely AI. What do you think about the animation though? I'm on the borderline as far as the animation. The animation could be manual. It could either be like a, like a loop that they do, or it could be that they purposely program like kind of facial effects, like can use many programs to automatically generate lip flaps. Would those be AI, or would those just be programs where it's moving the lips according to the sound? Oh wait, yeah, like my VTuber. Like when I VTubed, right? The like the if it would pick up my voice and kind of try to move the lips accordingly, and it was okay. It wasn't, like if you look close, you'd notice that the lips aren't moving the way they should, but it was close enough for jazz, as they say. The thing is, people can stream with voice to AI as a ping tuber just as easily as that. Because the thing that a lot of people are using to deny that Dark Brandon as a project is AI is that this guy does live streams. Like the channel owner, I think, does live streams 1 day a week. And so people are saying, and that could easily be what you're saying there, Zara, stream with voice to AI voice as a ping tuber. Yeah, that could be exactly what that is. Lip flapping programs that aren't marketed as AI just sound activated. Yeah.
Through the entire comment section of this channel's newest video from last night, and not a single solitary comment did I find.
Sassy says automatic flap generation is standardish feature in non-AI animation programs. Yeah, I guess I just haven't messed with animation all that much.
Brought up that this channel is AI slop. Literally not a single one. None of them are clocking.
Wait, Kitsune says, I think that Anna, as far as I can see, the eye movement, a random number generated. Wait, random number like the keypad, kind of? Like if it hits a 7, it goes like that. If it hits a 4, it goes like that. If it hits a 3, it's like down there. If it's a 6. Yeah, I guess so.
That this is an AI voice? Nobody is clocking that this is AI generated.
The background is AI based off of the cups being different? Oh, yeah.
Backgrounds and animation? None of them are clocking the fact that this is... I don't know if you guys are familiar with this, but on Reddit, there is a trend on the YouTube subreddits. This idea of making a faceless channel where you use AI and automation to mass-produce slop that is highly monetizable at an unbelievable, inhumane rate while never showing your face or allowing your voice to get through. So you never have to worry about being embarrassed about being the person behind a channel like this because it's a faceless channel, and it's literally just a source of easy income for these people. It is a community of people who use AI to create these faceless fake channels. They exist a lot in the animation community, especially like talking about animation stuff. South Park has a lot of AI slop video essay channels. Like I forget what the big one is. The Sarek Artman, I think it was called. This is the Sarek Artman or Carrick Artman of lefty content. And what blew me away wasn't just that, I am low-key jealous that this robot faceless grift channel is literally sucking up viewers and subs that would otherwise maybe come to my channel and support a real progressive human being.
What do you think, chat? Are they stealing his viewers? Can programmatically create simple animations in programs like After Effects using like math equations and other bullshit like that? It's like Illuminati content mill powered by AI. Well, Illuminati had like a big team. Now they do refer to the Dark Brandon team on their channel, but the question is, is there a team? I mean, maybe it could be both. It could be maybe there's a small team and there's also AI. But is the team the euphemistic way that they just refer to their, is the team short for is the team short for Chat GPT, right? I feel like if you are using an AI for voice, the theme song, the character design, the animation, the background, and everything else, what would stop you from generating a script too? Yeah. Well, by this faceless channel aesthetic that Xander Hall's talking about, and he's right, there's a whole like there's like YouTube videos that are, how to make a faceless channel that'll make you hundreds of thousands of dollars, or there's all these like videos like trying to show you how to do a super low effort channel without using your face or your voice. So this is definitely a thing. Poor Xan, it must be his birthday. People are picking on him again. God damn. Is that a thing? Do they pick on him on his does he have like a thing where something bad always happens on his birthday?
Being that's behind the content, not just someone's grift. Someone's like,
wait, they take calls? Kitsune Cavalier? They may have at least one person screening their calls. Oh, for the live stream thing?
Easy income side hustle where they never have to show their face or voice. But people are falling for it. In my own community, my own fans are recommending me this guy's content to...
They even take calls. You should check that out.
Watch on stream as a source of information to talk about the news. Who was it that recommended the Dark Brandon video recently, actually? I'm calling them out. Automation is literally, like, taking over the jobs of progressive figures. And at this point, if that happens, the only, like, people that can be blamed are the audiences who are choosing to watch this content over real people. And the numbers on this channel are pretty significant. So it's very clear that, like, there's either just a big push.
This is one of Xander Hall's personal foibles, right? He gets jealous. I'm surprised. Maybe there was. I'm surprised there wasn't more jealousy towards people in Whiteleaf, right? We didn't really see the claws come out until when was it? Was it the Keffels? Yeah, I think it was oh yeah, that's right. Keffels has Shoe on Head on as a guest. Xander Hall has a long-standing dispute with Shoe on Head, feels betrayed by Keffels having brought his op on, and Keffels is like, I don't care. And then Xan has a go at Keffels, calling her a bad friend. He's cried a few times in the past during drama. It's his birthday, people? Wait, what? What is this deal with birthday? Not stealing Xander Hall's viewers, one could argue. Yeah, I feel like it appeals to a different audience and, demographically, and maybe to people that are looking for different... I just don't think that, like... I don't think people that are looking for what Xan is providing are gonna... I mean, I guess there's people... He says there's people in his audience that watch this shit. But it's not like they're leaving him behind for... It's not jealousy. Xander Hall has a poor me mentality. I think Dark Brandon is taking advantage of liberals that don't feel seen or under attack. Yeah, and Xander Hall's analysis as far as how the content appeals to people is right on. I guess there is a similarity in that he loves to show conservatives getting their comeuppance, but that's like that's Dark Brandon's thing, right? Leopards eat my face, right? The comeuppance is a feature of Dark Brandon. I think Xander Hall's got enough just like, covering gaming or covering... Like, I feel like Xan's content may be a little bit more diverse than Dark Brandon's. I don't know.
By this channel from YouTube, which is part of it. But there's a reception that people...
Wait, it appeals to the Minions memes crowd? You're talking about, like, North Koreans?
Taking with this channel that's pretty big. Yeah, it was Stephen J. Neptune Man recommended... this Dark Brandon video. Did toxic masculinity set the stage for what happened?
Calling him out, Xan. Calling calling your own chat out.
Coco replied, the voice they use feels AI, but yeah, could make a good segment about the manosphere worsening and intensifying such things.
Joel says, I think there's definitely AI being used. It seems to be used piecemeal on separate parts to avoid some of the more obvious tells of more blatant AI use.
And being adopted by more people over time as society further atomizes. That said, solidarity with Emiru. That channel has been using text-to-speech voices before the AI craze. This is an AI channel. This is an AI faceless channel, okay? Yes. Wait, actually, no, they haven't been around since before the AI craze. What are you talking about? The AI craze goes back years with AI voices.
So, for the record, chat, I remember seeing AI voices going back to the inception of, like, Skibbity toilets, right? The Skibbity toilet analysis channels, they use the AI voices.
So that doesn't even work. Yeah. So even people in my fan base...
What is that, like 2 years ago?
When it's brought up that this channel comes off as an AI slop mill, people get defensive of it because they like going to this content for their like, I don't know, leftist cocoa melon is what this is. This is progressive cocoa melon. And I thought that, I called Thought Slime leftist cocoa melon as like a derisive...
I haven't watched Cocoa Melon, but how are we it's like a kid's show, right? Like like a low effort kids cartoon, like the kind of thing that parents have their kids watch on an iPad, right? That's what Cocoa Melon is. I don't know what about Thought Slime's content is like comparable to that
statement, but I mean it now as a literal description of what we're watching. This is leftist cocoa melon. Here, let's just watch a bit more and get the point across.
We're looking at Dana Loesch. She is a spokesperson for the NRA. She has strong relationships for the Heritage Foundation. She also has a talk show on the Blaze TV. That's Glenn Beck's former network. The video we're looking at today is titled Exposing the Real Nick Fuentes That Took Her Platform.
Ooh, very AI, very AI.
In the thumbnail, she called...
Like, okay, you might...
It's funny because it has the vibe of a human, but like if you start listening to the details, it's very clear.
Thinking, wow, it is so obvious that this is an AI voice. And not only that, but you can regularly spot the blatant animation errors because this video wasn't even made with an animation software. Like, it's not even that the AI generated the assets, they AI generated the animation. And on top of that, the voice itself has hiccups that are common in AI, little warbles and glitches where it loses the exact tone and pitch of that real person when they speak, when they say a certain word. Like, you can hear the glitches. But let's be real here. If I could make you forget that this was an AI channel, I think a pretty decent percentage of you would have watched this video and would have never suggested it was AI or suspected it was AI. You would have subscribed to the channel and you would have became a loyal viewer of the channel like many of my own fans are. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little salty that some of my subscribers are watching this AI slop channel instead of me. I'm gonna be fully transparent here. Like, the channel is in the worst place it's been ever.
No.
America is in the worst place it's been ever. The right is on top.
No.
And some of my own fans are watching this shit.
Is he miserable in Seattle? Chat, look, Seattle's the wrong place to move to if you are subject to depression. All right, I'm just gonna say it straight up. Right, it's like you know, maybe taking vitamin D helps a little bit, but it's I don't know. Like, if you're subject to seasonal affective disorder, Seattle can be very rough. You've got, what would it be? I would say like November to June that are pretty fucking overcast most of the time in Seattle, right? You don't get a lot of sunlight in Seattle. So yeah, I really hope he's not getting, moving to Seattle and getting depressed. That's a bad course of events. I feel like saying that Xander Hall is one of the worst people on the left or the right about this top. Wait, but what about AI or about?
And as a substitute for real progressive content creators, That low-key pisses me off. I can't.
Is Seattle the Florida for depressed people? Maybe.
Can't hide it. I can't deny it. I can't hide it. That pisses me off. That when times are more desperate for real left-wing creators than ever, they would turn to shit like this. And it's the most, like, oh my god, it's such a shameless slop mill, too. What should really give it away? I'm curious. God, the video just hit 7,000 views. The video just hit 7,000 views.
Oh, shit, you're right. Not only moving to Seattle, but didn't he burn all his bridges pretty much as soon? Yeah. Demon Mama was a friend of his that lived nearby. Vosh was a friend of his that lived nearby. And yeah, he definitely... Those bridges were burnt. Those bridges were turned to cinders.
Watching it. It's getting 3.5 thousand views per hour. I am so fucking jealous, bro. I am so jealous. God damn, dude. God damn. Here, let's look at the engagement on it, actually. Let's look at the engagement on this video, too. It's got 1.3 thousand likes already. Holy crap. Not only are people liking or watching this channel more than, like, real lefty channels, they're engaging more. What is it about this channel? It's making them hit the like button so crazy. No wonder YouTube's pushing it so hard. For those that don't know, I bet it's botted too, maybe, but like, your videos can only do so as well as your fans are willing to like and comment on them. Like a certain amount, like.
So if my fans were willing to like and comment potentially at a higher rate, that would result in me getting more views. It's too bad that doesn't happen. Nudge, nudge.
Like a guaranteed amount of views doesn't guarantee a certain amount of push from YouTube. Those viewers have
jealous
to
of
like
a
and
robot.
comment
Yeah.
and hype the video at a certain rate. And this video is getting a lot of push. Let's read the comments. Let's see if a single person in the comments calls out that this is an AI slop channel. Let's all say it together. Tokens get spent. MAGA has never pretended to be different than what they are. Nazi flags, Confederate flags, Trump flags, all present on Jan 6th. It's amazing how they act surprised when they find out their king is the monster we all knew he was. This person's a channel member and gives money on a monthly basis to this person. Jews will...
Palpably jealous of a robot. It just makes me it makes it difficult for me to take him seriously. No one should take Xander Hall seriously. I do feel bad for him from time to time, though. It's wild that he is more jealous than concerned about generative AI slop taking over people's political content. Yeah.
Will not replace us, quote unquote, was the main protest line yelled at the streets of Charlottesville in North Carolina 2017. President Trump then said they were fine people on both sides, and after one of the tiki torch bearing replacement fearing folks, yada yada. Like, these are real, I don't know. Also, see if comments sound botted. They don't sound botted. These sound like real people. I'm tired of people acting surprised when the most obvious thing in the world happens after they were repeatedly warned. All they know is how to attack once there is no one to attack. They attack themselves, laughing crying emoji. She took one step and the gum fell out of her mouth. I don't know what that's referencing. I guess we'd have to watch the video to know.
You think the commenters are bots too? It looks like he's in a VFW. It kind of does. What is that flag? Is that... It's from a game, right? I should know. Is it Halo? Did he say Charlottesville was in North Carolina? I think he did. It's like the kind of thing an AI would hallucinate. Yeah, there is a... What? There's a Charlotte, North Carolina? I don't think there's a Charlottesville.
More examples of only idiots use the word woke pejoratively. During World War II, there were many Jews that were complicit.
My man is jealous of a bot talking to other bots.
Nazis. Many of them suffered the same fate as the people they exposed. I don't know about that comment. Maybe. Hi all. Have a not racist day, heart. Why are they always surprised when it happens to them? It's because they think they are special and it won't. But so this channel literally just does look at the right getting karma type content. Like, it is the most low-hanging fruit, like, clickbait for lefties who are doomer right now in a time when, like, no one wants to keep up with the news. They want to feel some kind of vindication or, like, victory over the right. So when this slop channel starts churning out content about the right getting their faces eaten off by leopards, it's the whole theme of the channel, and they make up or manufacture create, we'll say, these stories of the right getting epically owned and leopards eating their faces, people on the left obviously flock to it like crazy because that's what they're really hungry to see happen. They want that satisfying fulfillment, But it's not real. It's not real. This is a AI slop faceless channel that is pandering to you to make money off of you.
Is he a fail son? I know he lived in a gated community at some point, like in Tampa. He claims that he's like he's always playing up his precarious financial situation, but I do remember something about like a gated community, at least, that he lived in when he was living with his parents.
And when you watch this channel instead of a real lefty content creator, you are helping YouTube's algorithm recognize content like this channel's.
Wait, so Direful thinks he started off wanting to moralize about the content, right? That the content was low tier because all it's doing is giving you dopamine hits about, like, look, this right-winger thought that they would benefit from voting for Trump, but it looks like actually voting for Trump has caused them material harm, and now they're suffering and complaining about it on the internet, right? This is, he wanted to just kind of moralize about that, but then he saw the AI stuff, and that became a bigger...
as being more valuable than content from channels.
The AI stuff just justified his anger after that? Yeah.
Like mine, Surus, Dylan Burns, Shark300, and other creators that actually make content.
Is he still friends with these people? Like, is he still tight with what did he say? Dylan Burns, Surus, Shark?
That are real people talking about issues.
I know he burned his bridge with a lot of VGG. Those are. Did Dylan Burns ever have a White Leaf site? I don't think so, right? Shark still makes videos? Hell if I know. It's another guy I used to be friends with.
But nonetheless, I imagine I'll get a bit of pushback for this. Maybe some people will be like, Zan, you're just jealous.
So wait, the origin of this channel was comprised of videos which were obviously fake. Joe Biden it was like Joe Biden AI videos. Wasn't it like something like Joe Biden, but he's in like a Batman suit? Somebody said, or maybe he says that.
It's because your channel's dying or whatever, but like, I mean, sure, yeah, I'm definitely jealous. Like, my
so
channel
salty,
is
he's gonna
getting
dry out.
hit hard by YouTube right now. Meanwhile, we've got the Republicans worse than ever, the right more powerful than ever, and getting, these right-wing figures online, these influencers are getting credited as being...
Surus is not mentioning Xander Hall. I'd be surprised if Dylan was. I don't really think he was ever that tight with Dylan.
Why Trump got into power. So, absolutely, I'm a little salty to see many of you guys supporting AI taking over the job of progressive content creators. It's a sad thing to see. Times are tough, so if you want to help to support this channel and you...
Bearfield's to get a job. That's what Chud Logic would tell him.
Want to help the channel to beat... I don't just compete against right-wing content.
Wait. Is he doing sad boy content? Is that what this is? The way that, like, sad boy, like, songs are, like, designed to get you to pity the singer. You know what I'm talking about? Like sad boy music. Is this like sad boy leftist content?
I'm competing against robots now. So if you want to help me beat the AI takeover of the online left and get hopefully more push from YouTube than channels like Dark Brandon, then please consider dropping a like and a comment.
I hate to see Xander Hall like this. His content, I'll be honest, is not my cup of tea. But if it's your cup of tea, go ahead and give the guy a follow. He sounds like he could use it, right? He's got a video about, who is that? JP, I don't know, what the weird, unfunny conservative comedian guy. What is the guy's, JP Sears or something? and then Tim Pool. So if any of that sounds good to you, if you enjoy hearing the sound of his voice, politics, gaming, streams, and commentary, if that sounds like your cup of tea, consider giving Xander Hall a follow. The life you saved could be his own. I don't know, chat. So, like I told you, there is a response. Now, I was going to show you the response that was a community post, but that seems to have been deleted. Zara, if you can find that, I don't think you, I don't know if you saw it. Like, if anybody could find I'm guessing it's gone. I can remember vaguely what's in it. I think they denied, what was it? Okay, so they admitted to sometimes using AI voices. They admitted to using AI backgrounds, but everything else they denied, and then they showed a picture of their process. They showed a picture of a video being edited and the animation, how they were doing the animation to try to they're denying at the very least that they use AI to animate their characters, right? They haven't said anything, and the real thing that I'm curious about is the script. Is the script generated by a human? Is the script Dark Brandon team's own creative work, or is the script, also generative AI? That's what I'm curious about. But what we do know is that we got a salty leftist.
Hey there, folks. Hope you're doing well today. It's me, Frank, Guardian Angel from the Temp Agency. And
the Guardian Angel from the Temp. So yeah, I guess all these characters have a backstory. But yeah, this video is called "Salty Leftist Blames Dark Brandon for His Content Sucking." He kind of did give them what is it called, an alley-oop in basketball, when you set your opponent up for to be able to hit a shot. There's a name for that. Yeah, he's definitely making it easy for them.
And today we're looking at some lefty snowflake who's taking aim at the Dark Brandon channel. He's a little salty that, his channel's not doing as well. But here, we'll let you decide. Let him explain. Let's roll the tape.
I'm really curious to see if I get canceled for this, because this channel has been recommended to me by even some of my own fans, and I might rip into it a bit here, to say the least, because I am shocked. I might rip into you guys a little bit for it, depending on if you're one of the people who suggested this channel, because the fact that people are supporting it is insane to me. If you're a lefty, there is a good chance that if you're on YouTube a lot and you watch a lot of political content, you've been recommended a channel simply called Dark Brandon. I can't be the only one, right? I've seen these thumbnails and videos recommended to me incessantly, and this channel has blown up a lot. It's way bigger than my channel in a way shorter period of time. It's so cringe. I've been
I feel like they don't really have to react to him. They could just watch his video and it's nothing but dubs, right? He's basically glazing the channel.
Recommended this channel's videos frequently by my own fans. My dad watches these. There are a lot of my own fans that watch this content. Now, I've complained a lot lately that it feels as though there's a lot less push on my channel as of late, as we've seen a big flood of new left-wing news channels enter the scene as competition against what I do. Which is fair. Competition means you do less easily.
Okay, so this is a YouTuber named Xander Hall. He's got around 100,000 subscribers, and he's been doing YouTube since 2020. Yeah, I mean, my first comment is, Xander Hall, you should only be competing against yourself. It's not healthy to measure your penis to everyone else's. In the end, you might be left feeling very inferior.
Inadequate, yeah, because Dark Brandon's packing, Dark Brandon's packing 11 inches.
Now
have you seen Hunter's penis? Right? It's obviously
the claim that the channel is
runs in the family,
and we're going to disprove that after the next clip. Let's roll the tape.
Okay, you might be thinking, wow, it is so obvious that this is an AI voice. And not only that, but you can regularly spot the blatant animation errors because this video wasn't even made with an animation software. Like, it's not even that the AI generated the assets, they AI generated the animation.
Okay, so in that clip, we saw Xanderhall make the claim that we're not using animation software, and this is not true. We're using the Adobe suite, and here in this screenshot, we're actually looking at my Photoshop file where we could see the different layers that we use to animate myself, Frank, the Guardian Angel.
So
And
yeah,
here-
I think that Zan made a big mistake when he jumped to the conclusion that the animation was being done by AI, because you see what this allows them to do? They can just disprove that stuff, and then all of Zan's other claims look less credible, right? When in actuality, there's every chance that they're using an AI voice, they've admitted to AI backgrounds, and an AI, to generate the script, right? Which would be, less actual creative input from the channel's creators, and more like what Zan was describing in terms of a low effort, faceless channel.
In this next screenshot, you can see that we're using Adobe Character Animator and Adobe Animate to bring our characters to life. Now, when it comes to voices, we use a mix of real humans and AI voices of people that we lost in the past to pay homage to them. We couldn't think.
What? What are we doing? He tricked the robot into platforming him? Yeah, was it AI's decision to respond to the drama? Do you think, like, chat, could I do that? What if I did this, chat? What if I was like so sick of fucking drama with people that I just had an AI that every time somebody started drama with me, it would like respond to them on my behalf, right? And therefore I would not have to deal with any of that shit ever again. Anybody wants to start beef, they can start beef with the robot Irene.
Think of a better.
Yeah, that's what he said. People from the past that we want to remember, memorialize by turning them into AI slop. Oh, that's not good, right? This is what Rod Stewart got in trouble for. When he used Gen AI to depict, I think, oh God, who was it? Was it Rod Stewart that did it? He to depict like Michael Jackson, and like I can't remember. It was like after somebody died, and like in his live performance, he had like all of the still streaming. I know, right?
Their way to keep their voice going.
What am I doing? 8 hours and 30 minutes. What the fuck?
For the things they care about most. Not only that, when animating characters, you want to have a unique variety of voices. Also, in order to expedite things from time to
yeah, Drake did this with Tupac. I forgot about that.
we will use AI backgrounds. This is not about animation. This channel is about the message. And that's what Xanderhall doesn't get. That's what Xanderhall's not seeing, is connecting with the viewers. Why his viewers are coming to our channel to watch.
Oh my God!
But let's keep going and see what else.
They're destroying him. They're fucking destroying him.
And you would.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, it was after Ozzy died, I think.
I'm
Yeah.
a loyal viewer of the channel, like many of my own fans are. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little salty that some of my subscribers are watching this AI slop channel instead of me. I'm gonna be fully transparent here. Like, the channel is in the worst place it's been ever. America is in the worst place it's been ever. The right is on top, and some of my own fans are watching this shit as a substitute for real progressive content creators. That low-key pisses me off. I can't hide it. I can't deny it. I can't hide it. That pisses me off.
See, Xanderhall, this is your problem. You're too focused on yourself and not the bigger picture. There needs to be a
That's really cool, Direful.
variety of voices on the left, just as they've done on the right. Not only that, but we on the left have always been more entertaining and engaging than those on the right. And we are applying that. We have a strong narrative and theme backed with very good marketing. And it's all of these things that are attracting the viewer.
no.
If anything, you should acknowledge a changing
It almost feels like they're trying to talk like an AI.
landscape and one to adapt. And we're not telling you to become a cartoon channel. that you could find your own way to.
But we are saying that you would get more viewers with literally any slop cartoon and low effort AI script generation. We are telling you that what you're doing right now is completely worthless and you are wasting your life.
And you could invest your energy into finding a better way to elevate yourself instead of shitting on other people on the left, you clown.
But what really hurts is to see
just throwing that clown.
The left embrace AI slop over real human left-wing people advocating for the same ideas as them. They will come in droves to support an AI faceless scam channel that repeats the things they want to hear at a rate that no human could keep up with because it's AI. Then they would rather support a real person with their beliefs.
Look, I'm not convinced that AI or Dark Brandon is really Zan's competition, but let's say it was, right? What's Zan's best bet in that case, right? Your best bet is to give your viewers something that AI cannot give them, right? To make sure that you're creating your content in a more mindful way. And we all need to, this is advice that any content creator could use, right? It's very easy to get into a rut and to just be doing the same thing over and over and not you sometimes need something to slap yourself and to wake yourself up and to get yourself back into a more mindful place where what you're creating is intentional and it's the best stuff that you could be making at the moment, right? Dark Brandon's going to have a video in 7 hours that defends 7 hours lefty gonna have a video in 7 hours lefty defends other crybaby leftist. It's gonna have me and they're gonna go after me for glazing Xander Hall,
who are advocating.
I was too nice to Xander Hall.
Things.
Again, we've showed you the software and demonstrated that our animation is not AI generated. Furthermore, AI cannot go for this extended period of time as our videos can be up to 15 minutes long. But not only that, none of this is text-to-speech.
See, 8 hours and 30 minutes, yeah.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Also, all of these reactions are...
I'm sorry, expialidocious? Was that a cat joke? Expialidocious? What the fuck was that? I feel like they're trolling him. I feel like they're purposefully making the script, whether it's generated by ChatGPT or by a real person, they're making the script sound more AI to troll Zan. I think they are torturing this guy.
But not only that, none of this is text-to-speech. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
None of this is text-to-speech? They're trolling him, right? This, 100, at the very least, is text-to-speech, right? The most human involvement possible for this channel would be that somebody's reading off the script and then it's getting, it's getting an AI voice treatment. There's no way that it's just somebody's voice. Right?
Also, all of these reactions are completely freestyled. For some of our more in-depth content pieces, we will write them beforehand in a script form. And when we look at some of the series we made, like Magamart...
Wait, he's doing the RM Brown AI voice filter? Wait, what is the RM Brown AI voice filter?
Again, as a freestyled cartoon animation series, and then we went to scripting it. Things got...
Text-to-speech would not be able to say well, it said it wrong. Yeah, it said expialidocious. Unless they're trying to make a joke about cats. Which I guess they could since they've got leopards. It's a filter, not TTS. Huh. Wait, you're telling me it's a audio effect that makes your voice sound like AI? Is that the idea?
Got a little too late.
An AI voice replacement? Is this like what we were talking about with the VTubers earlier? Dark Brandon versus Xander Hall, not the beef I expected to see in 2025, but the beef I didn't know I needed to see. Yeah. It's reminding me to put more conscious intention into my work, right? Lest we all, they're but for fortune, we all become Dark Brandon.
Lengthy, and you could see that here in the Kanye and Nick Fuentes video we made. So we went back to freestyling the whole thing without writing scripts. It led to a funnier, more natural feeling script. We will outline the ideas.
So wait, the prolific output and cadence could also be explained by some flavor of neurodivergence. True. And not everybody, pronounce, a lot of people don't pronounce things like Nick Fuentes' name often mispronounced. Fuentes, I think is what Dark Brandon here said.
That we want to include, making sure we don't forget any, but it is all freestyle.
And what blew me away wasn't just that.
Wait, that was
I
weird.
am low-key jealous that this robot, faceless grift channel is.
That was weird. Look, I think they're trolling Xander Hall.
Back to freestyling the whole thing without writing scripts. Things got a little too lengthy. Some of the series we made sections are completely. But not only that, none of this is text-to-speech. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Also, all of these reactions are completely freestyled. For some of our more in-depth content pieces, we will write them beforehand in a script form. And when we look at some of the series we made, like Magamart began as a freestyled cartoon animation series, and then we went to scripting it. Things got a little too lengthy, and you could see that here in the Kanye and Nick Fuentes video we made. So we went back to freestyling the whole thing without writing scripts. It led to a funnier, more natural feeling script. We will outline the ideas that we want to include, making sure we don't forget any, but it is all freestyle.
It's like a stream of consciousness is what they're describing, right? This is they've messed around with scripting. It causes them to, I don't know, maybe put more work into each video than they want to, so they went back to freestyle. It's more natural, I guess. I don't know.
And what blew me away wasn't just that, I am low-key jealous that this robot, faceless grift channel is literally sucking up viewers and subs that would otherwise maybe come to my channel and support a real progressive human being that's behind the content, not just someone's grift, someone's easy income side hustle where they never have to show their face or voice. But people are falling for it. In my own community, my own fans are recommending me this guy's content to watch on stream as a source of information to talk about the news.
And again, we see the theme of him being the victim and people aren't watching his channel and he's salty about it. Again, Xander Hall, do not compare yourself to anyone else. Work on yourself and lift yourself up rather than shitting on other people on your team.
The numbers on this channel are pretty significant, so it's very clear that there's either just a big push by this channel from YouTube, which is part of it, but there's a reception that people are taking with this channel that's pretty big. Yeah, it was Stephen J. Neptune Man recommended this Dark Brandon video. Did toxic masculinity set the stage for what happened to Emiru? Coco replied, the voice they use feels AI, but yeah, could make a good segment about the manosphere worsening and intensifying such things, and being adopted by more people over time as society further atomizes. That said, solidarity with Emiru. That channel has been using text-to-speech voices before the AI craze. This is an AI channel. This is an AI faceless channel, okay? Yes. Wait, actually, no, they haven't been around since before the AI craze. What are you talking about? The AI craze goes back years with AI voices, so that doesn't even work. Yeah. So even people in my fan base, when it's brought up that this channel comes off as an AI slop mill, people get defensive of it because they like going to this content for their I don't know, leftist cocoa melon is what this is. This is progressive.
I don't know how you lose in a drama beef with an AI channel, but he's doing it. He's doing it right here. I feel like they even assuming that they're telling the truth. They do either freestyle or script things out. I don't think they need to. I feel like AI would cook Xander Hall. Legit. I don't think there needs to be a human behind it. I think I think he basically cooks himself.
Massive cocoa melon.
And so in that last clip, we saw him talking about a couple of his viewers who found some of the content that we made interesting. And there's a reason why. We are honestly looking into different topics that happen to be very relevant. Not only that, but we're tying in psychology and behavior and the internet and internet influencers into all of these ideas. So we truly understand them, and then we apply them to relevant topics like MRU. And so yes, while we're using cartoons, we are building on foundational ideas.
Wait,
Or in
what?
other
I'm
words,
sorry,
apply
what?
them to relevant behavior. And there's a reason why.
Cocoa melon.
And so in that last clip, we saw him talking about a couple of his viewers who found some of the content that we made interesting. And there's a reason why. We are honestly looking into different topics that happen to be very relevant. Not only that, but we're tying in psychology and behavior and the internet and internet influencers into all of these ideas. So we truly understand them, and then we apply them to relevant topics like MRU. And so yes.
What the fuck? I'm sorry. Like, you know, yeah, what happened to Emery was terrible. I'm not trying to take away from that. I'm not laughing at that. But saying relevant topics like, you know, popular keyword is kind of, anyway. I think they're trolling him.
While we're using cartoons, we are building on foundational ideas. Or in other words, leftist cocoa melon.
And it's the most like, oh my god,
that sounded like an AI written joke.
It's such a shameless slop mill too, which should really give it away. I'm curious. God, the video just hit 7,000 views. The video just hit 7,000 views while we were watching it. It's getting 3.5 thousand views per hour. I am so fucking jealous, bro. I am so jealous. God damn, dude. God damn. Here, let's look at the engagement on it, actually. Let's look at the engagement on this video, too. It's got 1.3 thousand likes already. Holy crap. Not only are people liking or watching this channel more than, like, real lefty channels, they're engaging more. What is it about this channel? It's making them hit the like button so crazy. No wonder YouTube's pushing it so hard.
And there it is. At least you're being honest. This whole thing is about jealousy, Xanderhal. And don't hate the player, hate the game. Just as you, the team behind the Dark Brandon channel, were passionate about what we saw happening to society, and we wanted to make change happen. We did so by building a voice wrapped with really strong marketing. And guess what? It resonated. So instead of being jealous and shitting on other people, take someone else's idea and make it better. That's how the world works, and that's how you get better.
For those who don't know, if I bet it's botted too, maybe, but like,
they need to make a new channel that basically clones Xanderhal. Like, given the fact that he's accused them of stealing his audience, which I don't think is happening, it would be hilarious if they made like an AI Xanderhal and they just showed how low effort his content actually is, how easy it is for it to be emulated by generative AI. I think that would be the ultimate disrespect that they could show Xanderhal.
Your videos can only do so as well as your fans are willing to like and comment on them. Like a certain amount, like a guaranteed amount of views.
You see the shade that he's throwing on his community there? Yeah, the videos can only be as good as your audience engagement. I guess my audience just isn't engaging very well, so I'm gonna die, and it's gonna be your fault. You should have hit like. I don't know, chat. I feel like he's leaning on his audience with a guilt trip. That wow.
Guarantee a certain amount of push from YouTube. Those viewers have to like and comment and hype the video at a certain rate. And this.
Oh wait, is Adobe integrating AI into a lot of their editing software? Where yes, as far as I know, I don't think you like have to use it. I don't think they're like forcing it on you, but yeah, a lot of their stuff does. They're adding a lot of AI elements to their software. Don't forget, YouTube is making real-life flesh tubers a fear as though... Oh, I forgot about that. They are AI generated. It's possible that YouTube is making Dark Brandon seem more AI. I mean, that's about the visual element, I think. So I've always clowned on Zan. He creates his audience like that.
This video is getting a lot of push. Let's read the comments. Let's see if a single person in the comments calls out that this is an AI slop channel. Let's all say it together. Tokens get spent. MAGA has never pretended to be different than what they are. Nazi flags, Confederate flags, Trump flags, all present on Jan 6th. It's amazing how they act surprised when they find out their king is the monster we all knew he was. This person's a channel member and gives money on a monthly basis to this person. Jews will not replace us, quote-unquote, was the main protest line yelled at the streets of Charlottesville in North Carolina 2017. President Trump then said they were fine people on both sides, and after one of the tiki torch-bearing replacement fearing folks, yada yada. Like, these are real, I don't know. Also, see if comments sound botted. They don't.
Again, somebody in my chat said that this does sound botted, and I do kind of get, there's no way to know that for sure, but it sort of sounds botted.
Sound botted. These sound like real people.
Okay, so we've demonstrated that we're using actual animation software, that we're not using AI. And yes,
I just want to know, like, I mean, so they are denying. No, they're not. I would love for them to be a little bit more specific. I just want to know if they use, it doesn't sound like they do, but I just want to know if they use AI for the script.
Use a mix of human voices and AI voices, but when voicing cartoon characters, you need a variety of voices. And you've also said yourself that these...
Okay, so what is the idea that the creators themselves, the team, they can do certain voices so they can do certain characters without the AI, and that then when they want to do a character that they don't have the voice for, they use like an AI filter to modify it to get, you know, a distinct voice for a new character? His dad doesn't watch him, but watches DB. It's like a dad. Was it his dad or was it like a chatter's dad? Don't understand bots. Like, if you follow one of the profiles back, is it just a fake profile? Are they using, are they single use bots or like a million of fake accounts out there? Well, for this thing, it would be like about trying to boost their engagement, I guess, if they were using bots, to do that. So it would have to be a ton of them. And then they'd have to try to, you know, evade detection by YouTube. Absolutely do use generative AI while scripting. Yeah, I guess we could take a look at one of their, we could take a look at like one of their scripts, their transcripts.
These are real humans with real human engagement. I mean, seriously, you kind of sound like some whiny edgelord from the right who's playing the victim.
He kind of is a whiny edgelord.
You're better than this, Xander.
And he was from the right.
So this channel literally just does look at the right getting karma type content. Like, it is the most low-hanging fruit, like, clickbait for lefties who are doomer right now, in a time when, like, no one wants to keep up with the news. They want to feel some kind of vindication or, like, victory over the right. So when this slop channel starts churning out content about the right getting their faces eaten off by leopards, it's the whole theme of the channel, and they make up or manufacture, create, we'll say, these stories of the right getting epically owned and leopards eating their faces, people on the left obviously flock to it like crazy because that's what they're really hungry to see happen. They want that you know, satisfying fulfillment, you know?
And yeah, I think there's something to what he's saying, and it's important for there to be many voices on the left, just as we said earlier. And we've explored lots of different types of content. In the past, we tried to make educational content around capitalism, communism, mixed economies. Guess what? Nobody watched them. And yes, this is what society needs. Society needs to be educated. But in a dark time like this, what are they choosing to watch? The content that we're making. And your description of it was pretty spot on, except for the slop part. We are listening to our audience and hearing what they want to see and delivering on it. The algorithm is nothing more than your audience.
I gotta say, that's not leadership. What you're describing there, and it's not necessarily helpful. It is sounding more like a opioid of the masses than any sort of spiritual enlightenment that we might expect from an angel such as yourself, sir. So, he's kind of spot on in that, look, what you want is not what you need. And there's no point in pushing content that's not getting traction. So I understand, coming from, it sounds like Dark Brandon, whoever's behind this account, is some kind of leftist. They want to educate the masses on, the difference between communism and capitalism. It sounds like some economic theory is the kind of content that they'd prefer to do, but they fucked around. That content didn't work. This content that is, kind of wish fulfillment is working, is resonating, but it's a sedative. It's cope. Like what just got described is not what anybody needs. That's designed to pacify you, right? And it does like content pops or doesn't pop depending on its ability to fulfill like deep desires. That's a deep desire. You want to see the left winning. That's what Dark Brandon shows you, but it's not helpful. It's not helpful to show you the left winning, especially when in so many ways the left is not winning right now. As horrible as it is, this is a time that we need to stare deep into the desert of the real and face the hard realities that exist on a material level, not the fantasies that we have of seeing a illusory karma happen to people that we hate, right? Life is cope, but as at NYC, you got to feel good tonight. You got something legitimately good to feel about tonight, Davy. That's what I'm saying. Is we don't need the Dark Brandon, kind of wish fulfillment. I mean, this does strike me as toxic positivity, right? This does strike me as something that, it's giving you something that you want and not what you need. That being said, there's a ton of channels like that. So Dark Brandon is not by any means unique. Even amongst like non-AI channels, right? There's a lot of people making content that resonates, but that doesn't actually push anything forward. It's very easy to do that. But there we are. I mean, this is
And if your audience is choosing to watch our content instead of yours, there's a reason.
It's because it's tough.
Leopards are eating my face. Leopards are eating my face. Leopards are eating my face.
There it is, chat. I think Dark Brandon won. I said.
Save America.
Oh no! Oh no! Chat. Just as I was saying, right? There is content out there that's not AI that is every bit as palliative as what Dark Brandon just described as their wheelhouse, right? And Pod Save America. There you go, right? I won't say it's like toxically positive or anything like that, but it is oftentimes more palliative than it is useful. So, lest we think that the music is AI for sure. No, definitely. I mean, it sounds like it. I've started to get a sense of what people are saying. It's like the like EQ that you hear that distinguishes AI music from non-AI music. As a musician, I am so sick of AI music. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like the big takeaway I've got oh my gosh, Joel, thank you for the 10 community gift subs. That's amazing. I have been streaming all night indeed. That is true. Warhammer Dragon 86, you just got jellyfished. Trina Pello, you just got jellyfished. Amanda, you just got jellyfished. New member 1, you just got jellyfished. Moni, 978 stroke 3, you just got jellyfished. Perp Sage, you just got jellyfished. It's Pillow, you just got jellyfished. Bob is happening, you just got jellyfished. Extoffrey? I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. But either way, you just got jellyfished. And that's a good thing. That is an amazing thing. Legit, she was streaming when I went to sleep. Now I'm at work. Yeah, I gotta stop doing this, chat. I gotta figure out a way to cover topics and not, like, take the whole day to do. Redmond Berry, you also just got a jellyfish. Could you put it on One Piece? Yeah, jellyfish is what I was trying to say. I just can't pronounce anything. I would like morning streams, huh? Like, it's a possibility, but, let's see. If I did a morning stream, they'd either be, like, super early morning streams, which I assume that most people are too asleep for, or they'd be, they'd kind of bleed into the Majority Report's time. That's the one thing that I've kind of tried to avoid. I don't think I've ever had my streaming hours be around my, talking about switching. Yeah, I got to do something, because honestly, it's really frustrating that the hours that are easier to stream are the hours that most people in the US are asleep, right? I don't know. I mean, I guess I could try to do, like, multiple streams for, like, less time or something. I don't know. So yeah, Joel, we did hit 200. 202, I believe, is what we're at. And you're saying put it in one piece. Here, let's just, like, roll it over really quick to One Piece. We'll start to watch it. I will do as much as I can. One Piece, Mother's Basement. I do feel my voice starting to go, so I might have to...
Over the past few months, certain cosplay props.
So there we go, chat. What is it? Indonesia, Nepal, where all has this flag figured in terms of, like, revolutionary actions? I know we got Indonesia, Nepal, Philippines, right? Philippines is one. I'm trying to think of where else, right? There's like 6 countries that have had some kind of Gen Z related, you know what? Oh, God, Joel, I'm realizing that this is one that I want to put a video of this, of my reaction, but it's gonna be shitty. Spoiled with morning streams due to my time zone. Not in the US, true. Yeah, I'm in actually southeast. I'm in Thailand, to be specific. That's why I'm eating these pickled. Oh my god, I can't eat that. That's why I'm eating pickled gooseberries right now. Look at that, chat. A little pickled gooseberry. I feel like I'm over pickled fruit for the moment. It is a pretty cool thing to be able to get, but yeah, I should do a video talking about why I moved. What am I trying to think? Thailand, the only land by and for ties to all kind standard. But wait, the only land by and for ties? Standard bow. Oh wait, you're talking about like ties like pickled gooseberry sounds very erotic. I mean it's delicious. I've been eating too much of this pickle though. I can only eat so much of it at a time. I can only watch the stream when I'm kept up in the middle of the night dealing with a client. I'm glad to be there for you for that. But yeah, I got the same feeling as a lot of you, right? That the streaming time is not ideal. If it was either, like a morning stream, which it would go from like we'd be talking about, I don't know, let's say like 8. No, majority report starts at 9. Oh my god, chat, no. My voice is kind of fucked. Trump wears low-cut tees and squishes his chest together to impress BB. I do that sometime. I've been known to squish my chest together. Not to impress BB though. I just kind of do it naturally. Like my shoulders go like that. I don't know. Oh my god, chat. I better raid out. I can tell my voice is fucked. I owe you and hold me to this, right, chat? Because I feel like we unlocked the Sagar segment. Is it still there? Yup. Sagar and Jetty hates weed. Still haven't covered that. And I need to. Hype train coming in for a landing. Let's see, you're gonna move there? Oh, in a few years. Yeah, I kind of want to do some content for people that are thinking about getting. There's a lot of people thinking about getting out of the U.S. for very similar reasons that I got out of the U.S. for, and yeah, I should probably do some content on that too. Anyway, chat, I've got to go to bed. I do owe you more bonus content. Remind me if I fail to remember Politics of One Piece. I'm going to take it out of the bonus content and put it on the, this is your bonus content wallet down here, right? So we're going to put it in the wallet because you earned it. And I better get to bed. I've already streamed for 9 hours at this point. I gotta go to sleep. I gotta, if I'm gonna have any chance of streaming tomorrow, I gotta get to sleep now. I will do my best. I've got to change things up. Oh my god, I need a schedule, chat. That's what I need more than anything. I need to schedule in time for working out, schedule in time. Yeah, I don't know, maybe it would be better, right? If I worked out in the morning and then streamed at what would be night for me, but it would be morning for you. I don't know. My stream's always been about vibes. And I always think like the nighttime vibes are better. AI can schedule you. Yes, it can. AI could take over my life. AI could edit my videos. AI could eat my face just like a leopard. And I'm sure it will at some point. It'll eat all of our faces, chat. But I am losing coherency now, and I'm losing my voice. I better go to bed. Thank you for the support, everybody. I really do appreciate it. And we're going to get to the politics of One Piece. I very much want to watch this video. I just know my fucking voice is like dropping out. You can hear it probably now. But I'm going to send you off to somebody. Yeah, thank you, everybody who hit the like button. I appreciate that. It helps get my voice out to more people. Thank you to everybody who engaged with my tweet skeet on Blue Sky. That's also really cool and really helpful. Thank you, mods, for keeping us safe. But yeah, some things definitely have to change with the stream. I feel like I'm letting too much go to waste, because really what should be doing is for every piece of content that I do that goes off well, I should be putting out a video of it. And I just haven't been doing it, right? I'm doing the I'm doing I'm doing it wrong, and I gotta fix that. Is Joven streaming? Okay, we're gonna... Fuck. Joven's just starting. Joven raided me a while ago, and I haven't been able to, have not been able to pay him back quite yet. It looks like he's just getting started. No, it's been too long. We're gonna hit Joven with a raid. I don't know. What's the uptime? The uptime is 3 minutes, so Joven will probably be on within 5 minutes or so. I'm so sorry, chat. I have gotta get to sleep. We're raiding into Joven Bradley. Joven Bradley does a lot of different content. A lot of it is debate, and it's kind of refreshing. It's kind of refreshing, Joven's approach to debate. After dealing with debate bros and debate pervs and debate mercenaries, right? Joven comes at debate from a very different angle, from a very different place, and actually manages to change some hearts and minds. So we're gonna raid into Joven, and I'm gonna sleep, and I'll try to get back to you tomorrow. If not, what is tomorrow? Today's Tuesday, your time. It's Wednesday, my time. It's actually Wednesday for you now too. So tomorrow's Thursday, my time. Wednesday, your time. Yeah, okay, because I don't have language class. Anyway, we're raiding out. I'm starting to completely fade. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll watch this One Piece video, and I'll try to come up with more stuff. We would be metal. It's just like I literally can't go on. I've been on for 9 hours and my voice is fading, but we're gonna cover the extra bonus content, this One Piece video. We'll cover that when I stream next. I am a Sagittarius, whatever that means. I think that means you're the most philosophical of all signs, right? I'm almost a Sag, but I think I'm just barely a Capricorn, or whatever that means. Maddening, but the fun in slot. Oh, the H3CWHM. Yeah, I might cover that next. Anyway, much love, everyone. Thank you to the mods. Oh yeah, I've got to shout out I forgot so much. I'm going to shout out my Patreon once again. If you support me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, I give you a fancy shout out at the beginning and end of each stream. Unless, like Sarah, you ask me not to give you a shout out, and then I try to skip you unless you change your mind. So we'll do that. Shouts out to User. Shouts out to JMB. Shouts out to Brian. Shouts out to Emily French. Shouts out to Big Al of the Cake Mix and the Cake Remix. Shouts out to Direful of the great recommendation for bonus content. Shouts out to Izzy Mandia. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Animus. Shouts out to Oral Ellipsis. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Choki. Shouts out to Moina. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Timberland Sanity. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. And a fancy shout out to Sherry Safira, to Rachel K, to Omega Star, and to Zerix. With that, chat, I must get my ass to bed. Have a good day. I will see you either tomorrow or on Friday if I've worn myself out again, which I need to not do that anyway. Big changes in the future. We're gonna make this more professional. We're gonna make this bigger. We're gonna make this better. I'm gonna start taking my life seriously and stop just living day to day. I'm gonna live with intentionality. All right. Thank you for teaching me that lesson, that much needed lesson. Xander Hall and Dark Brandon. Be mindful. Yes, that's where we're going, chat. So look for more mindful conscious commentary in the future. Until then.